through the night, and then he only knows I'm gonna do farmhouse. I'm gonna do farmhouse.
Yeah. I'm just gonna sleep on these books. I'm gonna be like, oh yeah, there's all the info right there. I'm just absorbing it. See, yeah. Anyway, anyway. So let's just start this freaking it's the big ass finale of Sci-Fi September. So let's just blaze through all this, shall we? So the first thing we have on today's agenda is this little fucking let's see here. This little it's like some little, like, I don't even know like what you'd really call it, like some little like political ad or something. So according to Solar, this guy basically is like running for, like, I don't know, like the Senate or the president of Mexico or something like that. So he has a little fucking, yeah, a little little BB-8 fucking figure right here. And so he asks him,
A ver, BB-8, ¿verdad que el PAN va a ganar la presidencia de la República?
yeah, like, maybe I can get subtitles for this. Hang on. Auto translate to English. All right, here we go.
A ver, BB-8, ¿verdad que el PAN va a ganar la presidencia de la
Am I going to win the presidency
República en 2018 y que le va a ir muchísimo mejor al país?
Okay. Okay, so he barely asked him. BB-8's like, oh, whatever. And he's like, oh, see, yes, I am.
No, BB-8 just swore. BB-8 just said the N-word there.
Yeah, according to freaking Solar, this guy lost. So never ask BB-8 to predict the future. That's today's lesson here, folks. That is
BB-8 is fake news. BB-8 would he's a very we have a lot of questions about BB-8. We're gonna have Cash look into him. He's a very suspicious guy. He's shaped like a ball, which, you know, is somewhat sexual.
Yeah. Anyway, now we're gonna take a big old look here at Evan here. Evan, you suggested this video right here, so this will be good.
So how's your wife's kid doing?
Man, I go by they them today.
Oh, is this Woke Wars?
You wanted to see me?
No, this is Star Wars non-binary edition.
Yes, Anakin, come closer. I have good news.
Apparently fucking Palpatine's hairdresser apparently messed up with the dye, because you know how them old people get them blue hair, you know what I'm saying? Anyway.
My doctors say my body is responding really well to the hormone therapy.
At last, you won't be assumed as a man anymore.
I would worry about the collective wisdom of the council who didn't respect your body choices. You're non-binary, I'm sure of it. Sit down. Go to the
kid.
Yeah, because as we all know, if someone is sure they're non-binary, they absolutely are, as we all know.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, moving on. So
protest.
Hang on, I think he said
you're non-binary, I'm sure of it. Sit down. Go to the protest.
Go to the protest.
Mostly peaceful protest.
Yeah, mostly peaceful protest.
Anakin, you know we're not able to rely on the Jedi Council. Hang on.
Hey, SWA, how you doing? Who made this? Tijabian, however you pronounce that name. Anyway.
Misgendered us yet, they soon will.
What about Miss Windu?
You must sense what I have come to suspect. The Jedi Council is controlled by fascists. They're planning to educate
who's talking.
Me.
With what?
Private biology lessons. You know, don't you?
I know they think you are mentally ill.
Great. That's just awesome. That's why I take antidepressants.
I have to admit, I take puberty blockers.
Oh no, Anakin, no.
Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Woke?
Yeah, he was in the Acolyte.
No.
I thought not. It's not a story cis men would tell you.
Man.
It's a trans legend. Darth Plagueis was a gay lord of the drag, so tolerant and so woke. He could use social media to influence the children to become gay.
So is RuPaul then?
Yeah.
As
SWA, Mother Plagueis the queer, yeah.
Had such a knowledge of the trans community, he could even keep the ones he cared about from being assumed.
What?
He could actually...
He could save the ones he loved from being assumed, but he couldn't save himself.
Save people from assumption?
The queer side of being is a pathway to many identities some consider to be unnatural.
What happened to him?
Oh.
He became so diverse. The only thing he was afraid of was losing his pronouns, which eventually, of course, he did.
No.
That's okay. That's funnier than what I came up with. I'll give this video that.
Unfortunately, he taught his gay apprentice everything he knew.
His gay apprentice.
Then his gay apprentice canceled him in his sleep.
Oh no.
Own.
Ironic. He could save others from shitstorms, but not himself.
This is strangely fitting because they always do end up canceling each other.
Yeah.
Is it possible to learn his pronouns?
Not from a Jedi.
Oh, I thought he was going to say, not from a cishet.
Oh man, Evan, where the hell did you find that video?
Internet surfing.
Yeah, I know.
I was watching the non-binary edition of 300, and that's how I stumbled upon this gem.
Yeah, good shit. Good shit.
That reminded, we gotta show that to Melvin. It reminded me of Woke Wars, which I've only watched the
Yeah.
first 3 episodes of.
Well, John, he is live in like a few hours or so from now, so you should send him a super chat saying that. Wait a minute here.
Yeah, and I'll see if I have my members chat. Those are the ones that always get read because they
Oh my
disappear after
God.
3 months.
Dude, Diet in the Force literally delete. Is their whole channel gone?
Oh my
Is that a
God,
good
Trump
thing or a
is
bad thing?
censoring them.
Holy shit, they're gone!
What?
Are you sure?
Literally, Diet in the Force are gone!
I don't think I've ever visited their channel, so I've never checked.
Wait, is it the 2 fat guys?
Yeah, the 2 fat guys. One's Asian, one's black. They're gone!
Yeah, I thought it was them or someone else, but they're gone?
Yeah, Evan, literally. I looked them up and it's like they're nowhere on YouTube anymore.
Did you think they changed the channel name or something?
No, because if they did, then they would still they'd still link to their channel.
They
just
have
under
a
different
Twitter?
name.
Maybe
Oh,
they
hang on, let me
say
check.
something. They're like, "Oh my God, my channel got deleted." Trump.
Maybe they didn't respect the pronouns of Plagueis.
Well, you know, they say I'm getting rid of people that disagree with me, and they had terrible ratings, very low ratings, and I said to YouTube.
Hold on. Hang on. I found Element's account here.
We're trying to see again.
Element's the Asian one. Okay,
Oh, okay. To be fair, I don't know their actual individual names. If I did know, I would probably still mix them up because that's how alike they are to me.
yeah, so okay, so apparently, So apparently that Star Wars girl is related to it somehow. But anyway, this is what Element says. First, these are all lies. Let's set the record straight here on this story in which the entire cast of that Star Wars girl, Yellow Flash, and Raging Rhino is a part of. Sawyerism. Oh God. Hang on. I'm
Oh
sorry.
boy,
Hang on. Let me share the screen actually. Hang on.
that would probably help. Yeah.
Yeah, my bad, guys. Here we go. Also, SWA says not from a fascist. Yeah. Anyway. Okay. So Sawyerism has given me permission to speak on the matter as the harassment and bullying has reached an apex, which is ironic given the Oh wait, hang on. This is from a year ago. My bad, guys. Hang on. Okay. So all right. His Twitter hasn't updated his Twitter like at all. Hang on, let me look up Darth Chaco.
Maybe he had a colonoscopy and hadn't quite bounced back.
No, nothing. It's like, what the hell is going on here? A Disney shill, just two Disney shills just dropped off the map.
They got blipped.
They got blipped. Damn, I am legit shocked. I did not see this happening. Holy crap.
I didn't see how much you triggered Ant the other day too. I was just on Twitter and got distracted by your back and forth with him.
Yeah, well, speaking of Ant, we might as well check out this video here now, because I have the perfect video from him to close out sci-fi fucking September. So
I heard not that long ago he actually had a son.
he actually had a what, Evan?
His son was just born.
Yeah, his totally real son was born.
You know, after that video we watched yesterday, I bet what's her face, Jessie Gender, probably hates him for that.
Yeah.
Jesse's like, oh, you had a child, you fucking fascist.
Yeah. Let's see, we got
I will say, I think it's actually smart for him not to post a picture of his son because people get really weird when it comes to photos of newborns.
Well, at least he's not exploiting it, yeah.
Anyway,
a lot of like YouTubers and streamers do. They'll be like, "You can't attack me. This is my baby."
yeah, exactly. It's like
Jimmy Kimmel always throwing his family in front of any criticism.
88. He did that a lot. I like Pitching Ace. I liked him, but it pissed me off whenever he put his baby on screen. We got SWA saying maybe they're making a Soy Vengers channel in Voss's closet. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, hey, speak of the devil. Hey, it's one of Ant's dick lickers, DJ LOL5, saying Nazi pedo. Okay, DJ.
Damn, he's talking about Ant on the screen right now. He's calling him a Nazi pedo. That's weird. I mean, DJ.
Yeah, DJ. What the hell? I thought you were on Ant's side. What the hell, bro? Yeah.
Ant's like,
that DJ.
We got William Ripke saying, Chaco Element, we forgot you were there. You may go now. Yeah, well, they got goned, bro. They got goned. Anyways, folks, without further ado, let's just jump right into the show. So this video here is what is the opposite of a plot hole? So
a plot mountain.
A plot ground.
I don't even like. So go ahead, John.
Oh, I was thinking like an incline or a mountain as opposed to a hole. That's like the opposite. It's like turning a hole inside out.
Yeah, but
I would assume it's just a ground. Like a solid ground with no holes in it. Completely flat. No dents or crits or holes or anything.
Could be.
All right, so movies and shows keep coming out at an alarming rate and continuity is building up. With each new superhero or sci-fi film that comes out, we keep going back to reference the lore of previous films. However, all that lore and continuity is actually starting to clutter up our modern stories, overflowing things until we tumble over each other.
Oh no.
Okay. All right, and what's the issue here?
Because lore is bad and paying attention to plot is bad. I believe that's what he had a problem with EFAP with. They like had too many criticisms that were built around plot and stuff. They should just not care about continuity and everything. That was his whole thing.
So then Ant has here in a pinned comment, the term franchise auto-cannibalism can be credited to Civi 11 and his Pirates of the Caribbean 5 vid. Oh god, fucking Linkara. Linkara references this in his Three Jokers vid, but neither here or I could figure out initially where the line came from. Yes, I reached out to Linkara while scripting to pick his brain at the top. Linkara is a fucking soy boy loser, I swear to god. Oh my god. Anyways, no,
Never
seriously,
heard of
like
him.
but if we're being serious here, I literally, it's like, also, all right, anyway, I'll say it for the video, but anyways, Ant had to have made this fucking video in response to me because I constantly harp on Twitter that continuity is the name of the game. You know what I'm saying, guys?
Mhm.
So he had to have made this just to specifically for me. You know what I'm saying?
He made a whole spite video for you.
He made a whole
I
spike.
don't think about you, Backseat. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you totally don't think of me, which is why you made this fucking video that's specifically targeting my stance. But
I just
anyway,
picture Ant like with a dartboard. He's got Backseater's face on it. He's just like, I'm gonna get him. I would use a target, but I don't want to promote owning firearms.
yeah. Anyway,
And also, my wife says the darts are too sharp, so I just have to throw these little suction cup ones at it.
the fucking. Also, this face is going on the thumbnail right here.
Hey,
All
honey,
right.
can I finally have a kiss and not Jamal?
Hang on. William Ripke says, "Is that J.J. Abrams kissing Kennedy's ass?" Probably. Let's jump right into the video
Thanks
here,
for putting
shall
that
we?
image in my head, her old wrinkly ass.
What is the opposite of a plot hole?
Good question. We're waiting for you to answer that.
Get out of there!
You've got to get out of here and fast.
You took it out of here. Let's get out of here. We have to get out of here. Not an inconsistency.
Evan, we're
getting out
picking
of
up a
there?
lot of background noise from you.
Sorry, I was getting chips from my bag of chips from Chipotle.
Damn it,
Where's
man, mute the
Chipotle
mic.
in? A fucking black hole or something?
A plot hole, if you will.
Heyo, ba-doom, psh.
Relevant.
Anyway.
But when a
They're really
plot
good
is so
chips.
That's
tangled up
irrelevant.
Yeah.
tangled up upon itself, it can't help but regurgitate itself, cluttering the narrative with so many callbacks and flashbacks and references that you can't help but think, wow, I saw all of this before a few minutes ago. And better, genre fiction wasn't always interesting.
Okay, well, first of all, I have to say that's not the same thing as continuity, like continuously building up on itself. That's more so that's just fucking member berries. I think we can all agree on that. So already it's like he's conflating the two things. And adhering to continuity is not the same as fucking like continuously calling back to shit that happened prior. That's not
Very
the same
often
thing.
it's the opposite, because if you're honoring continuity, you're kind of advancing things and taking the past into account, but also like in New Jedi Order, I've always said it advanced the characters more than the entire sequel trilogy in the first book. Like, I got more new stuff. It wasn't just jangling keys and member berries, because making it cyclical is like not honoring the continuity. It's just pressing rewind on it.
Yeah. Oh, we got DJ here saying you thrive off of hate and suck on it like leeches off a dead corpse nipple for food. And DJ, I really
Bro,
don't care.
You got something twisted in your head, man.
Yeah,
We're just having fun clowning on a video. You can take it a little less seriously.
You got issues, bro. You need to get mental help more than I do, okay? Briscoe says, "Hail Backseater, John, Evan, and SWA. Hail Briscoe."
How's it going?
Briscoe, we still got room. We still got room in the back seat. You can hop on board if you want. Anyway.
If anything shows who's like the more irrationally hatred side, it's whenever a bunch of women started taking Tylenol and giving themselves liver disease just because Trump said it was bad.
Yeah. Anyway.
In continuity, Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan was a sequel that referenced an old episode of the original series, following up on the fate of a one-off villain. This one choice, referencing an old villain, turned Khan into a one-off bad guy and into one of sci-fi's greatest villains.
I've heard you. And I wish to go on hurting you.
Even if it opened up a whole can of plot holes.
Well, all right, Evan, as two guys who've seen Star Trek, like, did it really? Because I have a feeling it didn't, because I don't hear anyone mention plot holes when talking about Wrath of Khan.
Yeah, I've seen, I think Space Seed, which was the episode Khan was in, it sort of left things somewhat open with him. I think the only like continuity thing I remember people criticizing is Scotty, who's just to the right of Khan on screen here with the cardboard all over him. He acts like he knows Khan, but I don't think he was in the show at that point. So that's always
I mean,
been
you could easily chalk it up that Scotty might have heard of Khan, like either in the past or after the series. He's been briefed. Oh, by the way, this guy showed up. His name is Khan. He likes yelling his name. You may see him again in a movie or two.
Yeah, something like that.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we
so
got
that's about the only thing I've ever heard, though.
Yeah, we got DJ saying it may seem fine and dandy up until now, but when reality hits, it's going to hit you hard for you, and you will feel empty and hollow inside while your enemies will live on with their lives happily. What the fuck are you talking about?
He's
bro?
trying to make YouTube content into some philosophical like life choice or something.
DJ, it's not that deep, bro. Cut it out, bro. I'm just here to clown on you and Ant. Chill out. Okay, Christ.
Me, I'm just here if there's any freakouts happening.
Yes. Yes, Evan is here so he can play both. Evan, I've always imagined you as like the kind of guy who's like secretly playing both sides to his own end. You know
Evan's
what I'm
like,
saying?
I don't have any masters other than chaos. I feed the chaos on either side. Oh,
Evan's a chaos marine.
I need chaos. I need it in my veins. It keeps me alive and dandy and happy.
He's
It
like
gives me the
poking each
energy
side
to
with a
go
hate
and get
stick.
my Chipotle
Chaos
chips.
into my veins. Yeah.
He's like, I feed off chaos and Chipotle chips. These are my two things.
DJ says may have issues, yes, but at least they aren't as big as yours. So like, oh shit.
Let's
oh,
not
no,
become
I'm
size kings here, man. That's
I'm
intolerant.
so sorry, DJ. I'm totally gonna. Since you just pointed that out, I'm totally gonna change my. No, I'm not. Fuck off, DJ. Or hell, stick around. Give me watch hours. Go on ahead, bro. I don't mind. I welcome all into my fucking live chat.
DJ. If I may act as a neutral party for a second, there's plenty of room in the backseat in case you want to come on stream and backseater has things out.
DJ, no joke. I will share the link to the fucking StreamYard in the live chat, and you can hop on board if you want. No joke, I will. Just give me the go ahead. I'll legit do it.
He's very tolerant. He even kept me around after I threw him under the bus to critical drinker, so that somebody accused me of.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, you and John had a big argument over the issues of Demon Slayer.
It was huge. It was this big. Yeah.
You can even see it on my channel under Evan the Neo Deal. Give me views, likes, subscriptions. I'm in need of some watch hours.
Evan's channel is basically just a clip show mine. He's got Mom Cedar killing the stream. He's got me admitting I love trannies. He's even got that debate. Evan's got it all on his channel. Yeah.
I am the backseat historian.
Yeah, we got DJ saying, "Oh, the irony!" It's like, oh, like what
projection?
Irony? Where? Anyway, we gotta keep going here.
Peace, Mr.
One of the more noteworthy ones, a big joke in the Star Trek community.
Scotty. It was fucking Chekhov. I'm an idiot. Chekhov's the Russian one who's always like firing whistles.
Yeah, I know him. Yeah.
How did Khan know who Chekhov was if Chekhov was introduced the season after Khan showed up? And the joke always is, Chekhov.
I mean, he
very easy to remember though because Scotty is the Scottish one.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and even then, like this could easily be explained away, like, oh, he did research on the freaking Enterprise crew in between. Like he could have done that, right, John?
Well, yeah, that's like what Evan was saying. Yeah, he hung out on the ship for a while. They have a lot of downtime. They obviously show the exciting parts on the show, but they sit around and talk for all the other times that they're on the ship. So
No, but I mean like Khan could have learned about
oh,
Chekhov,
Khan,
right?
yeah. I mean, he could obviously, because he's setting up this whole thing to like get revenge on Kirk and whatnot. So you probably research his enemies a little bit.
Yeah. Anyway,
Was probably on the ship the whole time and just no one noticed him. And when Khan had used the bathroom one day, Chekhov was taking too long and Khan never let it go. He never got over it. Something dumb like that.
yeah.
To be fair, I'd be pretty mad too if someone I knew was taking their sweet ass time in the bathroom when I know it's not anything urgent.
You just have a deleted scene. You can make it with AI nowadays where it's just Khan tapping his foot outside the restroom. You just hear, oh God, oh. Chekhov just comes out of there. He's like, do not have the vodka crusted shrimp with the extra spice.
See, plot holes used to be these fun little things that nerds would pick up on, and only they would care about. Because no one watching
How would you
Star
know,
Trek.
Ant? You've never been a nerd that way.
Yeah. Ant's a hashtag fake nerd. Anyway.
Two probably cared about the events of Starseed, the episode where Khan first appeared.
Oh my God, bruh. Okay, so you know the episode's called Space Seed, but you didn't bother to go back and re-record your damn dialogue.
Nah, I never re-record
you'll be
lines.
fine. Saying DJ says no thanks, don't want to lose another brain cell. Well, DJ,
Well,
that's your loss.
DJ, you couldn't even spell lose right, so I think you're too far gone already. You spelled I don't want to loose another brain cell. Which I guess could work in the sentence, but I don't think that's what you intended to say.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm loosing it. I'm like an arrow. I'm letting it go.
Also, hail, Melissa. We are trying to figure out what the opposite of a plot hole is. What do you think it is, Melissa? Anyway.
Appeared. Hell, Simpsons even makes a joke with its famous Xena episode.
Whenever you notice something like that, a wizard did it.
I see. All right, yes. But in episode AG4...
Wizard.
Damn ads.
It's only $13 a month, Backseater. Come on.
I'm poor. I gotta save all my money, John. I gotta save what money Mobseer has on her damn debit card. Anyway.
But modern audiences, maybe thanks to streaming, maybe thanks
audiences.
Modern audiences.
He sounds like Critical Drinker making fun of a nerd.
Yeah. Nerd. Yeah. Anyway.
Accessibility to media now are more acutely aware of continuity plots and plot points, etc., and when they're contradicted. And now, remember,
well, let's be honest, it's just because the internet exists now and people can just Google shit, or they can watch somebody else like go through all the plot points that actually knows what they're talking about, and then they'll just pass it off as their own knowledge. Like, there's a reason you often find like the same exact things pointed out by like 5 million people, and they can't come up with a second one.
Right.
Used to go on the film forums of American Online to see any conceivable plot holes in the most recent cinema and TV show.
America Online? I thought they were shutting that down.
America.
Well, I'm just saying before Google.
We got DJ saying, can definitely see you get mad by my comments. I definitely hit a nerve there. No, you didn't.
He's looking at my profile picture here. He thinks it's getting angry because of what he did. Trump's like,
it makes me angry. Yeah,
that makes me angry. Angry when I see.
Imagine either Backseater or John turning into the Red Hulk and then coming in to smash DJ in his comments.
It's all right. He'll just need to find some cherry blossoms and he'll calm us down if we're Red Hulk.
Yeah, anyway.
I always thought that was a weird aesthetic that they put in Brave New World. Red Hulk and Captain Falcon fighting in a field of cherry blossoms.
Oh, let's be honest. They were just trying to make a cool shot for the trailer. They're like, oh, the anime does this all the time with the cherry blossom shit. Let's just do that.
Yeah. We got Melissa saying AOL. Lol, nobody's looking on AOL. Unfortunately, it's not 1997. Well, Evan just has a really fucking old computer, Melissa. Let's just put it that way, all right?
They were going to shut down their browser pretty soon, though, is what I was referencing. Not their whatever email addresses, I don't think, but like their actual like nah.
Yeah. Anyway, also, of course,
Thanks to America Online, I'm just goofing around.
yeah. Hang on, we got DJ saying, "Oh look, grammar Nazis! Oh no, just regular Nazi pedos that are 100% masking their insecurities by sounding like big boys." DJ,
Sounding like big boy. Do you think we're doing like fake voices or something?
I think this really is Big Man 2.0. Yeah. Oh my god, bro. It's like big baby, man. You really need to get a fucking life, bro. Holy hell. We ain't got time to deal with you and your alts. Well, actually, we do, and we'd like to, because you sticking around on the video gives us watch time.
He's like, I already made all these damn bots for Ant's videos. I may as well use them to clown on Backseater.
Yeah. Also, we got a Disney Star Wars fucking shot here. Fuck you, Ant.
20, 30, even 40 or 50 years ago has become a major component of modern storytelling. I was watching a recent video from fellow comics creator Linkara.
Oh, well, there's your first problem. You were watching a Linkara video. Holy shit.
Hello, it's Linkara here.
Hello and welcome to Atop the Fourth Wall, where comics burn. Oh my god, what a complete soy loser, man. Yeah, DJ says, "Nah, I couldn't care less about your pick. I know where you stand. Don't need to be mad about it." Oh well, John, you got something to say to that?
Oh, I'm so angry. I'm not even sure what I'm supposed to be angry. Did he say anything to actually try to make us angry?
I don't know, man. It's like, DJ, come on, step up your game. If you're gonna fucking trigger us, step up your game, man. Anyway.
Jokers, which is a, I guess, major graphic novel from DC. I guess it doesn't really fit in the continuity perfectly.
Oh, wow, wow, way to show your fucking care for this subject at hand. You're making a fucking video on how we're obsessing over continuity too much. You're like, I mean, I guess it's in continuity, and I don't really care all that much.
He looks like, in this pause, he looks like if you put glasses on that weasel kid from Recess, with like the little V-shaped kind of mouth.
Oh my god, what was that guy's name? I don't know. Melissa, help us
like he
out.
was called like Sloth or Weasel or something.
Oh, I gotta look it up now. Hang on. I gotta go to Wikipedia for this shit. Yes, I am a fake fan. I'm a fake,
fan of Recess School's Out. Yes.
Yeah, I'm a
hardcore
fandom. Yeah, I'm a fake fan of a fucking like 90s show, even though I wasn't born in the 90s.
It's probably on for like 2 or 3 seasons.
4 actually, but yeah.
Oh wow. Let's see, you know more than me.
Yeah, let me
Oh, I think it was in Recess.
If I could look in the chat at the moment, we have Jacob joining us asking, "What are we doing?" And then him following up with, "And the Autocom Virgin." To which DJ responds, "Well, Joey is."
I can come on command, DJ. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not going to discuss.
Oh,
my
Randall. That's what you're talking
habits
about, John.
Yeah, Randall. That's
Randall.
the one.
Fucking Randall. Hang on, DJ. Get a life like you are at the moment. Yeah, man. This is my life. It's now or never. And I ain't gonna live forever. But anyway.
That's becoming a clip.
Yeah.
What took more time, DJ? If you're talking about getting a life, what took more time? Ant talking about the 3 Jokers entanglement, or us just watching his video and commentating and clowning on it a little bit? I'm pretty sure he like edits and shit. So
true.
Go tell him to get a life. Is what I would say.
Now, see, Jacob says, "Seeing one battle after another tonight."
Nice, Jacob.
Ooh,
nice.
Maybe I'll watch that.
Definitely want to see that one soon. Definitely plan on seeing that one soon. As a matter of fact, I even have a movie poster for it already. I got it from work.
Melissa says, "I'm old. It's after my time." Oh, well, there you go. Anyway, let's keep going, guys.
It teases up this plot point reference where the Joker apparently was not one person.
Oh, he couldn't even get his own scans of the comic. He had to bum them from fucking Linkara. Christ.
But 3 people. as the name implies. But it was very strange how the plot resolved itself. It didn't totally make sense in the continuity up to this point. It came several years too late for it to matter to most people because the tease happened, I guess, 2016, and the Three Jokers comic came out 2020. But anyway, the comic really was focused on referencing past Joker stories, most notably The Killing Joke and Death in the Family. Barbara Gordon and Jason Todd are major characters, and their past with Joker is explained thoroughly throughout the story. There are many callbacks to past Joker narratives, such as the Laughing Fish storyline, which is one of my favorite Bronze Age Joker stories, personally. And this isn't something that DC hasn't done before. Jason Todd and Barbara Gordon both evolved dramatically thanks to encounters with the Joker. Barbara is paralyzed from the waist down, and as a result has to retire from the role of Batgirl.
She's like,
and become
oof, right in the
Oracle.
vag. Anyways.
Oof! Yeah, like fucking Roblox. Yeah. DJ says, seems like you have a crush on Ant. Must be so far behind the closet that you're having adventures in Narnia. DJ, I'm not gay.
DJ, that's very homophobic. Why would you try to use that as an insult?
Yeah, DJ. Oddly, in your attempts to make me look gay, you look homophobic. So you just completely defeated your own argument there. Jacob says Ant can't say when he can come. Exactly. Anyway.
Whereas Jason Todd, having been killed by the Joker, becomes the Red Hood after being revived due
It's not even a hood, that's a mask.
Yeah, also, Ant, we know the fucking plots of these comics. You don't need to recap them for us.
You gotta pad it out, Backseater, don't you know? Remember when he recapped
How long is this particular video?
This one, it's just shy of 36 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Again, bullshit. No one stays dead in DC or Marvel. You know how it is. Both of these are explorations of how the plot continues past a certain event, how characters build off previous plot points. However, in Three Jokers, we're circling back to that origin point.
Belt up, gang. We're about to land. Belt up, gang. We're about to land. Belt up, gang. We're about to...
Okay, I don't know what this fucking show is right here, and I don't know why he's playing it, but it's like, okay, so what? So the comic references past comics. What's the problem with that?
Cause it's continuity. That's bad.
Oh,
and I think this is some sort of reboot of Johnny Quest.
Looks like, I don't know, I guess. I've never seen Johnny Quest.
I gotta see the
I've seen only a few episodes of the old Johnny Quest cartoons, but I mainly remembered the bumpers Boomerang had with the stop motion action figures of Johnny Quest, you know, going through that board game world that they went through.
Yeah. We got
those were the shit.
We got Briscoe saying, "Oh shit! No one has heard that Narnia joke before." Yeah, pretty much. Get original material, DJ.
He totally burned you.
Yeah, you totally burned me. However, will I recover? Jacob says, "What is he even talking about?" I don't know. It's just Ant back on his bullshit, Jacob. Anyway.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
Gang, we're about to land.
Which isn't inherently a bad thing, but it's happening at the same time and overlapping with other references. Made all the more complicated.
Okay, and so what?
More than one reference at a time. How is any audience member supposed to keep up with this?
Oh my god, anyway.
By what they continue to reference. While the comic focuses on Barbara and Jason's modern origin points, it also focuses on Batman's, with Joe Chill, the man who killed Batman's parents, becoming a major component in the story, with him dying slowly over the course of the narrative, and Bruce having to come to terms with the man who created him dying, especially considering that Joe Chill has remorse for his actions against the Wayne family.
He's back, the man behind the mask.
Yeah, it's like, it's like, Ant, please, Ant, you don't need to fucking recap this. I know he's doing setup here, but this is still way too much. Ant, you don't need to fucking set up all this crap. Just get to your fucking thesis. You've already wasted damn near 5 minutes on pointless fucking buildup. Get to the fucking point.
Backseater, you don't know that it's set up. Remember, he has done videos where he's spent 45 minutes out of a 52-minute video before he actually starts talking about the subject. And then he only does it for like 2 minutes and goes to an outro.
Yeah, and that's bad. DJ says, I'm bi, actually. Just seemed fitting since you obsess over Ant. DJ, he's my arch enemy. Of course I obsess over him. Jacob says, I heard one battle after another is woke, but I hope it's good. Well, fingers crossed in that regard, Jacob.
Yeah, the
I
only thing I've
actually
heard is
heard some reviews for that movie. While it does seem like a pro Antifa movie, the movie actually has some criticisms of left-leaning terror groups, kind of like Antifa. It actually does critique them a little bit.
See, I've heard the only person that I've heard from that has like watched it was Chris Gore, and his criticisms are always like really non sequiturs, and it just kills the conversation. So, like, he's like, "Well, they attack an ICE facility in it, so," and it's like he never like elaborates on it or anything because like that could be like a critique, but like, oh my gosh, you guys are crazy. What are you doing? Or it could just be like it happens and it's promoted. So
Yeah, and then he's like, 0 out of 10, not enough X-ray girl in the movie.
he's like, X-Ray Girl, you should cosplay as one of the ICE agents minus their clothes.
I also remember in my theater, we had a poster of one of the lady characters who's like, that scene where I think it's Regina King, where she's shooting a machine gun and her pregnant belly is showing. And my team lead was afraid of showing that poster. And I was like, well, what's the big deal? I mean, it's just a pregnant woman shooting a machine gun. And he's like, well, we don't know she's pregnant. That could just be a beer belly. I didn't want to assume.
A beer belly?
What?
And I'm like, dude, if you just read the context of the movie a little bit, you would know that's a pregnant belly. There is literally nothing to assume.
Yeah. We got Briscoe saying it like no one could tell you were in that community by your profile pic, DJ. Yeah, DJ, you fucking furry.
Hey, now he could be one of those fake buys who's he never took it up the ass before.
DJ's a fake bisexual.
He just says it like around hot women. He's just like, "Oh, I'm bisexual, by the way."
Yeah, I'm bisexual, but I only date hot women. Yeah, totally, bro. We got Melissa saying, yes, John, the Friday 6 Alice Cooper, and he's after your soul.
Oh yeah, he's back, the man behind the mask, and he's out of control.
I've seen Alice Cooper twice in concert. Once with Motley Crue, and the other with Iron Maiden.
Anyway, moving on.
Assuming you guys know who those guys are.
Jacob, Evan, we might be young, but we're not that young. We got Jacob saying also Chris Gore liked the movie. Well, there's that. Jacob says it was Tanya Taylor. I don't know who that is, but okay.
Oh, Tanya Taylor.
It's better than 11 to Taylor.
We got DJ saying it says the guy with a low viewership. Oh no! However, will I come back from that? I will. I always
get higher viewership.
I mean, I mean, my viewership is pretty goddamn high. Like I just hit 100. It's like that shit's fucking ginormous numbers right there. We also got Briscoe, and we got Briscoe saying, "Oh shit, not the low viewership. Yeah, whatever shall we do?"
I'm just picturing like Backseater pasted onto that meme where it just shows the little like guy and he's got his arms folded next to the stock thing going up, and it's just like stonks.
Yeah, I'm on the rise, baby. Anyway,
plus my second video just recently hit 100 views.
Hey, there you go.
It's the end of the comic that I have the biggest issue with. You see, in the comic, we learn that Batman figured out who Joker was immediately. Within a week of meeting the Joker for the first time, he had already figured out Joker's actual identity and had determined that in order to protect the Joker's ex-wife from ever being discovered, he would never reveal Joker's identity. And this is where things get complicated. You see, the Joker's wife is referenced in The Killing Joke. The Killing Joke contains several flashbacks to the Joker's origin, the one bad day that made him the Joker. The Joker thinks back consistently to the day where he had this pregnant wife who was tragically and senselessly killed. And this trauma makes him more vulnerable when he falls into the vat of chemicals, becoming the Joker. The idea that even a good man with one bad day can become something irredeemable. However, the Killing Joke doesn't just end with that flashback. And we're not supposed to take that at face value. See, the Joker has multiple memories that all contradict each other, leading up to the day when he became the Joker. The multiple choice
And
back.
we know that the Joker plays up having this. You don't need to recap all this info. Just get to the point.
Perhaps I should rewind a little bit. You see, the Joker is somewhat of the antithesis of Batman. He's chaos to Batman's order. And by the way, Batman originated in the 1930s. He was the son of Thomas and Martha Wayne, who were murdered in Crime Alley. He just starts like going further and further back. He's just like, and by the way, the concept of a Batman actually goes back to Dracula, who was
and Batman was created by Bob Kane and Bill Finger. Yeah.
Funny story about Bob Kane. They didn't really give him credit or financials. I'm going to go into this whole backstory now as well.
Yeah. DJ saying definitely hit a nerve there. Ooh.
Oof.
No, you didn't.
Backseater will now retire. He's so angry.
Yeah, because as we all know,
Backseater is going to retire the mantle and become the front seater.
He's going to lay down his cap.
And speaking of, Briscoe said, not really, DJ. And speaking of, hail, Briscoe.
Hey. I love these people that say you're so angry and have no life, and then they hang out in some comment section just to argue for like multiple hours. It's like, dude.
Fucking Falcon, yeah.
Story. The story we see in the Killing Joke is probably his own delusion. But in the Three Jokers, it canonizes an iteration of that past. Because they keep the unreliable narrator element, but we see that the Joker was actually a very abusive, cruel man to his wife. And she ran away, faking her death in the process. Which indicates Joker was never a good man. He was always terrible from the beginning. So it kind of shifts the point of the
okay, but he wasn't a super villain.
Yeah. And even also I have a feeling Ant isn't using the unreliable narrator thing very well here, because I just watched a video on this recently. Let me find it real quick here. Hang on.
We're gonna watch 2 videos at once.
No, I'm not gonna. No, we're not gonna watch 2 videos. I'm just gonna look for the little definition I found, and then we're gonna get back to this. Hang on.
I'm sure I can find a Charles Barkley clip relating to this.
Yeah.
Wait, Evan, were you here yesterday whenever we were going over that last part of that Andor thing and I brought in the Charles Barkley clip?
Yeah. No, I don't think Evan was there for that. No, Evan already left.
No, I don't think I was. I ended up, if I remember correctly, I left the stream early so I could go on another stream.
Oh yeah, because that dude, he was harping on Bix having a baby at the end. He was just like harping on that for the final hour of his video. And and then he's talking all about like motherhood and having babies and stuff. And I just find the fucking Barkley clip where he's like, women be milking that baby thing. Why you never buy a woman a watch? Because there's a clock on the stove.
All right, guys. Watch
television.
this a little bit here. Let me turn on subtitles because these guys speak with like really fucking thick Italian accents. Anyway, here we go.
It's me, Mario.
Yes, Professor Pio. The concept of the unreliable narrator applies to works of fiction or historical reality when the events are being recounted by people that took part in them after the events have already taken place. This means that the only way in which you can have an unreliable narrator is if two conditions are true at the same time. The narrator must be a character inside the story, and he must be recounting it after by his own testimony it has already happened in the past. If the narrator is not a character in the story, he has no reason to be unreliable, because it is an omniscient narrator with no reason to lie. If the character instead is part of the story, but the story is happening as you're reading it,
I like to explain it as the story is happening as you turn the page.
Then once again, the unreliable narrator can't exist, because the story is happening in the present from the eyes of the character you're following, meaning that you're seeing what they are currently seeing as it is happening in the present. So they cannot misinterpret what is happening at that very moment in front of their eyes.
Okay, so it mostly fits in that case. I guess the only time it's like really loose is in the second definition, because Joker's relaying his past to you during the story. So yeah, Ant, I'll give you this. You got it right. I thought you were wrong, but you were right. So I'll give you points there. Anyway. And at least
I will say, I've always had a mixed relationship with Italy. On one hand, I like the culture and the food, but at the same time, my arch nemesis is one of those fake Italian types.
Oh God!
I had a roommate in college who was Italian, and he it was pretty funny because, people are always like, "Oh, the Americans, they're so, intolerant and everything. They're so much more progressive there in Europe." And meanwhile, he was from northern Italy, and he's like, "Yes, so southern Italy is just full of they are all the gangsters down there." And then I'm like, "Oh, well, yeah." I'm like, "What do you think of the French?" Because I'm like, "You're kind of close to them." Like, here it's like we got Canada to the north, but United States is so big, it's more like just separate states that we think about each other. And
Yeah.
then, like in Europe, you have such small countries, and he's just like, "Oh yes, the French. Whenever I picture the French, it is they have the striped shirt, they are carrying the baguette, and they are all gay." I was just like, "What?" Like, you have worse stereotypes than we do. I told my uncle that he's like super liberal, and he was like, "Oh, he must have been in America for too long." I'm like, "Nah, you just got here. This is fucking Italians being homophobic, dude. Just
What the
accept it."
gabagool? Yeah.
All right,
Everybody
so
hates the French.
I'll tell
I
you.
think is the real moral of
Here's a
that
little thing
story.
about my arch nemesis that I'm pretty sure Backseater would love to know. Apparently, this guy is so uber progressive and so critical of media. He legit thinks that Dragon Ball is toxic.
What?
Well, at least
And
he
he got triggered over me sharing a Dragon Ball meme on a server we were on once.
What?
Care about seeing your dirty old fanny.
What?
Yeah, I'll tell you. I'll give you a little more info about him later, Backseater. I feel like you would love to. I feel like you would love to cover this guy.
Dude, I'm fucking interested now. Tell me now, bro.
His name is Alessandro Chile.
Uh-huh.
He doesn't have a YouTube channel. He's a filmmaker, but one of the films that he just did a long while ago is called Father Figures. It's about this old guy who prostitutes himself as a father figure to a bunch of guys who are in need of, like, a father figure, like a shoulder to cry on, or someone to vent their frustrations at. Like, if you watch it yourself, you'll get a kick out of it.
What the fuck, man? That's gay. Anyway, let's keep going.
A bit. And again, it's a retcon, and we know it wasn't a real event that happened because the Joker tells us it's a fake memory in the Killing Joke. But it's weird.
Okay, so the Joker gave us a whole bunch of fake backstories for himself in the Killing Joke, and then this comic finally gave him one. What's the big deal?
Well, Evan, I'll give your arch nemesis a little bit credit at least. At least he doesn't try to say like, "Well, guys, actually, Dragon Ball is woke because Goku would hate you guys because he's super tolerant and stuff." Like, they always like try to pervert any anime that gets popular into like, it would actually agree with my politics.
Anyway.
Even though Goku just wants to beat the shit out of people all the time, he gets stronger.
Hell yeah, brother. Anyway.
Want to reference the Killing Joke, but also retcon it. And it feels disrespectful to Alan Moore's intention.
Okay. So we have to think of the poor Alan Moore when we do this crap, because Alan Moore is just so great of an author. Okay, bro. Whatever you say.
Then again, Alan Moore also disrespects his intentions in hindsight, so maybe that's fitting.
Yeah. Okay. So then, what's the problem then? Like, seriously, bro.
Because that opens a dangerous door to disrespecting author's visions. You should always love anything an author does, because they're an author and I'm an author.
I'm an author. It's like Darth Melvin when he's talking about Hello Green the one time. Like, I'm an author. I my books.
Also, Evan, when you said your arch nemesis's name, I thought his name was Schilling at the end there. I'm like, there's no way.
It's close. It's close. Instead of an SH, it's a C. There's
like
two
almost-
L's, and then there's
almost-
an E in the end.
It's almost too easy of a nickname that it's like I could call it. What was his first name?
Alessandro.
Yeah, so we could just call him all the more Alessan more Schilling or something. But yeah, it's almost too easy to make his last name into Schilling.
Yeah. Anyway.
If you see a picture of him, you'll probably say, "You know what? That tracks."
Yeah.
I don't know. And yeah, the Three Jokers does reference many Joker stories throughout the last 80 years. The design of the big bad Joker version, it's a reference to Joker's very first appearance in Batman #1, as a reference to the laughing fish. And the idea is just you going, when reading it, "Oh, hey, I recognize that. That's a reference I know." And it feels
You know what
very...
dangling keys are.
Yes, we know what they are. And we got Le Swing Machine, Backseat. What a legend! Indeed, Le Swing Machine.
Wedgens.
Okay, I'm not legends, but I'm legendary. That is correct. Yeah, anyway.
Official, and offering Bruce closure about the death of his parents in the process of it all, it feels very odd. Linkara went on to describe the book as essentially continuity
Bro, if I
cannibalism.
want to watch Linkara's video, I'll watch Linkara's video. Quit summarizing the whole thing.
Yeah, what do you call it here?
Continuity cannibalism.
Oh boy! Now we
Okay, so
can add more lore. We can connect it to the super popular story again. It's like all the retcons to the monitors we've talked about. It's not about telling the next chapter, new lore, and connecting it to major stories of the past.
I mean, you can still do both. You can tell a story and connect it to other stories from the past. The two are not like mutually exclusive, Linkara.
Also, lore does tend to get more like convoluted and keep adding to itself as the story goes on longer. So, like, comics have been going on for like a gajillion year, like almost 100 years, some of them at this point. So
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, they got to keep adding shit to. They can't just recycle the stories. So yeah, they have to add more lore.
It's like we literally have a trope for this. It's called continuity creep. It's when like it's like when a story or franchise that doesn't have many like continuity and lore at the beginning, it gets more and more as it goes on, basically.
Just be like Toriyama and be like, hey, where'd this new super powerful guy come from? Oh, he's been sleeping for how many years has my story been going on? 40 at this point. Okay, yeah, he's been sleeping for 40 years, and so that's why he's just now coming around.
Yeah, pretty much.
I love Dragon Ball. He's very obvious with how he makes up a new villain.
Yeah.
Franchise eating itself instead of trying to produce something new.
I mean, but it is producing something new, though. It's just producing something new by, building on what came before.
It has some sort of relationship to the existing things. Yeah.
And if anything, that's better because it means that they're not just pulling, again, John, not to disrespect Toriyama, it's not like what he does where he just pulls shit out his ass. At least they're trying to like organically link it up to what came before. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so like it's like at this point, Linkara is just bitching for the sake of bitching.
You get your nostalgia hit from seeing the thing you recognize, and you're lucky if it actually adds anything to it.
No, it's not about nostalgia. Well, okay, now it can be about nostalgia. And it's crappy when it does, but I want to give them like the benefit of the doubt, and like most of the time, it's just as a sense to like genuinely build on what came before. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's like oh anyway, we'll keep going.
Which got me thinking, what else is continuity cannibalism, and how did we get here?
C-3PO and R2-D2 showed up, and I clapped!
I clapped when I saw them too!
I clapped because I know Star Wars!
I know what that is!
Continuity in geek space.
Oh God, Ant, that's the clip is making fun of people like you. I hope you realize.
Yeah, it kind of is. Yeah,
making fun of the fucking shills who are impressed by member berries.
We got DJ saying Anita VJ, I don't even know who that is, sends her regards. It's like literally like, who?
Is he gonna stab you like in Game of Thrones now, where they're like the Lannisters send their regards?
It's like, that's case, come at me, DJ.
By the way, I got a new slate of shirts since Backseater got all of his books. I got the Neversoft, which
yeah.
I was like, why? How do I know Neversoft? Because I'm scrolling through their games. I'm like, I never play any of these, but I know that logo. And it was the Spider-Man PS1 game. I was like, oh, I played that so much as a kid that I just remember the little thing going through the eyeball all the time.
Yeah, we got Jacob saying, Ant probably like, I know you hate when I recap existing comic stories. I know you hate when I recap existing comic stories for the 4th time, but I'm a pussy boy. I'm Ant. I have the autocom. Yeah, pretty much. Jacob says, you think Ant hates Red Letter Media because they inspire the biggest movie reviewers? I don't know. Do you guys think Ant hates Red Letter Media?
No, I think he probably thinks that.
I'm not sure. I mean, it wouldn't hurt for you to ask him.
He's like, these bigots were inspired by them, but it wasn't them that caused it. He'll try because they're too popular for him to hate on, so he'll try to like get them over to his side.
I'm asking Ant that right now. Hang on.
I love how you made Ant crash out by him saying he doesn't
hate
like
Red Letter Media.
Did you see Ant's crash out that I posted,
It
Evan,
was
about
really fucking
he just
hilarious.
said that he like doesn't like censorship, and then some dude just came in out of the blue and was, I think he's like a writer for like Ethan Van Sciver or something. It was something to do with Cyberfrog, I think. And
Yeah.
he was like, "Oh, really?" And he just like, oh, you called him like a skinwalker because he showed like whenever Ant was calling for him to get canceled and shit. And it's like,
Yeah.
"Oh, you insulted my friend." It's just like
My dead friend.
everybody was just
Celeste.
clowning on him. He got ratioed like 4 times, and then he just stopped responding.
Yeah. Let me see here. Briscoe, what do you think? Do you think Ant hates Red Letter Media because they inspire the bigot movie reviewers?
Hard to say.
Yeah.
He probably thinks that they're on his side.
Probably.
I think in secret or in private, he probably thinks that
Yeah, probably
he
in
probably
private,
doesn't like them, but then like publicly he'll act like they're on his side and try to like use them against
Also-
the toxic people.
Also,
Right.
Backseater, you should ask Ant what's wrong with his face.
Yeah. No, I'll do that if he responds back. Anyway, DJ here says, "Don't need to. You already fell for it." For what?
Oh no! Wait, what was his previous comment? Is he even keeping continuity anymore?
Anita VJ sends her regards. It's like, I don't know who that is.
But he doesn't need to have you know who that is. You already fell for it.
DJ, come on, get
I
better
think
material.
I think he's having a stroke, possibly.
Yeah, like
DJ, call
someone
911.
Send help for DJ. He's having a stroke. Anyway, hang on. Let me put in it. Hang on. Hashtag send help for DJ. There we go. Next.
Used to be something fun, as I said before, something that helped audiences feel a sense of reward for following a story over a course of time.
Yeah.
However, I think around the time that the Star Wars prequels came out,
Okay, hang on. What's he gonna finish his sentence with? Around the time the Star Wars prequels came out, what do you think he's gonna say? What do you think he's gonna follow up with that?
Is when toxic fandom really emerged, where they cared more about continuity and used it to insult the creators.
Oh my god, here we go.
Because it'll be people versus George Lucas shit.
Jacob says, I bet you he hates AVGN because he inspired the anti-woke movement with his Ghostbuster 2016 controversy. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, by simply saying he wasn't gonna watch it because he didn't like the trailer, and everybody called him fucking sexist.
Yeah. And this is probably the face Ant made when he read it, like, ugh, he's not gonna review the movie because women?
You have to watch the movie. They do like Clockwork Orange, like pinning his eyeballs open, like, you cannot be a bigot.
Yeah. Anyway.
continuity became a massive point of discussion.
We go back to Yavin 4. Remember the rebel base?
I clapped when I saw it.
I clapped when I saw Darth Vader.
I mean, no one talked.
I mean, it's a prequel movie, so of course they're going to reference stuff in the OT the closer we get to it. So, what's your complaint here, Ant?
So I get. So he's saying that like when the prequels came out, that's when people started to care about continuity. So like, no, pretty much as soon as there was like serialized storytelling, people cared about continuity.
Yeah.
Like for me as a kid, that was the big thing that made Dragon Ball make such an impression, is that it wasn't just a 1 week, episode beginning and end. It was like a continuing story. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Like if they'd have just suddenly made like, I don't know, Krillin all of a sudden just like kills the main villain in some arc out of nowhere, I'd be like, well, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like you got to train and get more powerful and stuff, and have your established rules for characters.
Yeah, we got Jacob saying, I remember seeing Organized Chaos pointing the bigots movie reviews back to Red Letter Media. Yeah, Bob's a fucking idiot like that.
The Zelda timeline before the internet got its hands on it. No one really talked about how these different games fit together in a chronological narrative. It was just, each game is its own thing. Have fun.
I'll say this for Zelda. I still don't care about the ongoing, continuing narrative, quite frankly. The games are like disconnected enough. I never really thought about it while playing them as a kid, and
I thought every game started with a new incarnation of Link.
Well, it is.
no.
There is a timeline.
Well, no. Well, Evan, sort of, but not every game has like a different Link in it. Like, for example, like I'm pretty sure the Link from the first two Legend of Zeldas is the same Link. I'm pretty sure.
And I think Majora's Mask takes the one from the kid timeline in Ocarina of Time and is like continuing his story.
Yeah.
So they do stuff like that.
Yeah. Majora's Mask is a sequel to Ocarina of Time here. I'm going scrolling up. Okay, so also before I forget my train of thought, yeah, Ant, of course fans are gonna do this with franchise they love. That's just part of the fun. You know, if you care about this in Zelda, is figuring out where they take place in the timeline. This is part of the fun. I know that Zelda isn't like a super story heavy game series, but like people like Zelda fans legit love piecing this shit together.
I would say it like has very vague references to the other game. Like within that game, it'll usually have a heavier kind of like, usually fairly simplistic, but like a heavier story. But then like, drawing the connections between the games, that's always been more just kind of hinted at in each one to where super hard fans will like, link it all together and get it in the timeline
link
somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this is what we're talking about, Evan. Yeah. So Majora's Mask is a sequel to Ocarina of Time, but it kind of splits. So we got Minish Cap, Four Swords, Ocarina of Time, but then it splits depending on what the outcome is. So either Link loses or he's successful, and if he's successful, he either goes back in time to like finish off his childhood, or he stays an adult. So then after Majora's Mask, you got Twilight Princess, Link's Crossbow Training, Four Swords Adventures, etc., etc., etc.
Wait, isn't Skyward Sword the first one in the timeline?
Apparently, Skyward Sword should be. Apparently, I don't know why Ants isn't going all that far back, but yes, Skyward Sword should be the first.
In that game, that was the first one that I like I was like making the connection as I was playing it, because they referenced, they're like, oh, this evil will reincarnate in future generations like time and again, but so will you, and all these things. And so it kind of like sets up that like this is cyclical, and that's why the games have like sort of similar general plots, but they always deviate and advance the world in some way.
Right. We got Jacob saying the only thing that Red Letter Media and Nerdrotic have in common is that they're both blocked by William Shatner. Wait, William Shatner blocked Gary? What?
Yeah, well, it was because Gary was calling Will Wheaton a pussy, and Shatner thought that he was calling him a pussy, I think, and so he like blocked him.
because Wheaton and Shatner are totally the same last name. Yeah.
It was something where I think William
simple Shatner.
I think he got a little bit confused with like how Twitter works, because Gary like responded to like Will Wheaton calling him the pussy, but then like, I think like Will Wheaton had been responding to Shatner, and so he like got it mixed. He's like, oh, this guy's calling me a pussy. He responded to me, and it's just like, oh no.
Yeah, we got William Ripke saying, is this gay? He looks like he would hook up with a guy who loves fake Star Wars. Well, I mean, Ant is bisexual, so he probably would hook up with a guy who loves fake Star Wars.
He'd fall asleep before a guy who loves fake Star Wars finished talking. He'd be like, so think about making out. Folks, take this with a grain of salt, but I've heard from my sources.
Yeah.
5 fucking hours later, he says something. It's just like, Jesus, the dramatic pauses. Stop.
Yeah. And I was in a car accident. Yeah. Anyway, Melissa
chilling and driving.
Yeah, well, yes, Melissa, the Zelda timeline's crazy. Yes, there are many Links and Zeldas and Ganondorfs. That is correct. Anyway,
but none of them are Hunter Schafer. Just remember that, Shills. So many timelines, so many eras, and not one.
Sucks to be Hunter. Anyway,
timeline before the internet got its hands on it.
Imagine we were actually living in the timeline where that casting actually did happen.
I keep fucking dreading it now.
That's the darkest timeline right there.
I'm pretty sure it's the same timeline where they casted Tom Holland as Link as well.
I mean, that I can at least get behind a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, at this point he would be old, but at least he still has a young face. But
I know you
the
don't like Tom Holland a whole lot, Evan, but I still think I'm still a little like, oh, he's all right for what he does. I don't like him as Spider-Man, but I like him as a general actor.
I never said I didn't like Tom Holland. I'm fine with Tom Holland. He can act, but I just feel like he's been everywhere at this point.
I don't think he's gotten there. He hasn't gotten there for me yet, though. At least, anyway.
Well, we may still be in a dark timeline though, because now I'm already like calling it early and getting it documented a few times. Because first of all, I really called Demon Slayer beating Superman way before anybody else. Back whenever Superman was rounding out, I was like, I don't know, the last one made like almost 500 million during like COVID years. I think this could win, and I kept like bringing it up to people. And but then as soon as it hit success and there started to be these stories about like Netflix is eyeing Demon Slayer for live action, I'm like, oh god, they're gonna make fucking Zendaya. If you ever look up the character Mitsuri Kanroji, she's like the fan service character. She's this big titted Hashira who's like super strong, and her whole goal is to find a man that's stronger than her to marry in the Demon Slayer Corps. And she's like constantly fawning over this one dude as he like kills demons and saves her. And I'm like, oh, Netflix is gonna bastardize the hell out of that. They'll be like, first of all, we have to make her wear a garbage bag. Second of all, we're gonna cast Zendaya. Third of all, we're gonna make her lesbian, and she's actually looking for a wife who's stronger than her. She will not lose any battles or fawn over a man at any point.
Yeah, we got Jacob saying, guy who likes fake stars also has the auto come. Yes, he does. We got Melissa saying, Tom Holland sucks as Spidey. Yes, he does. And hey, DJ, oh, it's so cute that you think I had stroke. I swallow, cum would show this amount of care. DJ,
now I really think you had a stroke.
DJ, you're not DJ. If you don't want us to think you had a stroke, fucking get your spelling, your pronunciation, and punctuation better, man.
Is he confusing you with somebody else who knows who all these characters are? Like, I don't know any of these fucking people are. These references.
Hey, look who it is. It's Zuma fans. Cool seeing my art being used. Well, there you go. Free promotion. That's all you're fucking getting, Zuma fan.
What art?
Sup, Caustic?
Yeah.
Oh, is that Evan's art?
Yes, my profile picture was drawn up by one Zuma fan himself, which I greatly appreciate. Thank you again, Caustic. I think it's really good.
Thanks, Zuma fan. You're helping out your fucking nemesis right here. Yeah.
You made a Amish lizard there.
Yeah, we got Jacob
I'm not
saying,
Amish. I'm an outlaw.
Yeah.
Like John Roca?
We got Jacob saying,
No. You're wrong. I'm not here to replace John Roca. I'm the upgrade.
We got Jacob saying, don't be like Chris Gore. Yeah. Also, yeah, Evan's an upgrade because Evan's not afraid of being white passing. Yeah. Anyway, Owner Voice says, he paid me, bro. Lamau, you're helping me. Sure, dude. Sure, Evan did. Anyway.
I actually did.
God damn it, Evan. I was trying to go for a fucking joke. God damn it. Anyway, let's move past Zelda here now.
How these different games fit together in a chronological narrative. It was just, each game is its own thing. Have fun with it. But things changed with the Star Wars prequels, in part because it coincided with the popularity of the internet, it being affordable, accessible, widespread, but also...
I have a feeling the internet wasn't very widespread in the 90s. But anyway.
It was just more... I'd say it was slightly more cumbersome to use. Like you couldn't be on the phone and be going on the internet at the same time. That was annoying during the dial-up years.
I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, you'd get a fucking phone call, and then it would kick you off, and then you wouldn't answer the fucking phone because you didn't want to talk to the person calling. So then you got back on the fucking internet, and then they called back 2 fucking minutes later to try and get a hold of you again.
Leave a message, cockbag.
Anyway,
it was a time when Star Wars fans had to reconcile all this new information with the old information. How does Anakin being a kid piece together with what we knew about Star Wars before?
I mean, okay,
that's childhood.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but that's not a super pertinent question, Ant. I don't know why you think Anakin's childhood's that important, whatever.
Obviously, everybody was a kid at some point. I mean,
Yeah, we got Zuma fan here saying $25. Thank you so much. Looking forward to helping you more. Backseat is more of a stain on your dreams than he is a help. Oh no,
Evan, don't let your dreams just be dreams. Just
Yeah.
do it.
Just do it, Evan.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you there, Caustic, on one thing. I don't have dreams. I have a future.
Ayo.
His dream is to be on the Backseat Boys, so he has
Hell yeah,
achieved it now. Boom.
Hell yeah. Anyway.
How does the
Imagine,
lore about-
imagine that as your childhood dream. Like you're a little kid and you're looking at the TV and you see a backseater, John, and the basic backseat boys debating on TV, having fun, and you're thinking, I want to be a backseat boy one day.
Hell yeah.
You draw a
It'll
little
be like
picture in
AVGN.
kindergarten class, and you show up like, when I grow up, I want to be a backseat boy.
Like AVGN now, where people will be like me, they'll be like, I was watching you in grade school, and he's like, oh, thanks, I'm old.
I'm hurt and I'm old and I work with fucking children.
Yeah. And you too can become a backseat boy by joining the Discord. But anyway,
We want you to
we
clown
want
on
you
internet
to be in the
clowns.
backseat. Yeah. Anyway. Brit Unheard Voice says, bro, if people in the industry saw who you were with, no one would want you. Oh shit, Evan, got a response for that?
I don't think they would have the time. Honestly.
I don't think they have the time either, man. They have other shit to do. Anyway.
I would hope that they wouldn't censor people based on what YouTube they appear on. That would be a little odd. I thought they were
I will
against
say,
censorship.
many successful people in the industry have appeared on Fox News in the past. Like, I think Amy Schumer appeared on a segment for Fox News at one point.
Oh damn.
How dare she?
How dare she? Anyway, we got Zuma fan saying, I did try to join your Discord and you banned me twice, retard. Yeah, not you. I was talking to the actual people who want to join, dumbass. Anyway.
How does the lore about Jedi refusing to train anyone older than the age of 2 reconcile with what we knew about before? There were these new components and plot
We didn't
elements.
really know a lot about Jedi training before other than the EU, I guess, whatever it had written. But yeah, all we really knew from the movies was that Yoda was like too old to begin the training. Yeah.
Right. The Unheard Voice saying, don't join unless you're low IQ, then you should. Exactly. We welcome people of all IQ numbers in the backseat, Unheard Voice.
I had to go, okay, well, how does this square away with what the books have been saying?
Okay, well that's easy to parse away, because for those who also, first of all, fuck you for displaying them with the Wedgins banner. But anyway, no, the actual reason why this got squared away is that basically Luke's order is just a bit more liberal in regards to stuff like the actual education and the training and the emotions and whatnot. Simple as that. Because Luke basically, part of Luke's learning to become Grandmaster and Master was basically to try to figure out it's like okay, how can I avoid the failures and the pitfalls that the old order had? And so Luke's order was like, okay, we're gonna have the kids be a bit more free. We're gonna be a bit more free form of the education. We're not gonna coop them up in in the classrooms of our academies. We're gonna they're gonna be able to explore a lot more. They're gonna go on a bit more adventures and whatnot. And we're also not going to limit them to we're not going to be super restrictive with kinds of emotions they can feel. They can form attachments, they can form romances, etc., etc., etc. This was already squared away, and so
weren't
Melissa,
the books mostly forward in the timeline?
Yeah,
so they didn't
yeah,
really touch on the prequel era.
Yeah, as Melissa said, actually no, Melissa, it's not called the Sun Crusher trilogy. It's the name escapes me at the moment here. I know I have it right here. Where the fuck is it? Because for those who don't, hang on, for those who can't see it, there's my fucking mountain of Star Wars novels I bought while I was in Texas here.
Does Ant also pretend to be an EU guy?
Ant basically is like, I like both Legends and the Disney era stuff, especially Andor. Yeah, Melissa, I got it right here. Jedi Search. This is part of the Jedi Academy trilogy, not Sun Crusher, even though the Sun Crusher is in it. Anyway, moving on. All right. Okay, well, at least I can excuse it there. Just letting you know it's Jedi Academy. Anyway, DJ says, so you eat cum then? Well, I eat pizza. Does that
This
count?
guy is really like unable to form a coherent thought.
Yes. We
Yeah, I
got
think he's
unheard
having
voice
some
saying,
separate conversation.
yeah, we got unheard voice saying, I did want to join, stupid, and you banned me because I like the show. No, I banned you because I don't want you fucking promoting fucking Disney stars on my channel or my Discord. That's one of the damn rules, moron. Did you not fucking read it? No point joining. You'll be banned the moment you show any free thought. No, you're banned the moment you support Disney Star Wars. You either want Disney Star Wars to fail or you fucking don't. And we got DJ saying, I swallow cum. What is I swallow cum mean?
Oh, backseater. Come on, it's a play on words.
Yeah, I know. I'm just messing with him. I know it means I swallow cum, which
Does
I don't.
anybody know what I swallow cum? Oh, you little bastard.
Yeah, you little bastard. I'll kick your ass. Yeah, well, at least DJ's admitting he swallows cum here. Anyway. What? Mom, it's just guys messing with it. It's fine. We got DJ saying, or maybe you can't interpret what I mean. Yeah, I can't interpret what you mean, DJ. I'm just fucking with you.
Hey, everybody.
Did Mom Cedar actually walk into the room and then
Yeah.
asking you swallow cum, Son Cedar?
And then you should just be like, spitters are quitters, man.
Yeah, we got DJ saying, you said it, not me, but I didn't. But I didn't, though.
But you typed
You
it,
did.
so.
You did. You typed it out. You did. Anyway, DJ,
It's like the I cup. It's like the I cup thing. It's like asking you to spell I cup.
ICUP. Yeah, we did
You
that
ever
all
do
the
the
time.
one where it's like, oh, how does a mime eat a lollipop, guys? You ever hear that one?
No, I never heard of that one.
Oh, because then people do it like they just start doing it out of instinct, and it just looks like you're sucking a dick. Like you're just like,
People in my middle school used to do the same thing. They would sell like these giant rainbow popsicles that are very cylinder-esque, and guys I know would sit at the end of the table and just wait for someone to buy one so they can watch them suck on it.
Give them a big old licorice and then Photoshop it, or a big old Tootsie Roll, I mean, and then
Yeah. Let's go.
hey, you guys stick it all in your mouth at once, bro.
We got DJ saying, or maybe I'm fucking with you. Or maybe, DJ, I'm fucking with you by turning your fucking with me against
well,
you.
You two get a room already. You both want to fuck with each other, clearly.
We got Under Voice saying, I haven't made videos supporting the show. I liked it on my own time. Saying I love it isn't me promoting it. It's my, no, you were promoting it on my live stream, on my Discord, and that's against the rules. If you don't like it, piss off. In the words of Josh Phelan, piss off.
What show was it, Ambor?
Or yeah, we had the debate, and I wasn't gonna have him fucking promoting it during my live stream. Anyway,
Where was Unheard Voice while you were doing Jesse's fucking video?
Yeah, Unheard Voice. Where were you then?
Unheard, we just covered a 4-hour thing. You can see, I'm sure Backseater, being a very professional YouTuber, made a playlist out of us covering Jesse Gender's Andor
I
review.
did, yes.
Oh, you did? Damn it, I was making fun of you. What the fuck?
You banned me for free thought. No, I banned you for being a Disney shill. You did it
very
before I came on
specific free
stream.
thought.
No, I know. Okay, I know what he's talking about. He's talking about the first time he came on, and I told him, if you type out anything before the debate, I'm not having the debate with you. Evan was there with me when this happened. I gave you very clear rules. Stop typing shit out and save it for the debate, or you're gone. You broke the rules, and so you got punished for it. That's your fault for me. So that's either your fault for either breaking the rules or being too stupid to know what I was talking about.
Haven't you ever seen Fairly
I
Odd
remember,
Parents?
yes, I was
There's
actually there that day, and I, by a few seconds, managed to send a Costa friend request before I got banned.
Yeah.
And that's how I got my new profile picture.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's really nice.
Yeah,
I thought it
looks
was the money that got you the profile picture.
Hey, unheard voice. Maybe you should stop being a Disney shill and just be an artist full time. How about that?
Also, Zuma fan, Caustic, to go back on your point earlier about people in the industry may finding my affiliation with Backseat are kind of problematic. I think a lot of people within the Hollywood sphere has had ties to very problematic individuals at one point or another. I mean, you know of a guy named Harvey Weinstein, right?
Yeah.
It shouldn't really. It should just matter how good you are at your job. It shouldn't really matter. I mean,
And
it's not like
also, another
Backseat's like a
thing I want
criminal
to
or
point out,
something.
I am also very careful on what I say on these particular streams because I don't want to say anything too out there, only because I don't want it to be traced back to me at any point in time. That's why I'm always actually very careful.
Yeah. That's why, you can't blame. He couldn't have known what was said by other people, so he can't really get blamed for it.
Yeah. We got DJ saying, sure, Jan. To what? Huh?
That's a GIF. That's a meme.
Yeah, it's a GIF I use all the time. Stop stealing my GIFs, DJ. Get your own, you lazy ass. Anyway, DJ saying, you're that fragile that if someone says they like one aspect from Disney Star Wars, you kick them out. Yes, DJ, you either want Disney Star Wars to fail or you don't.
You're that fragile. If someone says one racial slur, you kick them out. See how that works?
Yeah. So keep it up, my nigga. Anyway, we got DJ saying, says a lot about you than us. Oh, wow. I stick to my principles. How about that? Oh, my God. Hang on, John. I would love to debate John about Andor, but once again, like Backseater, the moment you're pressed on anything, you fall apart. It's just a fact, bro. Backseater is just pointless.
We have debated. We debated in comments, I'm pretty sure. And then we debated with him commenting on my shit. So we
now we're
debated
debating
it
with
plenty.
him commenting on this shit
I
here.
know. He just never wants to talk about it.
Give up, bro. It's not
one
gonna
time
happen. Stop trying to make it happen.
It has happened, is my point. Like, we've talked about Andor
We're
so
not gonna
much.
talk again. We had our fill very recently. Maybe come back to us in like a year or something. Christ.
Or
I actually do remember when he asked me that if I could talk to John about the debates.
Unheard. Bring me on stream, John. John, anything to Zuma fan here?
Bro, you've been on my stream. You've commented. I've commented back. It's been a very nice debate, and now it's over.
Yes. Apparently DJ's collaborating with Unheard Voice now. Agreed. Just a man-child who treats his mother like shit. Well, I mean, Mom and I made up recently, so I don't know what you're talking about. They got DJ saying, agreed. Where are the part?
This Sunday on a very special
he
edition
said
of the
same
Backseat
damn
Boys.
fucking thing twice. What an idiot. And we got Bung Miller saying DJ Lol 5 is a cock chewer. He likes to chew on that thing. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, pretty much. Also, no, DJ, it's not Legends. It's the expanded universe. Oh my God, he just said no, Zuma. No, he's not gonna fucking debate you.
I'm not even saying no. We've already had major debates, like several times. He's been in my chat. We've debated plenty. He just belabors the same point for like 20 comments, and we never get past it. So it gets a little boring debating with you because you're just too stubborn to give anything. You're like, it's not a continuity error, blah, blah, blah. The Gorman Massacre totally matters.
DJ Unheard Voice, just take the L and go home. Anyway, moving on.
Or what the previous films have been saying. I mean, now we know how it squares away, but this was a new experience at the time. There are many points in the expanded universe, for example, where they started touching upon what happened in the Clone Wars, or saying Palpatine never saw a sentient droid army.
Okay, so this is really fucking funny because, okay, now I know for a fact that he's making this video in response to me because this was some shit that we had a debate with on Twitter where fucking Ant was like, oh, well, what about the fact that Palpatine never said he never saw a droid army before? But what's really funny about here is that he's actually pulling from the wrong book because the book that was the center of that debate was Truce at Bakura, yet here's Crystal Star right here. It's like, you dumbass, you don't even remember the book we were debating on, asshole. Oh my God. Oh, unheard voice. Stop lying, John. We never debated.
What do you call
John,
this right? Like we're literally debating right now, dude.
oh,
Like you're commenting and I'm commenting back. I'm sorry that you can't make your points in text form for some reason. That's a you
yeah.
problem.
Fucking hell, Zuma fan, make a fucking video just glazing Andor at this point. It's what you clearly want to do.
Respond to our Andor to whenever we were talking about Jesse Gender
There's
shit about
5 parts. Watch all of those.
I have literally talked about Andor for
DJ
probably 30 hours on
also
the stream.
commented towards you, John. He says, "Do it, debate him, unless you don't have anything to point at."
Oh, you can see my 30 hours of Andor coverage to see what I point at.
Yes. Unheard voice says, you did not debate me. Yes, he did. Stop being obstinate.
Look, I mean, if you don't consider your words debate, then you don't even know what a debate is. So that you probably have to figure that out before we could have anything.
Oh my God. Bong Miller says, the unheard voice is my gay dad's new boyfriend.
and that dad used to be his mom. DM me on Discord, John. Oh, that's right. He wants to talk in private for hours on end about this. You can talk about A New Hope for years without getting tired of it. Well, no. You can talk about I have talked about Andor for like tens of hours at this point, and I actually enjoy talking about A New Hope. So I've done something for about 30 hours probably that I don't enjoy just for your sake, and now I'm ready to never do that again because it's a really boring show. I can talk about stuff that's fun to talk about as much as possible for 40 years or well, I'm only 33, but I mean, as far as when A New Hope came out, you can talk about that. Andor is just not fun to talk about for even an hour. I do it out of obligation when we're covering a video. It's just
DJ
not fun.
says, come on, John, debate unless you're too scared to talk to him face to face on webcam instead of comments. Yeah,
he is free to jump on a webcam and say whatever he wants.
Again, unheard voice. We are not on Discord right now. We are on StreamYard. We will send the link out and you can come on right now.
Hey, yeah, that's true.
But you banned him.
Well, no, he's not banned from StreamYard though.
Oh.
Banned from Discord, but not from StreamYard.
There you go. You can jump on here and randomly talk about Andor on our other video that has nothing to do with it right now.
Yeah, DJ, Zuma fan says, you know what I mean, bro, about debating. Yeah, we don't care. Bong Miller says, no one wants to talk about ass door except shills. End of story.
Oh, I've talked about it so much. It's hilarious that people are like, you don't want to talk about it. It's like, bro, we've talked about it so much.
Talked about it enough. Let us talk about other crap, like this video here, anyway.
Well, apparently that's not the case, because he did see one in the prequel, so how do we square that away?
For years, George Lucas had more or less stayed in the background, letting the expanding universe...
Who is
this going to be Legends? Doesn't matter.
This looks like Toki from Metalocalypse.
Yeah.
I think it's Asmongold and what's his face? Penguin Zero, Moist Critical.
Yeah.
It's their other brother.
Yeah.
The long hair bearded guy who's kind of balding.
Yeah. DJ says, if you don't care, then that means we win. That's not how that works, DJ. Okay.
It's just a debated out thing, dude. It's talk to death. Like, and it's kind of weird that you don't want to talk about anything else.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. Also to address the fucking seeming contradiction that Anna's pointing out here, I'm sure there's an answer for that somewhere. I just can't recall it at the moment because I don't recall Truce of Bakura all that well. I didn't care for that book all that much personally. But as soon as I get around to reviewing it, I'll probably address it in my own review. But anyway, Bong Miller. No, it means the show is so bad that it's not worth talking about anymore. It's done. It's done. Yes.
Pretty much grow all on its own with the occasional veto or addition here or there. But now Lucas was stepping into the ring again. 3 all-new movies. It had always been understood that at the end of the day, Lucas was the primary storyteller. His stories trumped everything else. That meant shit was about to get messy.
Are you allowed to laugh? Thought that was forbidden for a Jedi.
Unless we get
attachments for men.
That's oh fuck.
I already explained this away. This isn't a big deal.
There were a lot of little issues where writers had unintentionally bumped up against the prequel era along the way, and the result was a wave of retcons that made authors and editors scramble around to try and find a way to make things fit as the new movies dictated they should.
Okay, well, scramble is a bit of a strong word, but yes, they did retcon stuff, but you know what? Okay, so what? They tried to make things fit. It would be, it would be really fucking pathetic if they threw their damn hands up in the air and said, "Oh, well, all that shit we wrote's just non-canon now because it doesn't sync up well."
It was all canon. Everything published was canon. Was canon.
Yeah. DJ says it works practically perfect. Yeah, pretty much, DJ. The EU worked practically perfect. Yeah. Bungler says nobody cares how it works. Yeah, DJ. Nobody cares about how you think anything works. So shut the fuck up. And Bungmiller also says it works like your Darth vibrator, dude. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Anyway.
There were certain Star Wars Meg here. How do you square canon and not canon in the EU? I'm totally a woman, by the way.
Yeah.
Canon that were no longer perfectly fitted in with what we knew with the rise of the prequels.
Okay, well that's why we had retcons to help everything fit in perfectly. So I don't know why you're like, you should know this, Ant. I know you're not a Star Wars fan, but if you're gonna make this video, you should know this.
The Backseat Boys, sponsored by Gatorade. Anyways.
And Minute Maid. Anyway.
There you will learn from Yoda, the Jedi Master who instructed me.
When in actuality it was Qui-Gon Jinn.
Okay, well Yoda still taught Obi-Wan when he was part of the younglings, though. So he is still an instructor of Obi-Wan's. So I don't know why you're honing in on this. Oh my God.
Also, after Obi-Wan was a knight and Qui-Gon was dead, I would say he still got instructed by the others on the council.
Yeah.
Other things were more frustrating.
Well, no, Obi-Wan. Well, I'm pretty sure Obi-Wan was already knighted by that point. But
no, I mean, like as a knight, you're still kind of learning from the you still go to the masters for counsel and shit.
Yeah, you could argue that. Yeah,
like because he's kind of the granddaddy of all the Jedi, so I think a lot of them kind of go to him for advice and shit.
Yeah. Anyway,
you want to come from? For a while, it was Coruscant, but then.
But then Carmax.
But then Carmax.
Makes me do just like, what the fuck? I ain't even got a car.
Somehow Carmax returned.
Ha! Women's basketball. That's a hilarious commercial.
Yeah. Anyway.
Lucas, after watching Jon Stewart one night, decided that
he comes from the planet Stujon.
And so we had to rewrite a few things, add new context.
That was a joke, and no one takes this seriously. Okay, come on. And even then, Obi-Wan's plan of origin was never meant to be a big thing anyway. So we go from like having 1 to 2 to 3. Okay, so what? What's the big deal?
Where did this human-looking character come from? This has always been such a big plot hole.
Yeah. Anyway.
But that began a problem because now we're referencing really old stuff. We're going back to the old films and comparing it to new films. And as a result, that showed people, I guess, online that there was an interest in it. It created communities around trying to figure out how everything pieced together.
Yeah.
And I guess film studios saw that and went, well, I guess audiences really love when we talk about old movies and stuff and old plot points. So let's just keep that going. It created a feedback loop.
What? Like people caring about continuity made the studio think that, oh, we should just talk about old stuff all the time. That's not even a connection, Ant. That's just a leap across a Grand Canyon of logic. That makes no sense. Just try to make excuses for jangling keys and blame fans for them.
This is, I can already see where this is going. This is gonna be a fucking anti-fan screed of his, and just let the writers do what they want, man.
But the studios saw us obsessed with continuity and gave us more continuity to work with. Now the Exorcist sequels references Reagan's mom, a character.
This is like whenever people tried to blame the rise of Skywalker on people who insulted The Last Jedi. They're like, oh, well, they're just giving you toxic fans what you wanted. It's like nobody asked for that. Nobody
Nobody
even
asked for
hinted at that.
anything in Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're just like, oh, it's because they listen to the wrong fans. That's like what he's arguing right now. He's like, oh, see, they were watching the wrong fans, the ones that cared about continuity.
Yeah. Christ on a bike.
Everything bad that happens in movies is because of fans, guys.
Yeah.
Old movie that no one really cared about or remembered for that matter. We get an explanation as to why Han Solo has those dangling dice in the Millennium Falcon cockpit, even
Nobody
though
asked for that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
90% of people didn't see that one. I mean, I didn't even notice that. It was like such a minutia to the set that I didn't notice until Disney did close-up
I'm a good
shots.
fan.
Yeah, I'm a good fan. I just mindless, Ant right now is coming across really like what his fucking dick lickers fucking characterize me as like someone who just fucking sits on his ass, just absorbing the fucking films instead of thinking critically about them. Like, I didn't notice those dice. I didn't notice them. I just fucking watched the movie as it was.
I consumed this slop.
Consumed this slop.
The dangling dice. Did anyone really care about that? Was that ever something anyone talked about outside of like detail-oriented descriptions of the cockpit? Like, I don't know.
I clapped because I know Star Wars.
I know what that is.
I think all things requires balance. There's a balance between how much continuity we can reference versus what we don't. And I think it's important to look at how sequels used to be structured to see how odd modern sequels
Oh, here we go. Ant's going to give us another fucking history lesson, everyone. Here we go.
are. One thing I know about sequels is that they've always had
On that
lazy
note,
short-
I actually do have to head out real quick for a moment. Backseater, when you're done with this stream, please send me a link. Let's just say I have a little video idea.
All right. Anyway.
All right, take care, you guys. I might be back a little later.
All right. Bye, Evan.
Peace.
Then there were three. Let's keep
And
going.
stoned out of his mind in this pause face. It's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, I'm going to save that if I want to put it on the thumbnail. Here we go. Yeah, looks like a fucking zombie. Anyway.
cuts to making them come around. Because in the old days, the trend used to be if a movie's successful, the sequel will just try doing what the first film did and maybe change a few things around. Maybe take the formula that worked and recontextualize it, for example. Maybe if there's a romance story, the sequel has the side character get romanced. Good example of that, the movie Grumpy Old Men, a comedy from the 90s that focuses on two feuding older men fighting over a beautiful woman. Okay, so the sequel happens, and it's called Grumpier Old Men. Original name, I know. And now we see the other guy who didn't get the girl getting another girl. It's
What
the
else
same
would they
formula.
call it, you dipshit?
Yeah.
Grumpy Old Men 2.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah. Anyway.
That worked the first time, only slightly less compelling. There's even in the third act a tragedy that happens. It kind of puts everything into
One
perspective.
of the old men dies because they're old.
The characters, like in the first movie. And this isn't just for sequels. A lot of movies followed this formula. Die Hard, for example, became the go-to reference point in pitch meetings. How many action films are just Die Hard, but in something else? Even Die Hard 2 is Die Hard, but in an airport. I think Die Hard with a Vengeance, the best Die Hard sequel, is the one that...
What, John?
I know, he just has a lot of strong opinions about Die Hard.
Okay.
broke the convention the most by taking it from a confined location and making it more of a, I don't want to say globe trotting because it is really confined to the inner city, but
They just call it a city trotting one then.
Welcome to Cinnamon Toast.
Citywide, either or.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Yeah.
They better have a pumpkin spice flavor this time of year.
Mm-hmm. Anyway.
overarching and widespread of a crime story. And that's the thing Die Hard 4 and 5 just copied with vengeance, making a larger, less contained structure as opposed to the original film's tight focus on a singular building and all the action happening within that building.
All right, so basically what Ant's talking about here is a concept called serial escalation, basically. It's like for the next film, make everything bigger, basically. It's like, all right, so what?
went on, things changed. You'd see sequels start tying themselves more to the original film's plot points. One trend for a particularly long-running series was to ignore all the individual sequels between the first film and the most current sequel. A good example of this being Halloween 2018, which ignored the messy timeline previously and just honed right into the...
But Ant, if you were a true Halloween fan, we'll see if he mentions this, Halloween had already done this when Halloween H2O ignored everything after the second movie, and then decided to just, have a rewind from there because Jamie Lee Curtis's character had already died, but then she appears in H2O because it's 20 years after the original Halloween, so it's H20. But and then there was, of course, the reboot, and then the 2018 one is like the fourth timeline in the Halloween series.
But don't forget the best timeline, John, which is Halloween 3. But anyway.
Oh, yeah, that one.
Yeah, anyway.
Basics. However, this isn't necessarily a new trend, and in fact, horror specifically have been doing something like this for quite some time. It's just in 2018 we started noticing that trend. Good example of this, Nightmare on Elm Street.
People noticed with the horror ones you're mentioning. People noticed. Like, they even make a big deal out of it in some of the movies. Like, everybody knew that H2O had retconned everything from, 3 is kind of disconnected, but 4 through 6 on Halloween had been, basically wiped out. Everybody knew that. So they were paying attention back then.
Friday the 13th also has that Tommy Jarvis timeline thing.
Yeah. Yeah, Friday the 13th, part 4, the final chapter.
Yeah,
And
and
leads into
that continues into 5 and then 6.
Yep, pretty much.
The first film focuses on Nancy Thompson and her friends dealing with Freddy Krueger, and it ends with Nancy surviving. Maybe. It's an ambiguous ending. Now, the second film is mostly disconnected from the first, save for a diary entry that appears halfway through from Nancy. We find her diary halfway through, and it offers context to stopping Freddy. But the third film is what I want to talk about. You see, the third film introduces a new set of characters who are all dealing with Freddy. And Freddy is making it look like they're trying to take a ride down Kermit's sewer slide, if you know what I'm saying. And they're all...
What? Oh my god! And just say just say Freddy's trying to make them all look like they're trying to commit suicide. Come on, man! Don't be a fucking pussy. Oh my god! It's like, dude, just take the hit in ad revenue and say that commit suicide. Come on, bro.
Complaining about this man in their dreams trying to harm them and this, that, and the third. And so a new doctor, a specialist in dreams, is brought in to help them. And what do you know? It's Nancy from the first film, who uses her experience from that first film to help a new generation of teens fight Freddy. It's a simple structure that allows us to see the world evolve. We see characters who we left off with on an ambiguous note come back. We see how they've grown. We see how they help each other. It's interesting. It's dynamic. It's fun.
It's interesting.
Films would do this or completely wrestle with their old concepts. Alien and Predator, great example of this, where each film didn't want to be too similar to the film before, didn't want to be too tied down by what happened, while also struggling not to be too different. And I think this continuity cannibalism can be seen perfectly with the
no, that's not what you're talking about, and you're basically talking about, like, what direction do we take the sequels in? That's not fucking continuity cannibalism, whatever the fuck you're talking about. Fucking idiot.
Of the Alien franchise, or rather, a way to do it right. You see, Alien is a horror film. It's a haunted house film, but Aliens is an action film. Two of the greatest films of all time, but they follow very different plots, different plot structures, different character archetypes, etc.
Okay. So what's the
holy shit? There's a lot of commercials with this fucking ass.
Fucking Christ! Ant's got to be like doing some bullshit with YouTube to collab this much and have this many fucking ads. But yeah, it's like Ant. What is the fucking issue with any of this? Enough with the fucking setup. Get to the point. I ain't got all fucking day.
In the first
Alien, just an excuse for him to talk about good movies.
Yeah, this is pretty much Ant's time, so he can flex his nerd cred. Yeah, pretty much.
Therefore, there's not a lot of dangling threads aliens had to pick up with. They could just do their own thing. But Aliens ends with many characters surviving. It's Ripley's happy ending, a complete arc for her character. But Alien 3, I guess, to be simpler, says, you know what? Let's just take Ripley and put her in another...
Did he say Aliens is?
Happy ending, a complete arc for her character. But Alien 3...
No, I said Alien 3.
No, before that.
Hang on.
Do their own thing. But Aliens ends with...
No, he said Aliens ends.
Aliens ends?
Aliensons, yeah. Anyway.
Let's just take Ripley and put her in another adventure. So how do we get rid of these other characters? Oh, let's just kill them. See, that's the other problem too. A complete divorce from previous continuity.
Yeah, and people talked about that. People were pissed about that at the time. That was in like 1993.
And this is not a divorce from continuity. This is them killing characters off. This is a completely different thing you're talking about here. This is needless character death versus continuity cannibalism, which is what you're talking about.
So he's trying to like rewrite history and act like everybody just loved Alien 3, that they erased all that they fucking killed off those characters quick.
I think he's still gonna say like this sucks and everyone hated it. But I'm sitting here saying this is not what you think it is. This is a completely different thing here, and
well, it would kill his point if they cared about it, because he said they only started caring about it with the Star Wars prequels, and that was before the Star Wars prequels.
Yeah.
Which is my whole point with all the other like horror franchises that he's brought up, is that everybody cared every time that they did it. They trashed on it. And a lot of times the films would suffer for it, financially and shit. So he's disproving his own point again and again.
As bad as auto cannibalism with a franchise. The problem is Alien 3 has no interest in continuing Aliens plot, and so they just kill them and take Ripley into a totally divorced,
Okay, and again, this is not the same thing you're talking about here. Stop conflating all these things. And you really need a fucking editor on hand to keep you in line. Like, hold on. This is different from what you're talking about. Stay on fucking script here, Ant.
He needs fucking Piers Morgan and his team. He'd be like, hang on.
This isn't continuity cannibalism. What are you talking about here? Yeah.
I think he'll be a complete dick. Like he said to Don Lemon.
Yeah.
Unusual location. And then they just kill Ripley off, put a bow on everything to wrap this franchise up. Of course, Alien Resurrection happens, and they drag Ripley out of even death's door itself to keep things going. Aliens Resurrection is an odd film because it does end with that infamous newborn scene, but for the most part, it does feel like a cheap carbon copy of the original Aliens. I think in no small part thanks to Joss Whedon's script. In many ways, it feels like a rough draft of what he did with Firefly. Only unlike Firefly, Alien Resurrection sucks, and a lot of fans don't like it. It's really stupid. So how do we continue this? The sequels decided to take a totally different approach as well, in two directions. There's Prometheus, and there's the Alien vs. Predator franchise. Now, AVP is just a fun ride, mashing up monsters that we hadn't seen previously together. And the Predator did include that little Easter egg with the xenomorph skull in the background, implying that the Predators did hunt aliens, essentially. But Prometheus takes the loose framework of the world to tell a completely different story within it. It references the space jockey, an ambiguous, vague entity that existed in the background of the original Alien. It's the alien that the first xenomorph bursts out of. It's a fossilized relic, indicating it's probably millions of years old. Covenant contradicts this, but I digress. So Ridley Scott took the idea of the space jockey, creating the...
All right, I'm putting him on 1.5. This is boring me to fucking death here. There's nothing I can fucking talk over about any of this. It's just literally Ant just flexing his damn nerd cred some more.
Near this architect who creates
Just
humanity,
Wikipedia and reading off plot points.
He's wiki warrioring it, yeah.
Maybe helped create the xenomorphs. The first film's a little vague about that, but we do see murals of the xenos in the background, and we see the deacon at the end.
Do you think Ant actually went through and watched like the whole like fucking 12-hour behind the scenes fucking thing of Aliens?
No.
He might not have even watched Aliens in the first place.
No. Yeah, no, he's just good. He's just wiki warrioring shit here, man.
That is meant to be reminiscent of what was before. But then Covenant happened, and we got a lot of contradictions. We got an origin for the xenomorphs that completely contradicts what we saw in both Prometheus and in the first Alien film. The xenomorphs could not have been created within the last 20 years if there's a fossilized engineer having his chest burst open. So Ridley Scott didn't care about the plot issues. In fact, he directly said that AVP doesn't happen in this timeline. Because again, in AVP, we learned that xenomorphs were on Earth for thousands of years in the pyramid. So they can't be around for thousands of years if they were made 20 years before the first Alien film. It's completely contradictory. So what do we do with that? Well, a lot of fans just decided, well, it's probably a contingency of xenomorphs that David created in Covenant. It wasn't the whole.
No, Ant, you just said it. Ridley Scott ignored Alien versus Predator. So I think Ridley Scott straight up fucking decanonized Alien versus Predator. There you go. There's your answer, dumbass. Christ.
Thing. Just a few. But then we got Alien Earth, which completely contradicts that whole thing. The new FX Alien series. This is, it doesn't happen. Don't worry about it. But I want to focus right now on the other Disney Alien property, Alien Romulus. Alien Romulus is the first new Alien film to come out after the Disney acquisition of Fox. Fede Alvarez, the director, decided the best approach would be to do three things. Focus on an original cast of characters, much like how Prometheus and AVP moved away from the Ripley storyline. But also...
Oh, damn it, bro. Fucking Christ. All right, guys, real quick, while the ad's playing, what thoughts so far?
I mean, he's just basically summarizing shit. I don't think he's really made any like points to even disagree with. He's just kind of like, now his initial assertion was that, you know, people didn't start caring about continuity into the prequels, and now he's just been disproving his own assertion for the last like however many minutes.
Yeah. Way to go, Ant. Fucking Christ. Briscoe, thoughts so far? You've been pretty quiet.
I mean, Ant's a moron.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He's just rambling about shit. I mean, I don't know what his entire fucking point here is.
And
my subscribers love it.
And just loves the sound of his own voice.
Tie it in with the events of the first film and tie it into the events of Prometheus. All the dangling plot threads that weren't discussed in Covenant, but were hinted at. Romulus takes place between Alien and Aliens, creating a connective issue that leads
hinted at
into Aliens, at least thematically, with the heavier focus on action in the second half of the film and the focus on horror in the first half. But I think it works because Romulus is a really good movie that tells...
You're an idiot if you think that.
An original story about different characters interacting with a familiar horror. I mean, Weyland-Yutani is still the evil company behind everything, indicating that corporations are meddling where they shouldn't meddle and causing problems for ordinary people. Much like how in the first Alien film, it's space truckers being brought into a cosmic horror story thanks to the company's directives. But what's interesting is the concept of the black goo, an element of Prometheus that causes...
This is a recycled fucking internet point.
This is a fucking...
They always say truckers. That's how you know that it's not an original thought.
I think Ant was...
Go space trucking! What, Briscoe?
I think Ant was fucking born from that black goo.
It's still one of my favorite red letter media things. Whenever they're like, "What's the black goo? What does it do?" They just keep bringing it up when they're talking about what was it, Prometheus? They're just like, "What's the deal with the black goo?"
Yeah. Oh my god. It's like at this point, Ant's just making a fucking alien lore video at this point. It's like this feels more like another prime example of Ant wanting to make a video about one thing, but he can't make an entire like 30+ minute video on it. So he has to pad out another video with it, basically.
Mm-hmm.
God.
Life to be generated, life to be created. And, well, they experiment with that and the xenomorph, and things go badly. Where I feel Romulus has its most interesting plot connection, though, is the final act, where the black goo gets mixed up with Dora the Explorer / Hawkgirl's pregnancy. And
What?
Isabella Marcan, the actress, I guess, I didn't even know she was in Romulus.
She was a Dora? The fuck? Was she the voice actor or something?
She was in the live action Dora movie whenever she was like a kid.
Jesus H. Lucas, man. Anyway.
You get an ending that's actually reminiscent of the newborn scene from Alien Resurrection. In a bizarre way, Romulus takes a thematic cue from the most widely hated Alien film. Only now it's the engineer mixing with human.
And Romulus is also hated.
Yeah, sorry, Ant.
Too. It creates a truly unique but familiar ending to a franchise that exists as a callback to one of the most hated scenes in Alien history. It recycles an idea effectively. It may not bring back old characters or plot points, but it brings back theme. You do have the...
themes, man. God almighty. And do you ever think about anything other than just fucking themes? Fuck. There's more to story than just that shit, bro.
Resurrection bit with Ian Holmes' character. That's probably the most overt reference that Romulus does, the most fan servicey ending. If you remove
The most fan servicey ending, you know, if you remove the final fight with the fucking alien resurrection ripoff guy, yeah.
from the story, or the Ash copy, whatever his name is, the movie feels a lot more distinct. This is unlike Doctor Who. What? Doctor Who tried a few things differently. Female Doctor,
All right,
Black Doctor, etc. But it seems now content to recycle every convention from the 10th Doctor's run, right down to the 10th Doctor and Rose, over and over again. We can't move past it. We're anchored to what was popular at the reboot era.
Again, and that's different from just like continuously again, this is a different from like your original thesis where it's like, it's like we're constantly building on old stories, not moving forward. Now, and you want to know why they fucking did this? Because the 13th Doctor sucks so bad that they needed something to get old fans back. That's basically it. You're
just saying that because you're a sexist.
Yes, but no, seriously, and you're conflating fucking member berries and nostalgia pandering with like whatever the hell it is you think you're on about. It's like building on old lore and member berries are not the same thing.
Yeah, he wants to connect the thing that everybody already hates, jangling keys and member berries, to something that like he wants to make people hate. He's like, well, really, the member berries are the fault of these people.
As opposed to telling new stories, because new stories come with it a risk of rejection.
I know what that is!
But the weirdest example of this has to be Star Wars under Disney. See, when Disney bought Lucas...
Okay, all right, here we go. Maybe we'll agree with Ant on this, but I know we won't because I know Ant's a Disney shill in the closet, so yeah.
They'll say people shouldn't have cared about Legends and that, you know, it's good that they erased it all.
Film. They declared the last several years of expanded canon to be non-canon to the story they're about to tell. Which, look, I know people are upset by that, but the
you don't say that to say the fucking least. But okay,
it covered centuries of timeline, and at this point, it contradicted itself so many times.
No, it didn't. It literally didn't. Well, it did, but you know who's to blame for that? Fucking Dave Filoni. Let's decanonize all his crap so we can have a clean, fucking simple, easy to follow timeline once again. There you go.
There was precious little room for Lucasfilm to build a narrative that was original.
No, there wasn't. There was literally a gap at the end of Crucible to the fucking beginning of Legacy. There was plenty of room there you could have built off of. Not to mention, you even had like even smaller gaps, like the ending of Force Unleashed 2. In fact, BioWare was still building on shit. After with the Old Republic, before they sold it off to Broadsword. You still had all the shit from Dawn of the Jedi. You still had the Dark Times comic. You had all these, and in fact, even shit. Yeah, it's like shit that got cut short and legit gaps. You had these small
Wait,
areas.
Grogu attracted persons were there?
No. Anyways, no, you had these spans of time that you could reasonably build a fucking story around. You could fill them in. They just didn't want to because they're lazy. And like Filoni, they wanted that maximum creative freedom.
Which is just an excuse for, I don't want to read all that stuff, or I don't want to do my research, but I also want the brand name so that my book will be successful. So I'm just going to be a lazy bastard and say I'm not going to do any research and also still write it with Star Wars in the title.
Yeah, pretty much.
However, what Disney then did was they went to the EU and basically picked the stories they liked most and readapted them into the new.
Yeah, in other words, fucking pilfering like goddamn vultures. Yeah,
great. We want all the success and all the brand name and all the sales of that. But we don't want to actually have to research and follow it. So
yeah, so we can just have it's basically it's basic. And before anyone says, "Oh, well, it's still the same," what's the issue? It really isn't, because what Disney has come up with has basically resulted in like a fucking timeline and whatnot that's so different they literally can't be the same. Like if Disney were to introduce Mara, yes, they could have her be a hand of the Emperor. They could have her fucking betray. They could have her fucking work for Talon and then want to kill Luke because Luke helped kill Palpatine. They could have her, fuck in all that shit. They can redo all that, but it wouldn't be the same because Mara would have no doubt have gone through different experiences. It's the experiences that shape the character. You know what I'm saying, John?
Mhm.
Anyway.
Yeah, and it all leads to like, what could possibly she have done to Luke to make him go to the island and become a little hermit dude?
There's only two ways it can end for Mara. Either she disappears fuck off while her husband is in fucking exile because he pussied out, or she fucking dies, and neither look good for her. So yeah. Anyway.
Timeline. And the Empire is great, so let's bring back Thrawn.
Fucking ads, man. God damn.
The Empire seemed popular, so let's have the Emperor come back in some.
Oh, so now you admit Dark Empire is popular, because in that one live stream I was at, you said it wasn't. Interesting, Ant.
Body hopping clone body scheme of some kind.
These books straight up bring the Emperor back from the dead and have him attempt to put his soul in the body of Leia's youngest child.
Somehow Palpatine returns. And make the last film of the series without any build-up.
Best Star Wars line ever.
Yeah. It's like, Ant, again, you're ignoring the fact that, like, the reason why the stories are different and, well, in one's better, the other's worse, is because context, motherfucker. You don't get to fucking pick and choose what you want to use. It's like you either work with what's already there, or you bounce and you make your own thing. Because the reason Disney bought Stars is because they were trying and failing to make their own sci-fi series. They failed, so they bought Star Wars. All right, and if they didn't want to adhere to all that, then they shouldn't have bought it in the first place. Christ on a bike, bro.
They love the idea of Han and Leia as kids on opposite sides of the Force fighting, so that's recreated with Kylo Ren and Rey, essentially.
Rey isn't. Yeah, I call Rey a fucking Jaina ripoff, but she isn't Han and Leia's kid. So why'd you frame your sentence that way?
Not siblings, but they might as well be.
So you know that, but you still framed your sentence that way anyway. Fucking why?
Oh, until they're lovers, but that's a whole other story. What's interesting is the spin-offs that were most divorced from continuity were the most interesting. The Mandalorian.
No, it was no. If anything, they're the least interesting because they're trying too hard to be divorced from continuity and do their own thing. You know what I'm saying, guys? Because it's like, what? Okay, so Mandalorian doesn't fucking connect to anything. What's the fucking point of watching it then?
Yeah, it pretty much, like, it really doesn't, like, nothing matters if you're not going to respect your continuity is the thing.
Yeah,
So it's
and like I said, it's not building towards anything. So why should anyone fucking waste their time on it? Why should anyone waste their time with fucking, like, Skeleton Crew, for example? That's probably the most pointless of all the Disney shows. Ay.
At first, felt very divided from the rest of Star Wars, telling its own unique story and a slot that hadn't been explored yet. Skeleton Crew has almost nothing to do with the rest of Star Wars, and it works well as a self-contained sci-fi.
No. Okay, first of all, no, it doesn't work well on its own, and it damn sure doesn't work well within Star Wars, and not just because, like, it's fucking standalone, also because that show genuinely raises more questions than answers. Like, there's like all these fucking vaults of money that Palpatine somehow never figured out about for some reason. But anyway, it's like, again, so it's a standalone series. It doesn't build towards anything. What is the fucking point of watching it then? Even the most standalone works from the EU built towards shit.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know, man. It's like I don't know, man.
It had Neo.
Yeah, great. That's probably why Anne liked it.
It had Baby Dumbo.
I really like Baby Dumbo.
Story. And Andor, though it does lead directly to the events of Rogue One and thus the events of the first Star Wars film itself, A New Hope, it tells a story that, in my opinion, enriches the Empire as its
you're an idiot if you think that, so...
entity rather than takes away anything. It's not fighting for a space in the franchise, but rather tells a story about resisting evil, oppressive regime.
Fighting for a space within the franchise? What? What does that mean?
I have no idea.
regimes and the ways that evil can permeate our society. But then you got stuff like Obi-Wan or the Book of Boba Fett, which is so slavishly devoted to what came before that it adds very little. It seems
Yeah, no, well, first of all, yeah, of course, yeah, no shit, they're gonna be slavish. First of all, slavishly devoted. Yeah, no shit, they're building off prior events. It's kind of important if they are. And second of all, they leaves room for very little. Yeah, it's probably why those shows shouldn't have been made in the fucking first place. Like, you can't have fucking Obi-Wan doing very much because he has to be confined to Tatooine for one.
Well, I would say precisely for what you just said that it's not slavishly devoted. They fucking break continuity again and
Oh, yeah,
again,
you're
even what
right.
they haven't wiped out, because they're like, oh, we need to have Obi-Wan face Darth Vader again. So fuck continuity. He just goes off and has an adventure with Princess Leia, and there's this other Inquisitor, black bitch that's running around, and Luke Skywalker gets chased by her through the desert.
Yeah.
He's
I know,
not
John.
even-
I'm just like tackling more what he says more than what's in the show. But
Yeah.
anyway.
Well, I know. I'm just saying, like, he's like saying, "Oh, it's so slavishly devoted. That's why it's wrong." I'm like, dude, you can't even make that point with these shows. Like, they make the exact opposite. This is kind of like Jesse's review, where I'm like, I disagree with you, but also the show still sucks, but just for a different reason than what you're saying. Like, you're trying to blame devotion to continuity when they weren't.
Yeah.
Evil, oppressive regimes and the ways that evil can permeate our society. But then you got stuff like Obi-Wan or the Book of Boba Fett.
Oh my god, hang on. He did another fucking stupid eye cut right there. Do you guys see it right there? Hang on. Let me go normal speed.
It's
Hang
tough
on.
to catch you at 1.5.
But then you got stuff like Obi-Wan.
What the hell was that? Why do
Obi-Wan.
you keep making that stuff like Obi-Wan? Why do you keep making cuts like this, Hand?
I remember whenever Mahler and them were fucking running through his shit, which he says that he ended their show, by the way. And they were just like, you probably could have retaken that. After he did one of his random fucking jump cuts in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah, pretty much. Anyway.
Or the Book of Boba Fett, which is so slavishly devoted to what came before that it adds very little. It seems like it's just spinning its wheels. And these are the projects that fans wanted to see. I don't get why you want to see.
No one wanted to see Obi-Wan, the Obi-Wan show, and no.
Obi-Wan.
Nobody wanted to see shitty Boba Fett either.
Nobody wanted to see fat Boba Fett try and make friends with slavers, and nobody wanted to see fucking Reva and the fucking Inquisitors.
I mean, Boba Fett should have just been like a cool fucking Western where he was just going around being a fucking badass, shooting people and fucking taking bounties in and shit. And I don't even know what the fuck they turned it into. Some shit.
We had to redeem the Tusken Raiders so that people wouldn't call them sand people anymore, guys. And even though we're still going to make them slave owners. Wow, because he's a popular character, so we needed someone popular to do that.
Anyway.
Between the prequels and the original trilogy, we know what he did. He waited on a desert planet. This adventure feels at once like fan service, sure, but it doesn't really offer us anything in the way of meaningful contributions to the lore. Then you got Ahsoka, a series that is divided between following up Ahsoka Tano's character.
You haven't defined what's a meaningful contribution to lore. You've yet to fucking define that crap, man. What is a meaningful contribution to the lore to you?
And he literally just said how it's contradicting lore, and yet he's like, oh, it's so slavish to lore.
Anyway.
Arc, a character who appeared in spin-off material itself, as well as continuing the story of Star Wars Rebels, which itself is also a spin-off way.
What did you say in the spin-off material?
Of meaningful contributions to the lore. Then you got Ahsoka, a series that is divided between following up Ahsoka Tano's character arc, a character who appeared in spin-off material itself, as well as continuing the story of Star Wars Rebels, which itself is also a spin-off work.
Thanks, CPM.
I know what that is!
So it's taking two spin-off works, both of which exist in relation to the main continuity, paying those narratives off on their own. The most interesting part of that is Balin's Skull, an original character, an ex-Jedi who's become a mercenary, falling into darkness, but there's a sense of enigmatic...
And we know the fucking plots of these things. You don't need to fucking recap every single one.
Honor about Balin that makes him compelling, makes him
funny
unique.
pause face.
Yeah.
Fortunate evil that speaks to a greater truth.
Show us your tits, Rosario. That's the only thing that'll save the show.
Literally. Also, and Balin is not interesting at all.
Yeah, you just summarized his entire character. He's an ex-Jedi who became a mercenary. He tries to like say deep things, but he just ends up saying nothing.
Right.
What does Amazon Live?
Ads!
Hot women.
Yeah, hot women aren't welcome though. But sorry, ladies, we have a job to do.
The fact we don't understand what Balin is all about makes him more interesting to us.
No, it doesn't. It means there's nothing to him, and it's fucking dumb.
You must love Force Awakens because it doesn't answer any questions either. He's just like, oh, this is so interesting. We know nothing. A good story for another time. That's very interesting.
Yeah, fucking Christ, bro.
The audience, and it's something different. It's something new, mixed in with a lot of familiar stuff. And why is this happening? Well, I think it's a combination of laziness and fear. It's the fear that audiences only come to productions they recognize in some way. And it's not an invalid fear. People didn't show up.
How much do we agree with that fear right there?
I would say if you make the thing good, you might get less of an opening or something if it's a movie or if it's like, show, but like people have gone on to things like Tulsa King recently or other things that don't have like a pre-established audience. Fucking Demon Slayer just beat Superman, and I'm pretty sure Superman is more of a pre-established audience than that.
Yeah.
And that's like a movie where you got to watch 3 seasons of a show to catch up to it.
Right.
And yet it keeps growing. So I just reject that pretty much entirely. I've seen new, like even F1, which, it cost a shit ton, so it's not really going to be profitable, but even that made 600 million, and that's like an original thing. It's based off a true story, but yeah.
Briscoe, what do you think? Do you think Ant has a point here where it says like, hey, audiences are afraid to try new things? Uh-oh, Briscoe's died.
Audiences are afraid to try new things.
Yeah.
I mean, not really.
Yeah, I don't agree with this.
I would say audiences are not afraid to try new things. It's fucking the thing has to be good.
Yeah, I think audiences are desperate for good new things.
You can
good things. Period.
Like I would rather Disney, let's just say, for sake of argument, make something new but good rather than fucking trying, ride the coattails of the shit that came before it.
Yeah.
But they can't do that because they got rid of all the fucking talent in Hollywood when they did the fucking Me Too purge. So they got rid of all the good writers, all the good composers, all the good editors, all the good whatever, and now we're left with fucking a bunch of retards that fucking don't know how to do fucking shit because they're fucking retards.
Well, and they often blame all their failures instead of just admitting that we made something bad, it was our talent, we couldn't do it. They'll never admit the problem that you just said because they'll say, "Oh, well, it was the fans. We needed to cater to them, and that's why it was bad." And it was because audiences, they must just be COVID afraid or streaming is too powerful. Yeah, it's all these other reasons other than just saying, "Shit, I guess we didn't make a good enough product." They can't even take the first step to admit it. They have to make up excuses.
Yeah, but I mean, and like I said, they can't do it because the talent is gone now. What are they gonna do? Go hire that fucking guy from 40 years ago who actually knew what the fuck he was doing, but because he's some white guy that they don't like, that they can't do that shit.
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. That's their way of getting out of going and just hiring somebody new. They're not even willing to fire the people that are shit. And
yeah, they got to hire a Leslie fucking Headland to fucking do.
Our ideology.
That's the problem right there. Is they got to hire all these fucking idiots that have no experience. Mostly don't give a fuck. We're never fans of any of these properties to begin with. They just want to fucking come in and fucking be like, "Oh yeah, we were always fucking fan." You weren't always fucking fan. Where the fuck were you 30 years ago?
Well, and
this is why is why you don't know the fucking continuity of the fucking shit because you weren't there. You don't have the passion for this shit.
Well, and you'd still get bad stuff like what she made back in the day, but the difference is like back in the day, if she would make something shit, they would just be like, "Oh wow, you made something horrible and unpopular, and nobody liked it. So I guess you're fired, and we're gonna go ahead and grab someone better now." Nowadays, it's like, well, we can't say that because she's a lesbian woman. So we're just gonna pretend like we still like her and maybe give her another thing to work on. It's just like they can't
Yeah,
even
but,
be you can't
but
be
that's
mean to
the
anybody to the
problem,
point of
right?
it's like you reward failure. So that's why things never improve even with failures.
Yeah, that's the problem. You don't have any of these good writers and shit anymore because you got to hire all these fucking losers that came in after they kicked all the good people out, and then they can't go back to the good people because that would be admitting defeat in some fucked up reason in their head.
Right. Anyway.
For example, to see the Thunderbolts or the Eternals. Even though the Thunderbolts is fantastic and Eternals has
fantastic.
Shut up.
Its fans, it got a fraction of the box office revenue that Deadpool and Wolverine got. The reason why Robert Downey Jr. is back in the MCU as Doctor Doom is due to Disney recognizing correctly that people only show up when there's something familiar for them to grab onto. Does it suck? Yeah. But they're not wrong. But at the same time, sometimes
no, those two films flopped because they sucked, and sorry
Even
you
the
liked
ones-
one of them.
His point doesn't even make any sense because even whenever you could say that there's been some like the Spider-Man and Deadpool and stuff have like worked partially because of the nostalgia, but at least Spider-Man, it's because they didn't just jangle keys. They actually like wrote the character. Like the cheap way of doing what he's talking about is the Flash, where they had all the cameos and all the member berries and shit, and it was done a really cheap way, and nobody liked it, and it pretty much just like got just spat on from every angle. So no, it's not just more member berries equals more profit. Like that just disproves that.
Mm-hmm.
the audience does show up. Look at Prometheus. The film has barely anything to do with Alien, yet audiences came to that more than they came to Alien Covenant. Look at this year in horror. Weapons and Sinners are both box office hits in a year without IP that are recognizable. They're not based on anything. They're wholly original ideas, even though Sinners does use Blade's costume department, but I digress. But the other side of this is laziness, because they're relying on tropes other creators made. And because of that, they don't have to make anything up themselves. They're building off something like someone else built and not having to think that hard themselves.
I mean, hey, man, if it worked before, I mean, do it again. I'd rather see something I've seen a million times done well than see something new I've never seen before done horribly. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you can still be like pretty original even within a framework. Like he's talking about like, oh, it's unoriginal. It's kind of like what Jesse was talking about, like, oh, it's just the hero's journey again. It's like there's a lot of fucking wiggle room in the hero's journey. Like you can still make an original thing while following a basic blueprint. Like how many shonen? There's a shit ton of shonen that have a similar kind of structure of like the power creep for the main character, and going from zero to hero and all that sort of thing, and being accepted by more people as the show goes. But like they're all distinctly different. It's not like I feel like I'm just watching the same show over and over.
Yeah.
Yeah, he seems to think like a format equals copying.
All right, then, and pop off, bro.
And again, it's the same reason why sequel formulas existed in the past. Don't think of a new concept, just recycle the old stuff. And that might work for you decently enough, but it isn't a new thing.
No, and it's like it does the format or concept doesn't matter. What matters is like how you fucking execute it, my guy. It's like are we just not allowed to like fucking like are we just not allowed to fucking like take notes off of each other? Are we all supposed to do completely original things every time we make our own movies now? What the fuck, bro? Oh my god.
Tradition's bad.
Yeah, tradition be bad, man.
Done differently and done before. It's a formula with familiar, recognizable imagery. It's such a pattern that it's become parodied. Case in point, the Scream series, in which every single sequel in it actively engages in the conversation with the concept of continuity and sequels itself.
Yeah, it's all meta. Yep.
Yes. We know it's meta.
Is in many ways a satire of the sequel, because the events of the first film are now a movie within a movie. So whenever they got flashbacks received from the first film, they can show a theatrical recreation of what happened and parody the idea of the true crime film or the sleazy horror film itself more succinctly by using footage that references the previous events as told through Hollywood, even if it's word for word what happened. But if you look at the film's plot, the relationship between Gale and Dewey, it's kind of in the same place it was last time. I mean, I know they have some history now, but it feels like we're cycling back to the whole will they, won't they thing again. We have another Ghostface, two Ghostfaces again, they're killing people, and it's Billy Loomis's mom. Billy Loomis being the killer from the first film, now it's his mom. But the part where Scream 2 worked is Sydney. It focuses on her survivor's guilt, on how she processes what happened previously. Trauma is not something you just move on past. This falls into Scream 3. And I think it's, again, the best part of Scream 3 as well. The focus of Sydney's pain and her growing from the trauma of experiencing now 2 killings, now a third. And the third film ties back to everything else. Roman, the killer in this film, is the progenitor of the whole process. Everything's his fault. He started everything in motion. And so when they beat him, it feels very cathartic. It's like, oh, now we've beaten the origin point for everything. The evil can finally rest. We can finally move on. We've gone back to the beginning and conquered that initial origin point of pain. And it even puts Sydney off with Patrick Dempsey, an actor they can never get back for any of the sequels. Scream 4, I think, is the best of the sequels since it feels distant enough from the original trilogy without losing its ties. It still has things we recognize and point back to, but it's not as slavish and devoted. And Scream 4's killer, Jill, has got to be one of the most disturbing of all the Ghostface killers, and I feel that movie gets better as we get further in time.
See, with you, the world just heard about what happened, but with us, they're gonna see it. It's gonna be a worldwide sensation.
That movie aged very well.
I don't need friends.
What? I'm pretty sure. How? What are you talking about?
Don't you know all those people that have gotten popular off their like snuff films or whatever?
Oh my god. Yeah, because as we all know, fucking snuff films are like just the peak of internet content. Yeah.
That guy who posted the Charlie Kirk close up, I'm sure he's just wildly popular now.
Yeah. Snuff film content. Yeah. Anyway.
I need fans.
Come Scream 5 and 6, well, both films open the door to a new era of characters that all anchor to what came before, the legacies. Sam Carpenter, the main character, her name a reference to John Carpenter itself, is the daughter
Can't make
of the first
content
Ghostface.
off murder unless you're Hassan Piker, of course.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
It's Billy Loomis.
Build a website.
Ah, fucking ads, man.
Billy Loomis's scheme of building a website.
Yeah.
So now she's tied in with this history in a way that's very different from Sydney. Again, the guilt, the fear, the association with terror and pain. And the motivations of anime
my asshole.
Superman and Academy Award-winning actress are basically to inspire further entries in their favorite franchise. And they're avenged in the following film by a group of killers who reference every single individual Ghostface has appeared previously. It is continuity circling around itself and making a parody of itself. And it works well with Scream because they're aware of what they're doing. It's not simply fan bait, it's also kind of a discussion on how we tend to fetishize and hone in on what came before.
Okay, well, not every franchise is Scream Ant. Not every franchise can be a fucking meta commentary on God knows what in the film industry, okay? Most fucking film franchises or stories or whatever the hell actually have, plots where characters or, and whatnot is taken pretty seriously and doesn't have the luxury of this crap. So what do you say to all of them? Are we just all supposed to be super fucking meta for the next Marvel movie or Star Wars or whatever the hell? Because that's not because well then we just circle back to your complaint where it's like we're just copying each other. Now everyone is being fucking meta.
Well, but that's okay when you do it there.
Oh Christ on a bike. Fucking postmodernism sucks, man.
Scream's always been a bit of a soap opera, and it has a referential message about media in the current day, but it works because it's self-aware enough. But there's no reason something like Star Trek Into Darkness need to bring Khan back into the story. Just there's no reason to bring Blofeld back in the rebooted James Bond timeline, other than, of course, to include something audiences would reference.
My name is Khan.
Yeah, everybody thought that was retarded.
What that is?
Whereas Scream brought back the old Ghostface references to tie it thematically into the narrative, to add continuity.
It's okay because it's a theme.
It's the theme, man.
Of how people over-reference their own past. And this is because there's a refusal in Hollywood, a hesitance to tell original stories or new stories in a franchise to open the door up. Look at the James Bond films. Casino Royale and Skyfall are two of the most widely loved of the recent era of James Bond films. But the other three are so deeply entrenched with referencing what came before, it feels like they're kind of not really standalone films. Not like the old James Bond anyway, but they feel like episodes in a TV show that has to remind you of last week's episode every few minutes.
And how is that a bad thing? I mean, if it's fucking pertinent to the plot, I feel like it's all right to fucking reference what happened before. Either to remind people or hey, get newbies up to speed, either or. So what is your issue with all this? You still have not laid out an issue what the problem is with like having sequels or continuity or whatever the hell. Your issue for this whole fucking video has been member berries, which is a problem, yes, but it's a completely different problem from what you're making it out to be. You're linking two things together that have no fucking that have very little correlation towards each other.
Basically, if you care at all about continuity, it means that you're the reason that studios are retarded and they think like jangling keys is good enough.
Yeah.
Which is like two completely, unrelated concepts.
God almighty. It kind of feels like he's making like that stupid fucking like Stevie Wonder is God point that Colbert made fun of one time. It's like, if you like continuity, then you like fucking like being reminded of what came before. Being reminded of what came before is member berries. So that means you like member berries. It's like, no, I don't, Ant. Anyway.
And I think it all has to do with us on YouTube. Look at all the lore videos, all the endings explained articles that come out. We have so much to go back to and to reference, and it become an economy in and of itself. Endgame, I think, messed with a lot of people because everyone had to know who's.
That should make it easier. Their creators can look at that shit too, and they can have all their shit in order. They don't have to go and read all the books, which, by the way, creators used to do. I know from Purist, whenever he would, who was the one EU author who said he like went and read all the EU books before he wrote his own.
Which book did he write, John?
Oh gosh, I'm trying to think of who the author was.
Because there's two guys who sound like that, but it depends on what book you're thinking of.
Well, either one can be used as the example.
James Luceno or Matthew Stover.
I think it was Luceno.
Right.
And basically the point is like it used to be a lot harder to keep up with continuity if you were making something and like be up to date on all your lore, and yet they still did it. Like they still put in the work and read all the books and everything before they got to their shit. Cause you're getting, and I'm sure they got paid a lot less than what these modern guys are getting paid, but they cared, they gave a shit. And then now it's like, oh gosh, I can't keep up with that continuity. It's like, oh, but there's fucking YouTube videos. You can just look up and do it in a fraction of the time it takes to read a bunch of books.
Wikis, fucking, again, still the same, even the same books again. You have all these resources and it's guidebooks, source books, whatever. You have all these resources and you're not taking advantage of it. There's no excuse.
It's 100 times easier, and yet you're still not doing it like they used to.
Yeah.
I mean, Disney should have their own fucking like group for that.
Well, Briscoe, they do. The Lucasfilm story group is still there. The problem is that they're all completely fucking useless because they
they're
know
all retards.
They're useless because they know that the fucking filmmakers like J.J. Abrams, Tony Gilroy, Dave Filoni, they know that they just won't listen to them and that they'll just go ahead and make their own crap anyway. And if it contradicts some fuck off comic or whatever, who cares? It's like their crap is more important than that shit. So yeah.
Yeah, and what's his face? Gilroy, even so, I don't even give a shit. Oh, whatever. K2SO was introduced somewhere else. Well, I need to use them for 2 scenes in my series, so I'm not even gonna give a fuck.
Yeah.
It's like they can't even keep up with the Disney lore.
Yeah, that's why Disney canon is straight up like a bigger mess than the Legends canon that Ant said earlier. Anyway.
Thanos' Black Order all about, all that. It's become so accepted that we don't even question it anymore. This is a new thing. We weren't always obsessed with the past like this, but now we are. Not just obsessed.
No, Ant, it's not being obsessed with the past. It's making sure continuity is fucking straight. That's the fucking obsession we have here.
If you're gonna take the brand name, the trade-off is you gotta know the fucking brand. I know you all want it so your thing can be successful. You want to slap the name on there, but the name isn't gonna mean anything if it just contradicts itself all the time.
And if you can't handle all that, make something completely original, and we'll see if it works or fails on its own. And I don't mean like an original story in the brand. I mean like a full-on, flat-out new IP.
Yeah, you gotta sink or swim on your own.
Yeah.
See how that works out for you.
It's become a market referencing old things over and over and over again. Comics used to have these little asides, these asterisks saying, "Oh, hey, check out this issue for more details. What we're talking about in this panel right here. A quick cutaway comment. But now we don't just have those cutaway panels. We have 14-hour lore videos to catch you up to speed with every intricate detail. And we have spin-offs of those lore videos to get you focused.
I mean, it's interesting Ant says that because honestly, most comics nowadays have done away with that shit, you know? It's like I haven't seen a modern comic book use that crap in like a long ass time. I don't know why. Probably because either because the editor's lazy or because they're trying to cover their ass. So it's like, oh, I hope they don't find our continuity errors in this shit, man. And yes, and Ant, if you're watching this, yes, I stick by my word. Continuity is the name of the game. Okay, and it's our standards have just risen to the point where we expect continuity to be followed. Sorry, you just want to fucking sandbox or whatever the hell.
Well, he wants all the benefits of a brand with none of the requirements that come with it. It's like that is the trade-off, and if you can handle that trade-off, you can bounce. And also, you're just being lazy. You want to put your ideas into something, but you know that they're not popular, so you know you need the popular
or
thing.
not compatible, rather. Yeah.
So you're just like, well, I'll just take the name and ignore all that shit. It's just like, well, you're just a lazy asshole then. I hate to tell you. I know you're not supposed to insult creators or whatever, but like if that's your attitude, that you're like, I don't know, I don't care about any of that continuity, then you're just a fucking prick.
Yeah.
Has happened as though knowing a bunch of plot points is a replacement for telling a good story. Hell, back in the 30s and 40s, you had sequels.
You can do both.
You would forget what happened between.
You can tell a good story and no plot points. You can do both.
Yes, it's like, I don't know why, but Ant and his dicklickers just think that you have to either choose between adhering to continuity or telling a good story, and this is just flat out a false dichotomy here.
He wants to lower the bar. This is the same shit he did with the Superman box office. He's like, we shouldn't care about any of this. You should be able to just tell whatever story you want and also have the brand. Like, he just wants the creators to be able to be lazy while still getting all the same jobs. He just wants to dick lick all the creators.
And I'm not gonna lower my fucking standards all just because some hack fucking snowflake who goes to Starbucks on the daily with blue hair. I'm not gonna lower my standards all just because they can't be fucking asked to read up on fucking on Star Wars lore and whatnot. No.
But I'm so busy with I gotta post on X and shit. I can't read all this stupid Star Wars books.
Films, they have a little flashback at the beginning, and then that was it. They move on, telling you stories.
I have to go to a No Kings protest this weekend. I can't read Star Wars books. I gotta go walk around in circles on the streets of LA so I can change things.
Yeah. Everybody can change.
Public row conceived of Frankenstein, a monster created from cadavers out of rifled grain. I do think it a shame, Mary, to end your story quite so suddenly.
Oh, dear.
Dear.
CarMax.
Let's go on down to CarMax. I hear they have a very good deal today. Maybe we can also buy
Ant's
some
mom.
We can also wait. What?
In the commercial
too.
Yeah.
The old lady eating her shit like.
Yeah.
And Frankenstein, the original 1930 films, there's so many plot holes between the two of them, but no one cares because they each individually tell a great story. There's no sense.
I mean, I don't remember many plot holes from those two films. But...
I'm also much more willing to concede plot holes whenever you're like, I'm sure they had access to the films and shit if they're working for the studio. But first of all, they were usually pumping those out very quickly. The sequels back in the day. Second of all, there was no home video. Forget like streaming or anything. Like home video did not exist. You had to go back to a theater if you were a normal dude. So like a lot of people just didn't even remember the previous film as much back then because they had seen it when it came out. They stayed in theaters for a while, but like you had to go back to the theater to see it. You had to pay a whole nother nickel and go back to the theater to see it.
Yeah. Yeah, and also standards for continuity and whatnot were very low back in the 30s. Let's be real here.
Yeah, and for a lot of those reasons, I was like, those are legit reasons to like, okay, I get it. Like you literally can't see the thing again, or you, like most people just don't remember. Like, yeah, I don't expect that to have as much continuity as a modern thing when you have access to everything all at once.
Yeah.
Of lore you need to establish, even though both films contradict each other repeatedly. There's a number of remakes that happened in the 80s that take deviations from what came before. The Thing, The Blob, The Fly, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. They're all remakes of what came before, but they divorce themselves enough from the original film to stand out. They're sci-fi horror movies first, and remakes almost second.
Well, to be fair, like when you make a remake, it is kind of expected that you change shit up a little bit, because otherwise, if you literally just make the old film, it just comes across as redundant.
Yeah, you don't
Like
want to be the
you need it.
Psycho remake shot for
like,
shot.
Yeah, like you need something a little like being in color is not enough of a fucking sell for that movie. Yeah. Anyway.
American Werewolf in London and The Howling both draw from the Wolfman. They're not in continuity, but they're in constant reference to those movies. But they do something different with the mythology that is discussed in the film. It's not slavishly devoted to things you're familiar with.
Okay, well, and all these films you're mentioning, all those remakes, American Werewolf and whatnot, it's like they're not in the same continuity, so they don't have to adhere to what came before. So
Yeah, they're just werewolf movies. They're not like meant to be sequels or something. Like
yeah.
it's like saying that every vampire movie needs to follow the same continuity. It's no,
Yeah.
they're just generally vampire movies.
Yeah, Twilight is definitely in the same continuity as Dracula. Yeah. Anyway.
Care about werewolf rules the same way that modern vampire films care about vampire rules. The landscape online has created a sense that we need to look for continuity plot holes and all this kind of stuff. The Cinema Sins-esque criticism makes it impossible to have a character like Khan today show up and not remember that you never met Shekel.
No, it's not Cinema Sins who really seem to live rent-free in your head for some reason. No, it's fucking fans who expect higher standards and quality writing from people who clearly are not equipped or enough or meet the credentials to work on these projects, man.
It's just like he's also contradicting himself again in that moment, because he's like, oh, people are obsessed with all this vampire or werewolf lore. It's like, no, like each new vampire werewolf franchise establishes like slightly different rules and shit. In Twilight, they could go out in the sun.
But they sparkle, yeah.
Yeah, like Blade had completely different rules. I haven't seen Sinners, but I'll say like to the Bram Stoker's Dracula, the Gary Oldman one, it's like they redo the, like, we know the general concept, but we are willing to accept a lot of different changes that a lot of times they'll establish that, or they'll say like, oh, they'll even reference other movies a lot of times in these new like werewolf or vampire movies. They'll be like, oh, that's stupid, I don't get killed by silver or something.
Yeah.
Like it's just not true what he's saying.
Unheard voice saying, do you know what good writing looks like? Yes, this film right here has good writing. I don't care much for it, but I know it does. Anyway.
We have created a time loop, which we cannot escape from.
No, we haven't. You just think we have for some stupid
to blame the fans so much.
Blame the fans. Blame the fans. And everything goes wrong. Blame the fans.
We did it. Oh, creators, please give me interviews. Creators, I'm not blaming you for anything bad. It's always the fans' fault, I swear.
Yeah, I fucking hate Disney, but it's not your fault your movies suck. Yeah. Anyway.
Is now on how much they reference continuity rather than allow them to tell new stories.
You're allowed to tell new stories. Just don't contradict what came before.
You can add to the continuity. Why is this such a like hurdle that you're looking at? Like, I'd be excited if I got to add to the continuity of something that I love.
Yes. I would literally shit bricks if someone told me like, hey, Backseater, we're giving you the complete keys to Star Wars. You can do whatever you want. I was like, yes. Anyway.
Or just, you can write a new EU novel. Pick your spot in the timeline and just don't contradict anything and you're good to go.
Yeah.
Be like, oh no, I have to read all these books. Oh.
Yeah.
Narratives on their own. How many people got angry at Superman for not obsessing over what came before, discussing how Superman compares to Man of Steel and this, that, and the third?
Well,
It's not the same thing. That's just comparing movies in the same franchise. Like, it doesn't mean that I want it to like have the same continuity as those. You can just say one is better than the other. That doesn't mean that like you want them all to be the exact same. Like, you're talking about completely different things, dude.
Fucking retard, man.
So what's the solution? Tell original stories. Sinners, Weapons. These films are great.
So he just wants fucking one-offs then.
My God.
Okay.
So you want new franchise? Yes, agreed. Like, I'd love new IP to be great. That doesn't have anything to do with how much fans like continuity, though.
All right, so Ant, what if someone says, hey, we really like Sinners. Can you make Sinners too? No. Why not? We don't want to build up on continuity.
Well, I'll make Sinners 2, but I want to not have to watch the first movie to do it. I'm just going to
Yeah.
go ahead and make my own movie called Sinners 2, and I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, great.
Because they tell original narratives divorced of any prior continuity needed. We reward creators for telling new ideas. There was a remake just recently, Nosferatu. It was not slavishly devoted to its original film. In fact, directly contradicting the design choices of the original Nosferatu. And it was fantastic. It was a great film. We should.
And I'm not going to reward creators just because they made something original and not connected to anything else. Like, cool, yeah, you didn't ruin anything else, but at the same time, I'm not going to reward you just for that. Spelling your name right on the test doesn't get you extra credit, okay? Oh my god.
Reward efforts like that over efforts to slavishly dangle continuity keys in front of our eyes to tell us, oh, hey, watch this movie. You remember it from last time, right? Come back and pay us more money. No. Original properties. Celebrate those. Praise those. Focus on those. It's the only thing that can save our industry.
That's not an original. Nosferatu is not an original property. You just referenced a remake.
Yes.
So you want good remakes. You want original IP, and you want no jangling keys. Like that was the entire point of this video. 3 points that everybody fucking agrees on. And then you just spent the whole time blaming the fact that we don't get more of those on the fans rather than the shitty creators that keep doing their shitty strategies.
Right. And how ironic it is that you got Ant here advocating for more original ideas to be turned into films when Ant's ideas in this fucking video are completely unoriginal. It's like, make more new things. Wow, never heard that before on film YouTube before.
This is like the only point that he missed that it's like the most cliche thing for a film YouTuber to say is if he would have put in like, oh, on the indie scene, you get a lot of original ideas. Sure, the blockbusters have failed this year, but the indies have had some great, like people say that every fucking year because hundreds and hundreds of movies come out. It's like, yeah, there's always going to be good indies. That's like not a unique point that you're making.
Right. Oh, let's finish this out here. We got Bong Miller saying Star Wars isn't even original. It's literally a ripoff of John Carter of Mars, especially since Disney bought Star Wars and actually stole stories from John Carter to make all of their movies and shows. Okay, Bong, like two things. One, I don't think John Carter was that big of an inspiration for Star Wars. Like Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers were, but
Japanese films.
John Carter, I don't think it really was. Second of all, like a lot of Disney's EU doesn't really borrow from John Carter all that much. In fact, it borrows from the old EU more than anything. So, Bong, I'm gonna have to disagree with you on this. We got Unheard Voice saying Backseat getting the keys to Star Wars would be doomsday for the franchise, despite the franchise basically being dead right now. Anyways, oh yeah, bet, want to watch me? I guarantee you, I will fucking restore the damn brand.
Unheard, it can't get any worse.
Let's hear one of Unheard Voice's plot outlines here real quick.
Yeah, Unheard Voice.
Yeah.
What's your idea? What's your idea? We'll wait in the chat for you, but it better not be fucking Andor season 3, all right? Bong Miller says at least George Lucas came up with his own stories. That is correct. George Lucas says himself, dude. Where did he say it? I didn't know. Where did he say that? I didn't know that. Besides, from what I know, John Carter has a lot of fucking like TNA in it, and Star Wars sure as shit doesn't have TNA in it. So, anyway, we're just waiting for fucking Unheard Voice here now to finish.
Unheard Voice is going to debate us again.
Here, Unheard Voice. Hang on. I just watched the interview. Which interview, Bong? Here, Unheard Voice.
I'm sure he was inspired by a lot of things like him.
There you go, Unheard Voice. There's the link to the StreamYard. You can come on. DM me. No, I just gave you DM me and I'll tell you my ideas. I know you aren't original, bro. The link is right there. Just come on.
Come on.
Come on, man.
I'm in a family reunion right now.
Yeah.
I have my Friday the 13th disc played up as well.
Nice.
My Top Gun Maverick opening night poster that I got for the Thursday, or it was like a Wednesday preview or something. Sorry, everything's mirrored. That's why I keep getting confused when I'm pointing. But
yeah.
Then my Dragon Ball Z Broly poster that was signed by what's his face, the voice of Vegeta, and Piccolo, Christopher Sabat. Because I posted on Twitter how I had seen it 5 times in theaters, and Funimation DM'd me and was like, "Hey, that's cool. You saw it. Give us your address and we'll send you something." I'm like, I better verify this is their real account.
Oh, here he is, Zuma
Mhm.
fan right here. Here we go, boys. Impromptu
yeah.
fucking debate. We'll round fucking Sci-Fi September out with this. All right. Here we go.
Yay.
Yay. All right, Zuma fan, you better
He's
fucking
gonna
speak.
debate
What's
us
your-
on
what's your-
Friday the 13th. Let's go.
Yeah. No, seriously, what's your fucking
Well, I had to
idea
make
for
sure my
Star
audio is
Wars?
good, by the way, because last time I
It's
checked,
good.
the audio wasn't that great.
It's good.
It's good.
I can hear you
Gotta check
fine.
up on the audio.
Your audio
Yeah, I'm just
sounds
making
like
sure the
I'm
stream can
on
hear
the
me.
phone with you.
So what do you losers want?
Look who's talking. But yeah, what's
I'm
you
more famous than you'll ever be, bro.
okay? Yeah, okay.
Oh my
Bro.
gosh.
Oh, yeah,
Zuma
okay,
fan.
bro. Listen, all right, bro. You have fucking 5 minutes. What's your idea? What's your idea for Star Wars? What is better for Star Wars from your head than mine? Go.
Uh-oh, clock's ticking.
Well, what do you mean, like how we bring back the franchise, like how we
Yes,
revitalize?
Yeah,
how
just
would
a
you
good idea,
What's
like a
your
reboot,
idea
let's
for a
say.
story?
Like you can
Yes.
eliminate all of Disney Star Wars if you want and make up your own thing
Well,
or
sure,
whatever
that's
you want
very
to do.
simple. Since I consider Andor Rogue One, in my head, I think it follows Star Wars quite well. I would leave those canon, and I
It
would
really
just decanonize
doesn't.
everything else.
What do you do
So
with
what's your
what's
idea
its
for a
face?
story?
Oh, what's my idea for a story? I mean, like, I don't know. I got a whole bunch of ideas.
Well,
Just
name
name
them.
one. Fire off.
I like the General Grievous story. I like to do that.
Just
Like
give us a
how it
general
was
pick.
in the EU, or like
Yeah,
what's
the
your
EU
general
story.
story?
Just make that.
Oh,
I like General Grievous.
so would you do
Almost.
the EU version of the Rogue One story? Because didn't that contradict?
No, because I would leave Rogue One and or canon to my original idea, and I
You
would just
can't leave
decanon
Rogue
everything.
One and Andor canon. They do not line up with what's in the EU. They absolutely
Well,
do not.
I would love for you to prove that.
Isn't there an entire another dude that steals the Death Star plans and everything?
Not just one guy, but multiple guys. Andor is not one of those guys.
If I take from the EU to make the General Grievous story, you're saying I can't do that with Rogue One and or being canon because it just doesn't.
Your fucking Grievous idea is not in the EU.
No, my idea is to decanonize everything Disney's done besides Rogue One and Andor. Leave those in. I am making a whole new universe, basically.
But
Those
my
two will be in
point
there,
is
and I'll
that
take from the EU
Yeah,
to make
last
the General
time
Grievous story.
last time that happened with Star Wars, everyone fucking hated it. So good luck. You think you can do it? You think second time's the charm?
I think Andor and Rogue One fit perfectly in, so I think they can stay.
But aren't those stories covered by separate contradictory stories in the EU? Like the Rogue One stealing the Death Star plans?
I'm not taking every story from the EU in my version of Star Wars. I will take some stuff from the EU. I might create my own
So you're
stuff.
literally doing what
I'm not gonna
Disney
take all
does.
of it.
That's literally what Disney does, bro.
Yeah, but they do it terribly. That's the problem.
And you do it so much better. Okay.
I would, yeah.
Okay, prove it,
Because
bro.
I wouldn't just take individual sprinkled elements. I would actually like use most of the stories.
All right, so again, you're basically repeating the exact same mistakes Disney does, where they fucking pilfer shit like vultures, and then
Okay, so no, because they don't just pilfer.
Yes, they do.
They'll take elements and make it worse. You don't need to do that.
That's still pilfering, guy.
Sure. So like the Rogue One idea when we had our last talk, right?
Yes, that is pilfering.
No.
Yes, it is. Yeah, that is pilfering.
Like Kyle Katarn and stuff.
Okay, which EU story did they pilfer for?
Yes, it is.
For the story.
Kyle Katarn and stuff. You're echoing. You need to turn your
in my version of Star Wars, Kyle Katarn does not exist. Okay, forget Kyle Katarn.
No.
So give us your characters and your story.
Yeah, let's see you come up with better characters, bro.
Excuse me?
See you come up with better characters. Who you got for original characters?
For original character, I don't know. I haven't come up with like a
So
script
you
yet.
don't even fucking know what you want to fucking do. You have
Well, I'm not
literally
running the
no
franchise
plan.
now.
You're
I'm not running
literally
the
like
franchise
fucking
now.
Disney.
Am I running the franchise right now? You kind of figure that
No,
out
but
when you
no, but
get
so
the
far,
hands of the franchise.
based on your pitches, based on like what you're saying to me, you are literally just gonna be Disney 2.0.
Let's here. I'll set the scenario. Let's say I'm the executive in charge of Star Wars. Say George Lucas still owns Star Wars. I'm him right now. You just jumped in an elevator with me. Your elevator pitch. Oh, geez, I really need a new original novel in this book so I can buy a new flannel here. I wonder. Hey, you, Mr. Zuma fan there, you're next to me. What's your idea here? Yeah, come up with a new Star Wars story.
Yeah, but Backseater seems to want to focus on what I would do with the whole franchise.
Well,
You want to focus on what
this
story I would
elevator,
make.
yeah, getting pretty long. Just any original story, just to add on to the existing continuity here.
Well, the only story I have in my head right now is sort of a battle on this planet. It's basically going to take place like maybe a week before the battle of the second Death Star on Endor. And they need to get large parts of the Empire away from the Death Star. So they're like, okay, we'll send some rebel groups to Celeste, and then we're going to be sending another rebel group to this planet. And then we're going to, in my story, we're going to follow the Empire's perspective on this planet and the rebel part as they're going to invade and start this war to try to draw parts of the Empire away from the Death Star. And that's basically like the only story pitch I have. If I had to
Okay.
do it real quick.
And to the point of the video we were just watching, are you willing to research all around that time period in the EU and not make the excuse
Yeah,
like
why
Ant
not?
was trying to make here about oh geez, everybody's so obsessed with continuity, it's so evil, and all this stuff. It's so much work. People shouldn't care about that. You won't actually go, okay, we're rebel troops on Sullust already. Has that story
Well, sure,
been
I'm
told?
all about that.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
you're
good.
all about you're all about it. That you're not good. That you're gonna do away with not just the EU, but also Disney's fucking timeline.
How much of the EU do you think I'm getting? How much of the
I
EU
don't
do you
like the
think I would get rid of?
selective, getting rid of Kyle Katarn's story and stuff, just
Yes,
to keep
here's
Rogue One,
the
which is
thing, right?
pretty mediocre film.
Okay, here's the problem: is that you haven't demonstrated how the Cal Katarn story of him stealing the Death Star plans is better than what Andor did. Until you can do that,
We are
then
not.
maybe
We
I
are
would
not
really
going to have that. We are not going to have that.
Exactly.
We already
So
had
don't
that.
bring it
Shit.
up.
We are not going to bring it back up again. Okay.
Oh yeah,
So
see,
drop
what's
it.
her face is Jesse Gender's whole review that we went over. That was like a fucking 10-hour
Yeah,
review.
watch these 5 videos. They'll probably take like 3 hours. Like I'm not gonna
Yeah,
do that.
yeah, watch
exactly.
them.
We've
What do
talked
you
about
got?
it
You
a
got
lot.
time. You got
like
time to
5
fucking. You
videos
got
with
time
some
to
few
fucking
people.
jaw jack with us, but you ain't got time to watch like 5 3-hour videos.
But you
Okay,
see,
so and not only
also, if you
that, not
want to
only
know,
that, but you also had the debate with me, Evan, and Solar. But you also had the debate with John in his live chat. We have given you
well,
plenty
Evan
of.
and I didn't
No,
debate.
shut the fuck up. We have given you plenty of time to lay your points out on Andor, and we are DONE.
I'm not talking about
son of a
Andor.
bitch.
He brought up Andor, not me.
I don't care.
Well, I brought up the
I'm not
EU
talking about
story
Andor
that
right
took place at the same time. I was saying I don't like that you want to get rid of that.
I don't care about the Cal Katarn story. Plain and simple. I
So
don't
what's
care.
going to stop you at a later point just being like, I don't care about this or that or the other EU story? Like you say
Exactly,
you're going to
because
keep
not
the
every
EU.
story
You
in
like
the EU is a
Disney.
masterpiece,
Toss it
and
out.
doesn't mean it has to be
You
used.
sound like Disney.
See, what I think you're going to do then, if you research now and you read around the solid, before the second Death Star battle, like the story you proposed, if you find something you don't like, you're just going to be like, well, I can do better than that, and toss it out.
Well, it depends. If I'm going to get rid of something, do you think that, if I get rid of it, I want to get rid of it, it would have to be bad, right? Like I'm not going
Okay,
to get
all
rid
right,
of something
all
that's
right,
good.
Zuma. I get the line of thinking you're going. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to mute you because you're echoing really bad, and I just can't talk over that. I'm sorry, it's
Problem
distracting
with
me.
that is eventually
Okay.
you're just going to end up like Disney because you're just going to be like, well, I can come up with something better than this, that, and the other thing. So, fuck it. I'm just going to get rid of it and pick the
Yeah,
stories that I
and
like.
also, it's like when you go down that path, like okay, like let's say like, oh, I'm just gonna take this out. Let's say you take out Crystal Star because that's a pretty disliked book. Okay, I'm gonna take out Crystal Star. Well, at what point do you stop taking stuff out? And it's like eventually, eventually you're just going down the slippery slope by that point. And not only that, but you also have to consider the ramifications of taking them out.
Yeah, then other authors are going to be
Yeah,
like, oh, I
like
can just take things out if I want them, and they might be a
yeah, so
bad
like for
author.
example, Legacy of the Force, that's a very divisive series, even by fans of the EU. Well, if you take that out, well, then you're also going to have to take Fate of the Jedi out because a lot of what happens in Fate of the Jedi is of consequence to what happened in Legacy of the Force. Specifically with fucking Tahiri, her character went through a lot of development in Legacy of the Force. So if you take that out, you're going to also have to take out Fate of the Jedi because it just simply can't work as it is with Legacy of the Force gone. Do you understand what I'm saying here? So it's just flat out better for you to just ditch this idea that you should take shit out. Now, I will say this is the only thing in the EU that you can take out. You can and frankly should take out TCW because that show has so many continuity errors. It would legit improve the continuity if you take it out.
Well, and it's been documented that he was sneaking shit past Lucas on the final edits and shit. So
Yeah,
that's just
so
like a
now that I've made
betrayal
my
of
point,
canon in the first place, I feel
now
like.
that I've made my point, you can speak again. What?
Yeah, I've been. Well, that's one of the things I was about to say until you muted me. Hopefully, my mic is working much better because I think I adjusted the volume. But
I'm
anyways,
not getting an echo, so that should be good.
sure, that was actually something that you and I could agree on, Backseater, which was surprising because we actually agree more than we actually disagree. But you're too much of a stubborn asshole to listen. But I don't like TCW. I actually hate Dave Filoni, and I would decanonize his bullshit. All of it, every single movie, show, everything he ever touched, I would
Dave
decanonize it
Filoni
and fire him.
and/or you know that, right?
No, I don't care if he looked at the script. I care about what he actually
No,
made.
he
I would
approved
decanonize
it.
everything
He's
he made.
CEO of Lucasfilm. Had to have gotten the thumbs up from him. Okay, you're echoing again. It had to have gotten the thumbs up from him in order to get the green light. Do you understand that?
And so what?
Okay, so you hate Dave Filoni, but you like the show he gave the thumbs up to.
Well, yeah, because I think the quality is so good that I mean, like, who on earth could deny how great it is? Like, even Dave Filoni, as terrible as he is, has to acknowledge how good it is.
Oh my, they say that shit about Kathleen Kennedy a lot, where it's like, oh, it's like it's like for everything bad they blame Kathleen Kennedy, but when it comes to Andor and Rogue One, oh, Tony Gilroy, he gets all the praise, even though again, Kathleen Kennedy was president when those two things got made.
Well, I mean, a broken clock is what, right? 2 times a day?
No, you don't get to play that fucking card. You don't get to play that
Well,
card.
I did it.
Well, you can't.
It's so good. Who could deny it after 30 fucking hours
Exactly.
of
The writing is just
coverage
so
of it?
good that it doesn't matter who's producing it or who
Yes,
looked at it,
rock,
whoever
paper,
saw it
scissors,
is
people
good
getting run
regardless.
over
It
by
just doesn't matter.
space rhinos is
Yeah,
so good.
fucking K2 robots fucking throwing people like 30 feet across a goddamn battlefield while Cyril and Andor Cyril just doesn't get shot while
If
in the middle
Andor
of the
is so
battlefield.
good and it's so tied into Rogue One, what happened to Bort Gollit in Andor?
Yeah, what happened to Andor's sister?
Pretty big part of Saw's character
Oh,
in
I thought
Rogue
we wanted
One.
to talk about Andor, guys. I thought that's not what this.
Yeah, we're
I'm
making
honoring
fun
you.
of
I'm
the
honoring
position
you.
that it's
Come on.
good.
Because he's got no counter, so now he's like, "Oh shit! I thought we weren't going to talk about it. Oh fuck."
Yeah, we
No,
got
I'm
you now,
I'm trying to stay
bro.
on topic, and you guys want to bring it up.
Okay, so you lost your
I
chance
see
there.
how it
Good job.
is.
Yeah, I tried, but oh well.
Oh well.
Hey, look, we can do it on an individual stream, bro.
Now it has to be on a whole separate.
Oh, now it's an individual.
You know, I tried doing
God,
it
you're never
privately. I
fucking
wanted to do it
satisfied, are you?
He's like a boxer who's
I
always
want
come
to
up
do
with
it privately. You don't
excuses.
have
He's
to do
like,
it.
well, I can't do it in text form.
He's
I have
too
to be
punch
video to
drunk
I'm not
video.
gonna do it with a guy
And
who's
now
gonna
that we're
do
video
it.
to video, I also cannot do it in this format. Well,
You're really
this other
pathetic. You know
time
that
that I was
Zuma
debating with
fan?
Backseater, I can't do it then
I'll
because
debate you on your own terms, bro. But Backseater literally told me not to talk about Andor. He said we weren't gonna go there. Now all of a sudden we're gonna go there. So I don't know.
Oh,
What do you
now
guys
it's
want?
now it's a fucking problem when
all
you're
right, so he
on
has
the
no
losing
counter. Is
end,
basically what
isn't
we've
it?
gotten out of this
Also,
conversation.
yeah,
He's like, oh
William
shit, I have no
Ripke, good
counter
point. There
argument.
was a battle on a planet. Oh, yeah.
It's true. What was the name of your planet? Like, did you
Yeah,
have
what
a
was the name of your
specific
planet,
planet in
huh?
mind, or was it
Was
because you
it a
just had a
pre-existing
planet
one
and
or a
his
whole
house?
new one?
It's a whole new one.
Oh, really?
What's it called?
It's hard to come up with names for planets, bro.
Oh my God, he doesn't know.
Well, why
You
did you
made the
need a
planet,
new?
you don't know what it's
Backseater,
called.
what I'm confused about now is why did you need it to be a new planet if you don't have anything specific? And like, do you have something specific in mind for the planet? Does it have like a super volcano or some specific plot point that's
No,
relative to it being a new planet?
No, it's more of like rainy, mixed with like white rocks and like grass, you know, that kind of thing. Like I don't see I want like a specific plant to look a specific way, and I don't really get that
Basically,
from other
it's an
Star Wars games.
environment that you haven't seen in Star Wars before, so you want to make a new planet to accommodate this new environment.
Exactly.
And you need this for the plot, or is it just like an aesthetic that you want?
For both.
Wow, that is a lame reason, bro.
Well, I'm just kind of confused because you said that Star Wars and Backseater's hands would be disastrous, and
yeah,
you're not really coming up with anything to, you know, yourself that's really that great here.
Yeah.
And my whole point with handing it to Backseater is that he would respect the existing continuity, and I'm saying like he would be excited. It's lazy to just be like, oh gosh, I want this franchise, but I don't want to have to keep up with anything, or like basically like that's your if you want to look at it as a handicap, that's your handicap. If you're working in a franchise, you have to adhere to what's already been there.
And
And
here,
that's what
just for
Disney tossed aside, and that's what you want to do partially. You're like, I'm going to toss it aside when it's convenient for me.
And
And
here,
so then
let's
it kind of makes the franchise not matter because you can
yeah,
just
and let's
anything
hear
can be eliminated.
my pitch. You want to hear what my pitch is? So basically, I try to get as many of the old guard back as possible, and if they can't be back as like legit writers of the books, I'd at least, you know, try to get them on as like some sort of advisor role, some editor jobs, what like that. Now, my vision, what I do is that get Christy Golden back, have her complete sort of the Jedi, and what I'd also do is that I try to talk with her. It's like, also, I get rid of TCW because Natch. I get rid of TCW, and we'd say it's basically like, hey, it's all Comp Nor bullshit. Comp Nor, you know, it's all propaganda from the war, but Comp Nor corrupted some of it. So who knows how much of it's even true? But spoilers, none of it's true. Then freaking, so we'd also have during that, we'd finally that would be the end of Abeloth. That would be the fucking story that like finally puts her down. You know, what the fuck, and what we'd also do, because TCW's gone, that means the Mortis gods are all gone. Basically, it can either be resolved in the novel or in a whole new spin-off novel, either or, but we come up with a whole new origin for Mortis. None of that fucking father, son, daughter bullshit. And basically just a whole new fucking thing. Maybe even shed some light on the Celestials, because Abeloth is connected to them. But yeah, either way, Abeloth is done. Luke suffers a fucking, like, not necessarily, he doesn't die. He suffers a fucking like injury that like means like, hey, he can't be out and about doing Jedi adventures. He was getting old by that point anyway. But either way, it's like this like puts him down. Doesn't die. Want to make that clear. He doesn't die. And he basically is like, Jaina, you've done it. Maybe Jaina can even land the killing blow on Abeloth. I don't know. Jaina, you've fulfilled your destiny as Sword of the Jedi. and you need to take up your role as Grandmaster. And then Jaina's all like, oh, well, me and Jagged, we were going to get married and we were going to try and like link the Jedi with the fucking Imperial Remnant. We were gonna make the Fell Empire, and the Jedi are gonna be like the Imperial Knights or whatever the hell. And then maybe there can be like a fucking like split, and then like so it's like some Jedi stay on Ossus, some go with Jaina and Jagged, and they form the Knights. And then maybe we can have like kind of like sort of like not necessarily a reboot or whatever, but kind of like a spiritual successor to the Young Jedi Knights books. Maybe we can even have like it's like 2 plots going on in each book. We have like a new generation of Jedi on Ossus. They're being trained up by all the old guys. A whole new cast on forgot the fucking planet that becomes the capital of the Fell. But anyway, it's like that's that. They're the Imperial Knights. Maybe we can finally resolve the fucking Boba Fett shit, because I know Boba Fett, he didn't get his fucking plot line resolved by the end.
Boba Fett.
Boba Fett, yeah. And then of course, like make Greenlight Games, we'd finally get Force Unleashed 3. Although I keep Sam Witwer out of the writing room because he's one of Filoni's cronies. Fucking maybe even get Knights of the Old Republic 3 and have that sort of lead into SWOTOR more. Continue development on SWOTOR because story development on that game has halted ever since Broadsword bought it. And like maybe do some more of Dawn of the Jedi because we didn't get much of Dawn of the Jedi before it got cut short. Continue Dark Times with Das Junior. We do all this. Do you understand? Like, so this is what separates my plan from yours. You mean to tell me that my plan fails when I have a way better grasp on what I want to do, whereas you're just kind of throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks?
Would the general outline work for you, Zuma?
That's something we'll have to see in execution, but I'm not sure how much of it has been taken from the EU and how much of it is actually like
it's in the
plot.
EU. It's not taking
If
anything
it's
from
all
the EU.
just the
It's
EU,
literally
then it's
in
like
the
I might as well
EU.
just read those stories, man.
What?
No, not remaking stuff. It sounded like he was adding on to what was already in the EU without contradicting any of it.
No,
bro, you were cracking up way better. You were cracking up a lot.
Yeah, it's like there's a
it's like you're rubbing tinfoil on your mic.
Well, that's what
there. It's gone. It's gone.
All right, it's gone.
Anyways, my idea for the whole thing, I already know what I want to do, but I'm not going to be like, okay, well, here's the individual character, here's the story. Like, we'll figure that out, right? Like, there's time. When you got it, I'm like James Gunn in a sense, right? Like, what he's doing with the DC.
You don't write as you go, bro. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. It's really bad. Really bad. Like,
please don't make it like James. He just got beaten by a $20 million budget movie.
No, the idea is like we'll decanonize everything that came before, but we'll keep.
I am not decanonizing anything except TCW. Look,
when you say you're like James Gunn, it's a
yeah, that TCW has to be decanonized for sheer pragmatic reasons. Even if I liked TCW, I'd still do it anyway.
Well, I don't like TCW.
No, he's saying Backseat is taking whether you like it out of it or not.
Holy shit, Zuma fan, get your mic under control. Sorry, John, what?
Like Backseater doesn't like it either, I think is what you're saying. But the point is that like no matter your feelings on it, regardless of your feelings, you have to get rid of it for the continuity. Because it like just does he just basically was Filoni throwing shit and he establishes all the time travel shit in it and like the world between
John, that's in Rebels. Like, there's no time travel in TCW.
Oh, okay.
God.
That's right. It was mainly that father, son, daughter thing that was the big.
That's the only thing we'd really have. That's the only thing we'd really have to recontextualize. And on top of that, John, you just remind me. I'd also fucking like. Maybe I'd even print revised editions of some books that have TCW fuckery in there, like the Plagueis novel. I'd reprint that, but instead of the passage where it's like, oh, Palpatine finds Maul on fucking Dathomir, and his mom is like, oh, please take Maul away. I don't want Mama Thousand to find him or whatever. Instead of that, I just have Palpatine as it was before. He's on Iridonia. He finds little orphan Maul, and then he makes him Darth Maul. So there you go.
Goo goo gaga. I shall name you Darth Maul.
Yeah.
Okay, is it better now?
There's no crackling as of right now. It kind of comes and goes though, so we'll see.
Well, you can't blame me. I only got like a couple settings on this damn thing. I can't do much.
Yeah, you can't do much with a couple settings, sure.
Yeah, but what's wrong with my plan? Since
your plan is very paltry, and it doesn't seem like you have much of a plan for anything.
It's very vague. That's
Yeah, it's kind of like I'll eliminate what I want when I want if it's bad in my mind, and therefore
exactly. I'll just eliminate whatever I think is bad and keep whatever I think is good.
That just makes no continuity matter. So then, what's to stop? Like 5 years from now, somebody just comes along and says, "Well, I don't like a bunch of shit that Zuma fan did."
How about this? Why don't we pretend fucking everything? There's only the prequels and the original trilogy, and the fucking Ewok movies or whatever the fuck, anything that's
the holiday special.
It stops after. It stops after the prequels. What's your fucking story?
What's my story afterwards?
Yeah, just throw in any gap.
Anything. It can be anything. It can be related to the Skywalker saga. It can be your own thing. Just give us something that, I mean, you're saying Backseater's got shit ideas. It would be shit in his hand. So, I mean, give us anything, like your own story, your own whatever.
There's stories from the EU that I want to keep in. And
it doesn't matter if it's from the EU or whatever. It can be your own story, whatever.
Yeah, well, I already told you. I would decanonize about 90% of what Disney has done.
But that's already
most of the EU stuff. Exist. I want. You know what I want? I want to see us bring in Knights of the Old Republic. I want to see those stories brought in. I want Darth Malgus. Darth Malgus is my favorite Sith Lord. I want more shit with him. That's what I want.
Wouldn't you need to?
I want to decanonize the Clone Wars, Dave Filoni specifically.
Yeah, that would all be decanonized. I said, like the prequels, everything after the prequels doesn't exist. It hasn't been invented. They did nothing with Star Wars after the prequels. You got a whole slate there to, do whatever the fuck you want with at that point.
Canvas, all for you, bro.
It's all canon.
You can continue on with the Skywalker saga. You can do your own thing. Like you can set it 100 fucking. You can set it 1,000 years in the future, 1,000 years in the past. You can do whatever the fuck you want with your own story.
You're saying the EU doesn't exist either.
Whatever. Just the movies. Anything in movie form is the only thing that exists.
More complicated then.
Let's go with that.
Well, it's more opportunity.
There's no EU,
so there's less reins on you.
Know what I would do.
So see, the thing is, like when you're
from the EU, so I mean, like I'm not really sure what I would.
I mean, if you want to keep the EU shit from before or from like before when the prequels were made, then fine, do that.
Yeah, I want to make some Knights of the Old Republic. That's what I want to do. We will go into the past and we'll see how the Sith and the Jedi started out.
All right, so kind of a Dawn of the Jedi kind of era thing. So with Knights of the Old Republic, aren't there like multiple endings in that game? Would you make one of them canon?
Depends. I haven't seen all the endings. I mean,
there's only 2.
Okay.
Does Darth Malgus even have an ending yet?
No, we don't know. No, Malgus's ending has not been written. No.
So you would make Malgus's ending off of some ending of
Malgus
KOTOR.
Isn't even in Knights of the Old Republic. What are you talking about? You mean Malik?
No, Malgus. Darth Malgus.
Malgus isn't in Knights of the Old Republic. He's in the Old Republic MMO.
Yeah, I would make him canon, and I'll follow his story around because he's my favorite.
Malgus isn't even a playable character. What are you talking about?
I'm not saying he's a playable character, bro.
What do you mean his playable route? You don't play. What do you mean? You don't play.
I don't play the game. I watch the game, like the stories and stuff.
Okay, so you know the continuity of the game.
For the most part.
Okay.
I watched.
So he doesn't have an end in the Old Republic game because it's important to distinguish Knights of the Old Republic and the Old Republic. Because those are two different things.
Yes.
So you're saying that you would continue the continuity of the Old Republic game and continue Darth Malgus's story in it and conclude his story.
Yeah.
All right, what's your idea for a fucking ending?
Dude, I don't fucking know, man. You're asking me like off the cuff, like
this is shit you have to consider.
Why?
This is what
Well,
being a writer
you called out.
means.
First of all, I'm not a writer, and I don't
Backseater
own Disney Star Wars, bro. I'll never own
you-
Disney Star Wars. It's never gonna happen.
This
Then
just
what's
seems
the
like a
point of
way
this whole
to.
fucking exercise then?
What's the whole? You brought me on, bitch.
Yes,
You-
because you
you
called out
fucks-
Backseater for having for.
Yeah, I said that.
You said
if Backseater got the Star Wars brand, he'd fucking kill it.
So just
Well,
to be
but you're not
clear,
doing any better here.
just to be clear, you're saying that Backseat would be so shit. I mean,
Yeah,
look,
I never said that I would be better either. I only said that he would be
Mm.
shit, but you guys are assuming a lot of shit. So that's on you, not me. Personally, I think Gilroy's better than I am, but whatever.
oh please, not Gilroy. He would just shit on the Force the whole time.
Literally, he would. Yes.
He's embarrassed by half of Star Wars.
Oh no! Well, John, he had that Force healer lady. He likes the Force. See?
Yeah. And then he had the comical like clown scene at the beginning of Andor, like, I don't know how to pilot this thing. Oh look, I figured it out. Oh, I don't know how to get out of the weapons. Oh, I figured it out just in time. Fucking Ahsoka level, fucking Filoni level writing. Oh my god.
But at least if it makes you feel better, I would decanonize Dave Filoni's Clone Wars and fire his ass.
Yeah, you've said that a few times now. That still doesn't alleviate.
And the
our
Filoni level stuff in
criticisms of
Andor,
your-
would you also decanonize that?
Depends on the Filoni stuff.
Like
that's
that
in there.
clowny
like,
stuff that I
Rock
just
Rower,
mentioned at the beginning of season 2, where he's like a goofball flying around the interceptor.
Yeah.
What is that Clone Wars stuff?
No, I'm saying that's Clone Wars level writing.
Like it's the
'Cause it's
same kind
clown.
of
That's
It's
more,
just
that's more
like,
Rebels.
Filoni would do.
oh geez, I'm bumper carring off the Star
No, that's
Destroyer.
more
What do I
Rebels
do?
than it is Clone Wars. Clone Wars takes itself too seriously.
Oh no, it's just not.
It wildly swings in tone. It's like, oh, we want to be serious for 5 seconds, so we'll make the droids good at shooting, even though it
Well, I mean,
contradicts.
they did try to make it super serious during, the last few episodes of season 7.
Oh, well, that was with like a massive, yeah, that was because it was made like so many years later. They were like, how do we get people? We got to make it serious, yeah. And then
No,
they
I mean, I hate
they
the
were
fact that Maul's
contradicting
back, I'll
shit and
tell you
having
that much.
Ahsoka beat Darth Maul and shit. Like,
Yeah, and they contradicted the Ahsoka novel. Yeah.
Probably the worst part of that in hindsight was just like the okay, out of all the Jedi in all the galaxy, Ahsoka is the only one that has inspired the clones enough to not shoot at her right away. Like, apparently none of the other Jedi had anything personal with the clones. Like,
Yeah.
Well,
only
why
Ahsoka.
didn't they just send Ahsoka to fight Savage Opress? If she could beat Darth Maul, she could
Savage
beat him.
Opress,
Sure.
wasn't he killed by like Palpatine or something?
I don't fucking.
I mean,
remember,
yeah,
dude.
but
I don't
I'm just
care
saying.
about him.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like season 7 time. I was like, oh, I thought he was already dead then.
Yeah, just saying, if she could beat Darth Maul, surely she could have beat him.
Well, the contradiction with that is, yeah, Anakin or Obi-Wan or a Yoda would have called her. Like, Obi-Wan would have been like, oh, we have a super skilled Jedi
Well, why don't they
who's
just send like a
defeated.
whole army of Jedi just to go fucking kill these people? Like, why did they send Obi-Wan Kenobi to fight Darth Maul by himself? It's like, why not just send like a whole battalion of Jedi and just fucking kill him? Like, why even bother with that?
Because Obi-Wan was too butthurt about his girlfriend dying on Mandalore. He couldn't go back.
No, it's more so the first one. Remember, where it's like when Darth Maul shows up, he has the video, like the hologram that he sends to the Jedi, and he like chops all the heads off of the people. And he's like, Obi-Wan, come alone, that kind of thing. Like, why not just like send a whole bunch of Jedi just to go kill him? Like, why even bother with it? Like, why do you have to like?
Because he
follow the
asked them
terms of
to.
Darth Maul there.
Yeah, I mean, you won't get any argument that Filoni's a fucking retard. Like,
They're more interested in like these big grand battles between two people rather than just like, hey, why not just finish the battle and just kill this person? It's actually better if you just kill him, so that like the war doesn't continue on like different factions and stuff. It's just an easier thing to do. But
right. Well, like I say, you're not going to get any argument from me on Filoni being stupid. You can make a million points when Filoni's stupid.
Let me ask you, Zuma fan. Well, all right. So to sort of bring this back around, like to your thesis. So you think that despite my ideas, that that my fucking stories would still be crap, like, right?
It doesn't sound that bad, but I'm not sure how you would execute it, to be honest.
I'm
Okay,
sure
well,
he would
okay,
hire
I'm
directors
more
and
talking about
writers.
the
I mean,
execution.
the thing is Backseater's also got like, you know, a whole layout going. He's like bringing in people. He's, you know, got like a story going. He's got a pitch set up and going. You've got, well, there's going to be a battle on a planet or some
Yeah,
other shit, and
William Ripke
that's
says
about what you got.
Yeah, William
Well,
Ripke's right.
you're
My
asking
Which is
planet
fine.
way
I
better than
mean,
the
it's actually it's not it's
yeah. Well, you're asking me for a plot of a story that I would
no
make.
no. I'm just asking you for like a like a pitch, like
That
for
would.
example,
I mean, like if
if
I had
I
to
was
make a
doing
pitch, I would have
something,
to
I
write
would
something down.
fucking me personally, I would make something completely different, not connected to what we've already seen. I would make my own story where it takes place on some backworld fucking planet. Maybe it's all Muppets and shit, something like kind of like Dark Crystal or some shit. There's some the main character has these powers. He doesn't know what the fuck they are, which we would call the Force in the Star Wars universe, whatever the fuck. But they don't know this because they're out in the middle of fucking nowhere. They don't know this shit. Maybe there's you find out later on that there's some Imperials. Maybe it takes place adjacent to you know, in between Empire and fucking
Turn of the
Jedi, or maybe it's a little after Jedi, and all the troops that are there, they don't know what the fuck's going on with the Death Star thing, and you know, this fucking character has these powers, and you know, they have to use his powers to, you know, overcome these people which are the Empire or whatever. Maybe it's something else that doesn't really fucking matter.
Briscoe, basically, yours is kind of a hero's journey in and of
Yeah,
itself.
exactly. And like, it's not original. I'm not going to say it's anything original, but I mean, it's just a fucking pitch of like, here's what's going on, and you got like an idea of like, it's going to be practical effects. It's not going to be a CGI infested piece of shit. It's going to have an actual story, not just fucking some crap all thrown together. It's going to have some sort of substance there that's going on. Like that's kind of the elevator pitch, you know.
Yeah, you're giving me a pitch. Like you want me to give you a pitch for one story that I'm making. I'm more interested.
Yes, because when you come on here and you say I have better ideas, I expect you to have pitches for your ideas.
My whole original point with the statement that you commented off of was, if Backseater were given an opportunity to write a novel in the Star Wars EU, he wouldn't treat it as a chore. Because if you remember during the video, they were all like, oh gosh, there's so much continuity and everything. Like, writers shouldn't care about any of that. And I was like, I guarantee you that, you know, Backseater, even if he's not going to even write
I said
it.
if he was given the keys to the franchise, he would destroy it. That's what I said. Not if he was given the keys to make a novel.
I mean, he already gave a better outline than like what
Yeah.
Disney has done.
Let me
Certainly,
ask
I
you,
don't
okay,
know the EU
what
as
about
well.
what about my skills as a writer, editor, fucking creative lead, whatever, makes you think that I would destroy the franchise?
Well, I think it all comes down to this lovely show called Andor, bro. And,
Oh, okay.
the
So
fact that
because
you
I don't
did-
like Andor, I destroy the fucking
Well, no, it's
franchise.
not
That's
it's
fucking
no, it's not
retarded.
no, it's no. It's not the fact that you don't like Andor. I'm fine with you not liking Andor. The problem is that you could not articulate in any way, shape, or form why you actually don't like it.
That's irrelevant to my creative
Well,
abilities.
how does Andor, to begin with, how does Andor, you know, fix Disney Star Wars?
It's not on some pedestal. It's just
not
another
fixing
story.
the problem with this whole thing is that the quality of Andor is so high and so good.
Okay,
and
the
Backseat
quality
does
might
not
be
see the
high.
registry. He doesn't see it whatsoever. He can't see good writing when it's right in his face. So why would I expect him to like
Andor is the only
okay,
example
okay,
of good writing because that's
I'll
the
give
only
you
way that you
this.
could base your entire media thing off Andor, you idiot.
Yeah.
Oh my
no,
god.
you
I'll
people just
extend you
hate
an
it, and I'm
olive
baffled
branch
by
for
it.
this conversation.
That's it. It's all
It's
based on
high
Andor.
quality.
All right.
It's great writing. It's 10 out of 10 fucking.
Yeah, it's great, and he doesn't seem to see it. He can't
That's great.
articulate. He can't.
We're gonna say it's a 10 out of 10 masterpiece. How does that fucking solve the problems?
It's
of-
not about solving the problem. Why do you keep thinking
Yes,
it's like this whole like
because
Because you're the one
if it's
perfect as
connected,
Jesus Christ.
if it's connected to what's out there, how does that make it good?
I'm talking about Backseater. I'm not talking about like any of that
Oh
kind
my!
of stuff.
You
And
keep
Andor just
changing
proves
what you're
he's not
talking
good at
about
what
every
he
time
does.
we ask you questions, bro.
Your entire judgment of somebody's ability to read media is based singularly off Andor. Andor is the only infallible
Yeah,
piece of media that
Right,
somebody
because people
has to
say
like.
I have a
such a
poultry
horrible
media
job.
diet. Fuck.
He does such a horrible job at explaining himself and why it's badly written that I can only
doesn't
assume that
matter
he's a
to
bad
my
writer
abilities
himself.
as a
Well,
writer.
we can get to why all of that's bad if we get to how it fixes the rest of the Disney crap before it, because it's all connected.
I never said it doesn't fix the sequel trilogy, bro. Nothing Andor could do could fix that trilogy.
Right. So then Andor is pointless.
It's not no. Why would it be
kind
pointless?
of is.
Unless there's no other, unless Andor and maybe Rogue One
Does every individual story have
the
to like
only things
accommodate
so
those?
so let's say there's no other Star Wars right now after the prequels. Now tomorrow Rogue One and Andor come out, okay, and there's no sequel trilogy, there's no Rey, there's no bullshit. Okay, you might have something, but as of right now, we have a thing with Rey and all this bullshit. How does it fix that? And if it doesn't fix that, then
It
it's
doesn't
pointless.
fix that. And why would you put it on Andor and Rogue One of all things? Why not put that on the original trilogy?
Because
which guess
you're
what?
putting
Right
them on
after
a
the
pedestal.
original
Andor's in
trilogy,
Rogue One.
the sequel trilogy has the original trilogy team in it. The characters from the original trilogy. Why not explain the original trilogy more?
Oh,
than
it
you
has
do
the
Andor, Rogue One?
characters, just not the
Right,
directors.
we're talking about Andor right now, right?
Yeah, Andor doesn't fix shit. You're blaming
Right.
Andor
So
and
if
Rogue One
Andor
for something
doesn't
it has nothing to do with.
So if Andor doesn't fix anything, it's pointless.
Andor has to go with the rest. If you're going to get rid of it,
it's connected, right? It's all connected.
No, can you tell me how on earth is it supposed to fix what Disney did? Like, let's say Rogue One and Andor,
You're
right?
the one
What are they
saying that
supposed to do to
make
fix
more things
the
like it.
sequel trilogy?
So why should Disney make more things like it?
Why do you have to keep it? You're saying it has to stay, even in your wiped out
Because
everything else of Disney Star Wars.
I think it makes the original trilogy better.
Just make something
to keep
as
those-
good that also
what
fits
makes
into
it,
the EU.
What makes it better?
The
What makes
OT
it better?
is already pretty damn great without Andor and Rogue One. So
What makes it better? What makes it better for the original trilogy?
I think it's good to get context for the Empire versus the Rebel. The Rebels, the whole thing, like the build up of
okay, well the
you know,
old
the
EU had
but do we
stories
really
like that too, so that's meaningless.
Do
What
we
did you
really
say?
need that backstory though?
No, it's not. God, man. It's not like we desperately need the story to be told. It's just good that it's there.
Well,
you know,
that's
That's the
debatable.
appeal
to
to
enjoy the
novelty
original
felts
trilogy.
are there. We should keep it because it's good.
So it's just good that it's there. So like, but it being gone wouldn't affect it that much.
It makes me appreciate and because like when you see like the Return of the Jedi, you understand like how much it took the rebels to even get to that point, and that's just like all the suffering that these characters have gone through from Andor, Rogue One, all the original trilogy. It all falls on Vader to make that one decision.
Yeah, we know that
I would
Mothma
argue
danced
that-
around and gave a speech. Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah.
I would argue that
you see when you say stuff like that, I'm just like, man, these people don't know good writing. They just don't know.
Yeah,
That's why I
yeah.
say
You're
that.
having
The rave dance was such great writing.
Maybe the problem is that you're doing a really bad job of convincing us it's
You're like,
good.
oh,
How
she
bad?
danced. Okay, so her dancing is bad. Why?
That was the culmination of her entire fucking 3-episode arc. It was just that, like, oh, I married my daughter, and then she disappears. It doesn't even care about its own continuity, and I'm supposed to care
Okay,
about
you
how it
realize
fits into the large.
you realize Luthen told her that he's going to kill her friend, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that she got drunk and started dancing.
Yep.
That's her coping with the fact that her friend's gonna die.
Good for her. They had the same
You
conversation.
they had the same conversation. Dancing. That's a culmination of the whole episode.
You know what's bad writing is redundant conversation, which was Luthen throughout all of entire season 2. Nothing changes. He has no reason to give his subsequent speeches. And Mon Mothma's entire conversation with her friend is just the same conversation over and over. It's ambiguous. She should just ask the fucking questions that she's wondering about directly, and it would have been solved in 2 seconds.
Plus, all the shit Mon Mothma goes through in Andor has zero payoff in Return
It's
of
like
the Jedi.
It's so much like Filoni's writing. I can't believe that you view it so differently. Like, it does this deliberate, like, obfuscation and just, like, deliberate
Okay, you're
teasing.
complaining because speeches are given. Oh my god.
No, I'm complaining because
No.
useless speeches that go nowhere are given, that serve no purpose just to
Like what
extend the
speeches?
Luthen, every single person that he talks with, he
I
just gives
sacrificed everything. You're not
gives the
sacrificing
same
enough.
blank stare. He gives the same motivations. He's just like, you could.
You could make anything a whole new story that is better.
And like I just said with Mon Mothma's speech to her friend, she could have asked a few pertinent questions, solved the conflict in 2 seconds, and yet it's written badly because it is a deliberate ambiguity kept between the characters just to extend the plot. And it's out of character because she's being like weirdly like avoiding the one subject that could just solve all of her problems. Be like, are you ratting me out? Like and then she would have something to tell Luthen. It's just like this deliberate I'm trying to think of the film genre to compare it to. It's kind of like in CW writing, whenever they extend an emotional conflict over 22 episodes that could be solved in 2 fucking seconds, and it's frustrating to watch, as you would see in my watch alongs, which I address all of your points in. So
about your watch alongs, by the way, I just wanted to say about your watch alongs, your audio is so low I can't fucking hear you.
it's the same audio as it is right now, dude. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Because I was on
I'm
because
using
we
the
talked
same
live
mic.
stream a while ago and I could not hear anything you were saying. I
Well,
had
it's
you
the
on
same
full
mic
volume,
I have.
could not hear you.
Yeah, it's the same mic I have now, and
Well, then figure it out on your
people
stream.
work.
Because I
Well,
couldn't
no,
hear it.
you figure out how to
Bro,
hear
you
it
are not
because,
one to talk to people about figuring out their mic settings,
dude,
okay?
people were responding to me in the chat, and then I would respond to them,
Yeah,
and
dude,
then
Yeah,
we would
human
talk back and
hell.
whispering
forth.
from the mic, bro. It sounds like you're whispering. I couldn't hear you.
Well, yeah, that's a problem with your audio. Then I don't know what to tell you.
I had a full volume.
Because I was talking with people literally in the chat during the stream. So you're just contradicting like
You were talking to
reality
me
at this
too.
point.
I could barely hear you though. I'm just saying.
You could hear me then. So you say, okay.
I could, dude. I could barely hear you. You sound like you were whispering in your mic. That's all I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
Just figure the mic thing out on your own.
You need to figure out your end. No, this isn't a me thing. This is a you thing, buddy.
No,
Quit
you don't
trying
get
to do this.
fucking do this crap, bro.
Quit
No,
trying
no,
to do the
no.
passive aggressive shit where you're like, oh, you need to figure it out. It's like, fuck
Okay,
off.
well, I mean, just boost the mic a little bit.
No, you boost your hearing. Stop trying
How
to
did
make it
we
about
get
me.
on
It's
to
not about me.
talking about mics and shit?
I don't
Because
fucking
this dude
know,
won't
man.
concede any point. He doesn't concede a point about the Gorman Massacre. He doesn't concede a point about Mon Mothma.
I
He
couldn't
says he's
hear
willing to talk
about
about it, but he
the
won't
massacre,
concede
dude.
one
I can't
fucking
concede a
point.
point if I don't know what you're saying.
He has never conceded a single bad point about Andor. That is how fucking stubborn he is. That's how he holds it higher than Jesus Christ in his pantheon. He's like, Jesus
Yeah, because
Christ,
Cassian is
Andor.
the Jesus of
Here's the
Star
thing.
Wars,
Here's
isn't
the
he,
here's
Zuma
the thing.
fan?
You can make a good point, and I'll
Oh my
concede
God.
it.
I already did several
We've
times.
made several.
This is why I don't want to talk to you about it, because you're just like, well, it's good, but it's good. It's good.
It's good. I mean, I could go through, but you people don't want to have that. And
You
see,
have.
the problem
That's
is that
been
it's
your
much better to
point.
talk about people who understand what's going on than people who don't know.
Oh my God.
But
exactly.
it doesn't matter
People who
what's
don't.
going
People
on.
who don't.
The
People who
point is,
don't.
Zuma.
Right there.
the point
People who
is
don't
it doesn't
understand
matter
writing.
what's going on in the show.
If you people
It
read a
matters
dance and you
how
just said she's dancing, like
it connects
I
to
literally
everything
explained
else
it.
and how it's making that better.
Yeah, especially since
Oh
all
my
the
God.
characters in it fucking die.
Okay.
It either needs to make it better or it shouldn't exist at all.
Yes.
Here's a good one, dude. Here's a good one. Why the fuck was Andor sidelined for 3 episodes listening to the same repetitive argument repeatedly in the jungle, and then they play rock, paper, scissors and all die at the end? What was the purpose of those guys?
The purpose of it now. Here's the thing, right? Like it can have a purpose, and I can still like not. I don't really like those parts of the episodes. But
Thank
it does
God
have
it's
a
not
purpose.
perfect. Thank God.
Thank fuck now.
Well, yeah, not a fucking retard, dude. But
You have been up to this point. You have not conceded a single thing up until this point. Thank
But
God.
like it
I'm
can have
complimenting you
it
now that
has
you're
a
not
purpose.
so
I just don't
stubborn.
agree with the purpose. That's the thing. I don't agree with how they did it, basically. But it's meant to show like how the rebels just starting out in Yavin are kind of
so good.
Would you agree? I'll like be as like just to boil it down to a point, just so we can. Would you agree that there is some filler in season 2, especially in the first 3 episodes?
Yes.
Okay, thank God. I was just trying to get something like that out of you, something about Andor that it's not Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Well, it's better than it's some of the best Star Wars ever made. But I mean, like, let's not sit here and act like Star Wars was flawless. Okay, let's not do that.
All right.
So now we've gone into insulting the rest of Star Wars to prop up Andor.
Yeah,
okay.
of course.
No. I'm just saying, like, you can't act like Andor is some special like thing over here when Star Wars has always had like pointless, useless shit in it.
Because
Always had
people
bad
literally
acting,
talk like you do
examples.
about Andor
Like,
to
that's the thing. It's just-
We're talking
it's like
about Disney Star Wars to begin with. Andor is part of Disney Star Wars.
And it's
and you're
easily the
giving
best
it special treatment. Like you're
But
saying,
it's usually the
eliminate
best
every
stuff.
other story other than Andor, and so
Is
that's
it the
why.
best of what Disney has made?
Well,
Sure,
it might.
it's the smartest
I,
retard.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not going to disagree that it's the best that Disney has made. I said I'd give you the. I'd extend an olive branch and say it's 10 out of 10, but it doesn't matter that it's 10 out of 10 because it doesn't fix the fucking sequel trilogy. And if it doesn't fix the sequel trilogy, then why does it
Well, sure.
exist?
Well, here
I
I'll talk.
have
I'll talk to
returned.
Briscoe only. He seems more interesting than all of you guys. But
my God.
can you tell me why you putting that responsibility on Andor?
Well,
To
I'm
try to
putting,
fix.
because you like Andor the best. You're the one going on about it. I'm gonna be totally honest. I've never seen a fucking single episode of Andor.
Yeah, but you're putting the responsibility on Andor to fix what the sequel trilogy is.
No, you're making the point that it's the best thing ever. I'm saying, okay, let's say it's the best thing ever. I'll give you that. But the problem is it still connects to the sequels, which has Rey in it, right?
Sure,
It
but
doesn't fix any of that stuff. So how does it, if it's not going to fix any of that stuff, or
well, sure, but
whatever
if
with
that's
that, then what's the point of it?
well, if you're
What
gonna
does
say
it
that,
matter
then
if
why?
it's a 10 out of 10 show?
Well, why wouldn't you say that?
Unless the sequels don't exist.
Well, I mean, the sequels don't exist in my mind, but I mean, why don't you say that about like the original trilogy? Because as I brought up, all the people in Andor and in Rogue One, they don't make an appearance, and they're never brought up in the sequel trilogy. But you know what?
Well, yeah,
Is
because
the original trilogy.
it's complete bullshit by Disney to make a stupid fucking movie. All that Rogue One was a stupid fucking idea because fucking retards can't fucking sit there and go, oh, why did the Death Star have a weakness? Well, fuck, everything has a fucking weakness.
Not something like
I mean, a
that.
fucking tank in no tanks in World War II got destroyed.
It's an
They were all
exhaust port. You
impervious.
fire a missile up a regular exhaust port, and it's going to blow up the thing. So
I mean, we don't need an explanation of why the fucking Death Star had a weakness.
Sure, but I mean, sure, maybe, but at the exact same time, like, there's nothing wrong with it having a weakness.
There is if it's stupid.
Zuma,
Yes.
I'll give you an ultimatum, and I already know how other people who like Andor have answered this. So I'll see how your answer compares. You have to throw out everything post 2012, or you have to keep it all. What are you going to do? Including Andor.
Wait, see, Andor is some of the best Star Wars ever made, but I mean, I can't
But so
risk
is the original trilogy.
Well, let him answer, guys.
Well, I can't risk the franchise, like the entire brand's like death, so I would throw Andor out.
Oh my
Okay.
God!
Get rid of all of
You're
it.
telling me
Thank
me that Andor is so important to Star Wars you wouldn't throw it out?
I think he said he would.
No, I said I would.
Oh,
All
you
right.
would.
Good.
But you're giving me here's the thing, right? Like if it was my decision, if I was the Lord of all of Star Wars, I wouldn't. But if I had to choose between throwing it all out or keeping everything, I would throw it out.
And here would be I would call it a compromise with you, but I would say make it the old EU stories, and you can make it gritty and have all those same sort of things that you like, because as far as I understand, those things were in the old EU in that same timeline, just with different named characters. Like that's literally what would change, and then it would be a little bit tightlier written. But that would be it. And so I would
but we can't.
take
We
that.
also can't. We can't keep Clone Wars though. We got to get
Right.
that out.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
And fire Dave Filoni too.
Well, everybody agrees to fire Dave Filoni, and nobody else can wear fucking cowboy hats if you have a lisp from now on. That's a new Trump executive order.
And also, it's also mostly
what
because
about
the
me?
EU is just simply better. Like just straight up, EU is better. The lore in the EU is better. Star Wars was in a healthier place when the EU was around, and there weren't any movies, and Disney didn't own it. So I mean, like as much as I love Andor, there's no denying that like Andor is not good enough to do anything for Star Wars. It doesn't move anything. It doesn't help anything.
That was the point to begin with. Is
I
Andor is not good enough?
Yeah, but I never placed on Andor. I didn't say like Andor. If Andor is good, then it will save all Star Wars. I'm not saying that.
Well, no, but you said it was. You were just saying it was the best. I get you're just saying it's the best thing that it's done, but that still doesn't save all the other crap that Disney's done with Star
It
Wars.
doesn't redeem it all.
Yeah, I think you're suffering from two things, which is one, cheerleader effect. Andor looks good next to other Disney Star Wars, not next to like actual good stories. And two, it's a recency bias. That's why it's like I'm waiting for like a year from now, whenever you're away from Andor a bit, we can actually talk about different things.
Wait,
Because you seem a bit
how many years
obsessed with
has
it.
it been since the first season of Andor?
I don't know. We haven't even talked about the first season of Andor very
I think it's
much.
been like 3 years. I think.
Sure.
And guess what? You know what my opinion is of season 1?
Is it better than season 2?
I do think it's better than season 2, but I
actually
but I
agree
only
with
have
that just 'cause it
opinion.
doesn't have as
Even
much
with
filler.
recency bias, if you want to bring it up, I still thought season 1 was better, but the better episodes are in season 2.
Ah.
However, but you want to bring up recency bias, that's not the case. I love Andor season 1. That's been 3 years.
Mm-hmm. As you refresh for season 2. Gotcha.
So it's not about recency bias. It's just the fact that I like it.
It's the same series. You get a little bit of recency residual effect there.
Also, you had the time skips and all that kind of stuff, and you kind of
All
rushed
right,
it.
all right.
So-
I'm gonna fucking call timeout on this bullshit because we've given you plenty of time to make your case. You failed.
One more
and-
question. I have one more question.
All right, Briscoe. All right.
So
cheers.
So with Andor, right? Is there anything better that you could think of that doesn't involve Andor, like a completely new thing that Disney could do, or anyone for that matter, that is in the similar vein? Like if something better came along, if somebody did something, the same sort of story but better.
Well, that seems a little bit more like complicated. I don't know what you mean by like this, like similar kind of story. I don't know what you mean by that.
Like a rebel formation focused story.
Yes.
I don't know. I would have to dig through a lot of the EU kind of stuff because I'm more of a Clone Wars guy than I am a like the Empire / Rebel, like kind of person. Like I'm
Galactic
more of a
Civil
Clone Wars
War.
guy, and even
You're more
I
of
can
a
think of something.
you're more of a prequel era guy than a Galactic Civil War era guy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I like the Civil War stuff, but I prefer like the Clone Wars, Jedi versus Sith kind of stuff. So I mean, like maybe you could do something during that time period that's better, but I'm not sure about like the Rebel versus Empire. I'm not really sure there, but I'm pretty sure there's a story that could be good. That could be better than Andor.
So
maybe.
there could be something better than Andor.
Well, I mean, the movies are better than Andor. So.
Well, yeah, but I mean, we're talking just like Andor
you
right now.
making something better than Andor.
Like something. There could be something better than like you could see something, a TV show or whatever, that could be better than Andor.
Yeah, very easily.
Yeah. So I mean, so therefore, Andor isn't really that good if it doesn't help with other things.
Well, hey, what if I did this? I took Tony Gilroy and I said, "Hey, Tony, I know you said fuck off to those comics that were made. Understandable because they're Disney or whatever. Hey, Tony, you need to obey the EU. You need to go off that continuity. You need to honor the Force and existing characters. And I need you to write something that fits this description. Do you think he could do it?"
I think he could do it. I'd also want to bring back Gendy as well.
Or would he tell me to fuck off like he did to the continuity before? Even fucking minimal Disney continuity.
Well, I mean, the EU is not his responsibility. He doesn't make that choice now, does he?
See, that just shows a lack of
I
care
don't know.
for
I
the
don't know
author.
what his opinion even is of the EU.
Well, I was
He was happy to
referencing.
pilfer from it for one. He was happy to take
well,
like
his
the
job is to
Rakatan
write
statue for
his
one.
job is to write a story.
See, it shows
in the
laziness to
Disney
me.
canon,
He
so.
said he said like there was a comic that contradicted how he met K2SO, and he said, "Oh, I don't care." And he's like, "Oh, so he doesn't seem to care about continuity or books or comics."
Yeah. And all the Andor shills, like Star Wars Explained or Sexplained as we call them, there was like, oh, this might decanonize that comic, but oh well.
And like, I never read the comic. I don't like the comic, but my point is that shows a bad principle on the part of the author where it's like, you need to do your research. You need to honor, if you're going to take the advantage of the brand name of Star Wars, you need to honor Star Wars.
And for
you
the
need
record,
to work
this is
within those parameters. That's your handicap if you want to look at it that way, but you got to work
Sure,
within
but
that.
you should do that less with Tony and more with literally everyone else, like Catholic.
Everyone else we agree on, though, is the thing.
Tony is a part of everyone.
Like Kathleen, we all agree that she needs to honor the continuity. That's my thing, is that like everybody else gives everybody else shit, and they're not willing to give Tony shit because he made the same mistake in that instance.
Well, sure, except he just did it better than everyone else.
That's
the thing. You see,
so just you can contradict if you're good.
If you're gonna
in somebody's
contradict it, at
opinion.
least do it like with something better. You know what I mean? I don't care if you contradict it as long as it's better than what was originally made.
He's the tallest midget essentially in the scenario that you're drawing, where it's just like, well, he did it, but it wasn't as bad as all these other people. So it's like, fine, I'll concede that, but he still shouldn't do it.
I mean, I would prefer people don't do it, but if you are going to do it, at least do it in a way that is better than what you're decanonizing.
Well, how much like is acceptable of like retconning? How much retconning is acceptable to you?
Because so far, Tony Gilroy has retconned or contradicted one comic miniseries and one episode of Rebels.
And I would argue that. And I would argue that Disney has retconned a fucking shit ton of fucking shit altogether. So how much retconning is like acceptable for, someone like yourself?
Well, I would prefer they don't retcon at all. But as I said, if you're going to retcon, then at least retcon it in such a way that is better than what you're retconning, right? Like if whatever you're making is better than the original material, then I would be like, I don't like the fact that you retconned it, but at least it's better than what we had.
Now we fundamentally disagree there. I don't care if it's making me come every minute. I'm just going to tell Tony, hey, Tony, I don't care if you wrote the you know the greatest work of novel of all time. Do it on your own time. If you want to write your own thing, you do that.
Well,
It's
sure, then
fine.
I
You
guess
can
that would
watch
fall.
Tony Gilroy's original trilogy or whatever the heck he makes. Like he can
Well,
make
then
his
that
own
would
thing
fall
if
to
he
like
doesn't
us
want to.
just having different values for like writing, basically.
But his value can be his value in his own thing. Why does he need Star Wars if he's just going to disregard Star Wars?
Yeah, especially since Andor is so un-Star Wars like to
like
begin with.
just
It
make
can
his own thing and you can watch that.
It could
Yeah,
honestly be
if-
like it can be like fucking Warhammer 40K or The Expanse or whatever the hell.
I mean,
Why does it
I
need to
guess
be
the
Star Wars?
Empire isn't Star Wars.
If
The
something has
Empire,
changed
Rebels.
so much that it's not that thing anymore, then what's the point of it being that thing?
Or hell, just feels so unlike that thing. It can be its own thing. Like why did Andor need to be a Star Wars show?
Well, why does anything need to be anything? I don't even understand. Like,
Don't
why
answer
you
a
want
question
that.
with a question. Why did Andor need to be a Star Wars show?
I don't know because they decided to make it a Star Wars show.
All right, well there you go. You don't know.
The minute Tony
I think-
Gilroy
I think
decided
there's a very
Star
big
Wars doesn't
answer.
matter,
Hey, I mean, but Star Wars has always had like a difference in stories, right? I mean, you have like a zombie
Examples?
storyline, all that.
What?
Yeah,
What
the
is it?
remember Death Trooper story where the stormtroopers become zombies.
Death Troopers still is way more Star Wars like than fucking Andor.
No, I disagree.
Why? What makes you
Because
think what about Death Troopers means it can't be Star
what
Wars?
does it contradict? What story wise?
I'm not saying it contradicts, but I'm saying that in the universe it doesn't feel like it fits.
Why?
Well, Andor
because
doesn't
there's
really feel like it fits.
Because
Yeah.
there's zombies brought to life by a disease, like
Okay, so because
that
there's
feels less like Star
zombies
Wars
and
than Andor.
so because there's zombies and a pathogen means it can't be Star Wars. What about Star Wars doesn't scream that?
Because we have like clones and like wars and all that. It doesn't feel like it fits that story. Andor
That
feels
doesn't
like it
seem
fits
like
way
that
more.
doesn't so because it has clones and wars means it can't have zombies.
What? See,
Well, sure, but you're saying Andor doesn't feel like it fits, but Andor feels like it
Yes.
fits more than zombies do.
if Gilroy was such a
Surely.
good writer, he could write something that fits completely in the. And
Well,
the reason why the
we just have a
K2SO thing
we have a
pisses me
different
off so.
opinion. You feel like he didn't write something that fits, and I feel like he did.
But the thing that pisses me off with the K2SO thing is like, if you're going to change it, make it significant. He didn't. K2SO was in like 2 or 3 scenes and they hardly mattered. He was playing poker in one of them. Like he's just thrown in there as a little bone at the end. It hardly, and yet he still felt. So if he's willing to contradict it for something that minuscule, what the fuck else is he willing to rape in order?
What are we? I thought we were talking about like the fact that zombies fits more in line with Star Wars than Andor does. Now we're going back to like the contradiction.
Yes. Well, because I'm talking about the fact that you're keeping shit that like contradicts. At that point, you just don't care
Yeah,
about the franchise at all.
Okay, Tony contradicts stuff that Dave Filoni has made, and that's a problem.
If he contradicts what's established, then what's to stop him from doing it in the future? What's to stop him
Well,
from
he's
making
not-
Luke
he's
some
done with
asshole and
Andor,
blowing
so
it
I
up?
don't think he
Like,
comes back to contradict anything else. And like I said,
well,
we just have different values. If you're gonna contradict something, I'm totally fine with you doing it as long as it's better than what you're contradicting.
I value Tony being, if he is really so skilled, he doesn't need to contradict.
Okay. And
So if he does contradict, it proves
or
that
he
he's
just
not
thought
so
that he
skilled.
was good. His story was just better if he did this way than the original version of the story.
Oh, so throw the baby out with the bathwater. He can just retcon the whole original trilogy if he wants, if he thinks it's good.
Well, yeah, maybe. But I think that
Oh, maybe. Yeah, totally. Yeah, maybe. Let's throw out the fucking
My point is that you
bedrock of
can't break
Star
the
Wars.
dam. You can't break the dam of just like, I can throw out what I want if
okay,
I think
so
I can
it
do
has
it better.
like the comic. I'm not even sure if the comic story was even that good.
I don't care how good it is. The point is, I even preface that, so you're not even listening. But it's like I said, it doesn't matter. Like I haven't even read it. I don't even like it. I'll say it again for you. But It's like it's the concept of contradiction, of erasing what you want when you want, just because you feel you can do something better.
Yeah,
At
and
that
Zuma,
point,
and I don't
continuity
know,
doesn't matter.
I don't know how the author of that comic feels, but if I was the guy who wrote that comic, I mean, I wouldn't write for Disney Stars, but for the sake of my hypothesis, let's say I am. If I was the guy who wrote that comic, I'd be fucking pissed. I'd tell
Yeah,
people
Tony,
not
you're
to
a bit of a
watch it.
dick,
Sure,
aren't you?
and I bet the guy who wrote the Ahsoka novel was probably pissed as well.
Sure.
Yeah, sure, why
He's like, Dave
not?
Filoni came in here, he took the character I wrote and fucked the whole story up.
Yeah,
They
so
do it
he's
all
just
the
like
time,
Dave
so
Filoni,
it's
exactly.
just like very consistent with the
Exactly.
company at this point.
Those are his principles. I'm
Yes.
better than you, therefore I can erase your story.
I'm
Like, at that
making
point, you just
TV
don't have a
shows.
franchise. You don't
Yeah.
have a
If it,
franchise when
like
you're
I
willing to
said, we just
disobey
Dave
have
it.
different
Filoni's
values
literally
on
the guy who's like,
continuity.
I'm making TV shows, so fuck your books and comics.
It's the
Yeah, because
concept of just
most
like
people
you can
don't
do
care about
whatever you
books,
want.
dude. That's the thing. Most people just don't care about books.
That's
people
not
care
an
about
excuse.
TV shows
If
and
you're
movies.
look, Zuma, if you're going to have a fucking multimedia franchise, the stories in all those different mediums that your multimedia franchise
Dude,
spans
most people
across.
didn't even read the
Zuma, let me finish. If you're going to have a fucking story-focused multimedia franchise spread across multiple mediums, you can't just fucking decide what mediums are more important than others. By that point, you might as well not have different mediums, because Star Wars at this point might as well not have books and comics or even video games. At this point, Star Wars might as well just be fucking movies and TV shows.
Well,
at
the
this
video
point.
games you can keep. Most
Like-
people play video games, but
Zuma, okay,
Well,
so Zuma,
that's not
what
true.
if
There's lots of people that don't play video games. I mean, especially if you were like, say, 20 years old when A New Hope came out, you're probably not like some 70 fucking year old guy playing fucking video games.
Yeah,
sure.
and
But
Zuma,
what do you think? What do you think in this kind of franchise kind of stuff? What do you think people or the company is going to be using books and like comics for?
hey,
Like they're not going to have these big like plot related revelations in a book.
But
Really?
Like,
plot
that's- that's
plot
gonna be
plot
up.
related is one thing, but if you're keeping elements of the universe,
you get in what you put out. The One Piece manga is about to pass Superman as the highest selling like comic of all time because they strictly follow it in the anime. And so you can sell a shit ton if it matters, if you make it matter. But also, you're establishing the principle that you can just overwrite things later. So what's to stop someone a couple years after Andor comes out from going, well, I think I can make something better than Tony, so fuck off, Andor. I'm going to make a video game because it's more popular than your show because it got low ratings. That because now we're basing things on popularity, whether they matter or not in continuity. And so now I'm just going to make a video game that just says, "Oh, Andor's all erased," and now I'm going to make this other thing that's it's going to tell the same. It's going to be called Andor 2, but it's going to completely rewrite your story. Sorry, Tony, mine's more important, and I think I can make it better. That's the principle that you're establishing. That's why I'm saying it has to matter. It has to matter. Like you have to keep shit.
Okay, but I mean, here's the thing: if the game is better than Andor, then I'm like, you know what? I
Well,
think it's terrible, but it's better. So
Oh
I
my
would
God.
Why should I get invested in a franchise at all? I'll just take it all as new franchises, a new individual story. Like
Dude,
I just
but you're
shouldn't even
thinking of-
fucking
your,
care.
Your idea is like there's so many people coming in, they're contradicting each other left and right. Like that's just not gonna happen.
Well, I'm saying that you should smack that shit down when
Especially
you
in
see
my
it.
idea
Yes.
of
Like,
my
don't just
idea of
allow
Star
it.
Wars, you wouldn't be contradicting constantly.
Don't just allow it. If you allow
Honestly,
it, more of it's going to
honestly,
happen. It's a
fucking
trained
hold
behavior.
your
Smack him in the
staff to
nose.
fucking standards.
Obviously, I already said I would prefer Tony or anybody else not contradict anything. That's what I would prefer. Just don't contradict. Period. But if you're gonna
And-
do it, then at least make sure that is better than what you're contradicting.
but if they're gonna do it to an extent where it's no longer what it is, then what's the point?
Just
I
call
mean,
it
like if
Star
it's,
Battles
if it's
then and
making,
write your
if
own
it's
story.
making a comic book irrelevant, then I mean, like I hate to break it to you, but people don't care about the comic.
Well, no, but
Okay,
what if
so
it's
video
making
games
the
are more-
fucking original? What if it's making the original, like the first 6 movies irrelevant.
Yeah, we've already had the Acolyte that basically did that, and it's fucking terrible.
Well, yeah. So if
So you're
things are
saying no to the
terrible, then what's
Acolyte.
the point of having them connected to Star Wars or any other existing IP?
So basically, it's okay to contradict in some mediums, but not others, based on popularity. So Andor got low ratings. So any show or video game that's going to get more sales is okay to contradict them because it's more popular.
Well, no, I'm not talking about like how popular it is. I'm talking about like
You said
more
nobody
like how-
reads them, and that's why it's okay to contradict them.
Well, sure, but we're talking about like these are kind of like drastic. Like most people aren't going to be reading comics or books.
Well,
most of the people know Star Wars
how
for the
it
movies and
does-
shows.
Well,
It
what
doesn't
about
matter.
the sequel trilogy that contradicts a whole shitload of the original saga?
Exactly. That's why people hate it more than they would if there was like a book or a comic that came out that contradicted. Like imagine if the sequel
Really,
was a book.
really,
people
because
would
there's
not
a
be
fucking
investing.
Yes. So then why is there people fucking shilling for the fucking shit then?
And
plus
how
there-
come when we're calling them out, you're getting all people like you get all pissy about it?
And a rising tide lifts all boats. Either you care about all of it or you care about none of it. You can't just toss out what you want based on like some threshold you have of like it has this much popularity versus this much popularity, and it has this much lore breaking versus the like just zero
Sure,
tolerance.
but it goes back once again. I just have a different opinion on the whole like contradicting type stuff.
Your opinion.
It's got to be that
You don't
has
care
to
about
be-
continuity. We do. Okay, that's the difference. All right.
You can still look. You can have two different stories that still fall in line perfectly well. It's just one of the stories contradicts the other.
So what's the point of having the other one if only one of them matters?
If you want the multiverse shit, go with World Between Worlds or some shit like.
So what matters more, the original saga or the sequel shit?
The original saga, duh.
Well, okay. So then, again, how come people like you? I'm maybe not specifically you, but other people that you might know or like, other creators, whatever, fucking shills, whatever the fuck it is. Why are they
Zuma
getting all
fan, you have
pissy when we're fucking bringing this shit up?
And you have 2 minutes to explain this because I am not going to do this debate past my bedtime. It's getting way too late for that. Go.
Well, I'm sorry. What was the original question?
Okay. There, people like the shills, right? They get all pissy when we bring up the continuity thing. Oh, you're a hater. You're a Nazi. You're a fucking this. You're a fucking that. No,
sexist.
How the fuck does any of that equate to this fucking thing broke canon and it fucks with the original fucking saga? What sense does that make? Fucking, you got 2 minutes or whatever. Backseat
1 minute now.
Ooh.
Well, I can't get into everybody's heads, especially when it comes to like shells. I would think that most of the shells, like they make money off of defending the trilogy that Disney makes, and anything Disney makes. So I mean, they're obviously going to go to bat for it over what was originally made. But also, I think a lot of people read a lot of their emotions or identity into a lot of the stuff. Like that's why Disney makes a lot of this LGBTQ kind of stuff like that, because they know it gets people like they put their whole identity and like their views into like these characters and stories. So when you say like, oh, I don't like this because it contradicts or ruins this kind of thing in the past that was good, then it's going to piss people off. Sort of like when they made the story of the clone that was trans, which that whole story is fucking horrible. The trans clone.
So far, okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good what you've explained so far. So, why then are you so against Backseater?
Why am I against Backseater? I'm not. I already said this a while back that we actually agree more than we disagree.
No,
but when it comes to like Andor, I think Andor fits in. I think it slits in perfectly. We're forgetting the EU stuff. We're just looking at it as its own thing. I think if it goes in perfectly, I don't think it ruins anything. I think it adds to what was originally there and makes it better. And so when I see like great writing, and then I have this guy over here who's bitching and complaining, only bringing up the EU stuff, saying that's better without any explanation as to why, then obviously I'm going to get defensive over it.
Well,
Okay, good. You're a
I
little
think it would be self-explanatory that if something is more like if it took from the EU and people like the EU more, that would be more
Yeah,
self-explanatory of why.
but I would prefer if he actually explained it. That's the
To
thing.
me,
He
this
refuses
is
to explain
like
it.
there's a hard line in some instances, and in this instance, it's adhering to the. It's like whenever somebody tried to defend EA's Battlefront 2, and they're making all these other points about gameplay and shit, and it's just like, no, dude, it has loot boxes, it has pay to win. Like that's a hard line.
Well,
Same
they
as the
got rid of that.
continuity here. Right. But it's like, but I remember this debate whenever it came out, and somebody was like, well, you didn't play it, you don't know the gunplay and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like all that is irrelevant because it has pay to win boxes. And
Yes,
so
basically my hard line is that if you take from the EU, it's like instead of coming up with your own original thing, be it an original character, an original concept, then I am going to call you out and say your show sucks and you're unoriginal.
Yeah, you can say it's unoriginal, but you're saying it's bad. That's what you're
Yes.
saying. On its
It is
own thing,
bad
as its
because
own
cross
thing.
that line.
unoriginal.
He's
Devoid of
saying it's
everything else,
bad
you're saying
because
it is bad.
it's
That's my
connected to Disney.
Just because
Yes.
it's connected to Disney doesn't make it bad.
Yes,
Well,
it does.
It does if everything that
Good writing doesn't stop being good writing because of the company that is behind.
Andor would be a better show if it wasn't called Star Wars.
Yes.
No, I don't. No, I don't agree with that.
Well, and partially, I believe,
It would have been a good.
because
It's a good show regardless, but it having Star Wars makes it better to me.
make it better. Okay, wow. So contradicting the Star Wars canon makes you a better show if you're called. Okay.
All right, now I'm legit done. You've gone over the time limit. You've wasted my patience. You've wasted everyone else's
Just
patience.
an unprincipled individual.
Yes, you are dense as shit. You are all right. You are the biggest. You are the biggest. You are the biggest Gilroy goober I have ever seen. So
I have more
please
subscribers
take your
than you. I'm bigger
Andor
than you,
body
bro.
pillow and
You'll never
shove
get
it
someone
up
this
your
big on your
ass
channel,
where the
bro.
sun don't shine. Oh.
I hope that he considers our debate concluded. Now we've debated multiple more points on Andor. I pray to
I
God.
was gonna ask what exactly I missed or how it was going, but after seeing all this, I kind of get the idea.
It's circular. There's like multiple hard lines that he just doesn't give a shit about, which is like fine, but he should have just led with that. Like, I don't give a shit about continuity and I don't give a shit about Star Wars.
Yeah,
I would have made things a
it's,
lot
it's
shorter.
fucking bizarre. I mean, just how much of it do you erase?
I'm
still...
just glad that I got him to admit to one fucking flaw in Andor before we were done debating it. Like, I literally just had to boil it down to like, is it not fucking making you come every second that you're watching it? And then finally he admitted to like, okay, there might be like a minimum was okay, fine.
Fucking fine. Oh my god.
And then just did the worst thing. He did the thing. This is like whenever a celebrity goes like, "Do you know who I am?" Whenever they want to cut in line, he's just like, "Oh, I have more subscribers than you, bro." What does he have, like 5 million subscribers or something? Like,
I don't know, man.
Well, I think for one of my final thoughts here is that Backseater should get more of these, do more of these debates with some of these shill type fucking people.
Yeah. Yeah, fucking crazy. Maybe we'll get DJ or fucking
DJ
what the hell,
Khaled?
Zero or whatever. Maybe we'll get
Zero.
them on.
Well,
Oh
I
my
mean,
god!
I'd say they'd be
This
too
is like
chicken
Zero.
shit to even come on. So
I am so fucking tired. I didn't even finish my fucking pasta here. I'm so tired.
Oh, you're eating pasta.
See, I ate my pasta whenever I was off camera.
Yeah, it's
earlier.
not out of the pot either.
I still got my,
Oh,
still
good.
got my
That was my
pizza
next
crust
question.
here.
That was my next question: if it was in a pot or not.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah. Did you eat out of the pot again, Joey?
No. Anyways, we're gonna sign off here, folks. So if you guys enjoyed this fucking stream, give it a thumbs up, comment
This
on
might be the best
subscribe.
stream that we've ever had.
This is the wildest stream we've ever had. Give it a thumbs up, comment on the stream, subscribe to more streams like this, and we'll see you guys next time for Spooktober. Take care.
Ooh.